tonight. Mount Vernon on the year, 3-2, 5-4. A team that was supposed to be in rebuild this year, and kind of like Commerce, it seems like their rebuild has jumped maybe a year ahead of schedule as they lost a tough one last week, 38-27 to Malakoff. They did get beat pretty bad a couple weeks ago against Winsboro, but as somebody that is a Winsboro fan and listens to our show Sideline to Sideline told me, after what Commerce did to Winsboro, they're pretty angry about it, and they've been on a mission. They want Commerce in the playoffs. Hey, that's where Commerce is this year. A team that last year on the season, they went 5-6, made the playoffs, but didn't look great in that playoff game, and in fact didn't look good against all the really good teams last year. This year it's been a completely different story for this Commerce team, and what a season Aiden Brown's having. Unofficially, what I have stat wise is 1,600 yards passing, 18 touchdowns. He is also on the year ran for 1,200 yards and I think 16 touchdowns. The junior has been an absolute catalyst to this Commerce team that has really stunned the state, and I hope to keep that going. Now, 4-7, 3A Division I, the rest of the thing, there are some things in play tonight. Malakoff and Winsboro play for second and third. It's real simple. Winner gets second, loser gets third. Mount Vernon's already made the playoffs. We know the four teams, and really, as far as seeding wise, only Malakoff and Winsboro matter tonight. We'll see which one of those gets the second one. I really feel like Winsboro truly is on a roll after that Commerce loss, but so is Malakoff. And Malakoff with Jerry and Hall at running back, they're always a tough beat. We know the pedigree they have, but Winsboro still, to me, is the better all-around team. Now, in your by-district opponent, 8-3A, there's a lot to still be decided, as Atlanta will be second place. Gladewater should win district, as they'll take on White Oak. Can give White Oak credit. They've been much improved this year, but still, once they got in the district, they have struggled. But for Commerce, what matters is Liberty Ilo, Jefferson, and Tatum. Now, Liberty Ilo should win tonight. So we're going to go ahead and slot them in as the third place team as they're taking on Sabine, a Cardinal team that has really, really struggled this year. But if you're a Commerce fan where it really, really matters, Jefferson versus Tatum, it's real simple. Winner gets in, loser goes home. Now, I will say this, if I'm a Commerce fan, I'd rather play Tatum. Jefferson is a team that came in on the season supposed to be a top 10 team, a dark horse. Last year they went 12-1. They lost a heartbreaker to Malakoff on Thanksgiving Day. We were there at that game, sideline to sideline. Jefferson dominated for a lot of that game, but Malakoff was just Malakoff last year. And Mike Jones at quarterback and linebacker made a couple key plays, and they got the win. And this was a team that returned 12 starters. Now, they did lose their stud running back who graduated, but still, they were supposed to be really good, and then they got tripped up early. And when you look at their losses, man, outside of the Liberty Ilo loss last week, which I don't know if that was an injury thing, I don't know what the situation there is. It might be a thing where they're like, hey, we're looking for that Tatum game. That's the one that matters. But until that, their three losses were to Newton by 6 points, 1 point to Gladewater in a game that Jefferson led by 21 points into the fourth quarter, and then by 6 points to Atlanta. So if I'm a Commerce fan, I'm honestly rooting for Tatum in this game because on the year, Tatum has really struggled against quality opponents, getting beat by Winsboro 55-28, getting beat by the same Newton team that barely beat Jefferson 42-12, getting beat by Liberty Ilo 28-13, getting destroyed by Gladewater 66-3. And then last week, give them credit, or 2 weeks ago, I should say, give them credit against Atlanta. It was an ugly defensive slugfest. Now, remember, that was a weather week, and I think that affected that game. But they did only lose to Atlanta by 7 points. I think Jefferson is probably about a 10-point favorite. If this game was in Jefferson, I would even say it might be a 17-21 point favorite. But going into Tatum, it's a playoff game for them. Commerce's playoffs start next week. For Jefferson and Tatum, their playoffs start this week, and it'll be interesting to see who advances. It's going to be a very fun by-district matchup up against two districts that are really, really solid this year. It's kind of interesting that we're going to get Gladewater versus Mount Vernon in that first round. A few years ago, when Gladewater was highly touted a year after coming off their state semifinal overtime loss to Pottsboro. They had Mount Vernon in round one, and Gladewater was a prohibitive favorite. Mount Vernon ended up beating them pretty bad on the way to their state semifinal run. And those two teams keep kind of bouncing into each other into the playoffs. For sure, that's going to be the matchup for the first versus fourth. And then again, it depends on Liberty Ilo and Atlanta, who they will play depending on what happens with Malakoff and Winsboro. But again, that's going to be a true bi-district matchup that's going to be fun. And I say this truly, if Jefferson gets in as the fourth place, there's no walkovers in any of those four matchups. So that's how sometimes it's just where you're in the state and what district you're up against depends on how easy or hard that first round of the playoffs will be. Let's now swing over to 7-4A Division One as we've got a huge matchup tonight. Sulphur Springs on the road to take on Panther Creek. This is the battle for second place. Again, another district where the third place team will have two losses and they'll both be in district. That's how great 7-4 Division One is. This is going to be a back and forth game, unfortunately. Bad info. I was told earlier this week that quarterback Deuce Timmons would be back for Sulphur Springs. I'm being told now he probably won't be. That's going to be a tough one. I do think Panther Creek will win this. But if Timmons is back during at the start of the playoffs, Sulphur Springs is a team no second place team wants to take on. This is a really good Wildcat team. And I'm saying that I still think going into Frisco, this is going to be a one possession game. I just think without Deuce Timmons, it's going to be tough. Now, the rest of the district works like this. Aubrey is 2-4. Paris is 2-3 in regular season. Paris beat Aubrey 49-17. So as long as Paris takes care of Nevada Community, and they should, then Paris will make the fourth spot in the playoffs. And again, Paris is a team I wouldn't want to play in the first round. Of course, you just never know which Paris team you're going to get. The one that barely lost to Sulphur Springs by 3, again, with Timmons being out for Sulphur Springs a couple weeks ago, or the team that got drummed by Salina 56-7. That's going to be which Paris team shows up. They're one of the most Jekyll and Hyde teams there are in East Texas, if not the state in 4A. Now let's turn our attention to 8-4A. Of course, that's the bi-district that Salina, Sulphur Springs, and then will play. And what a crazy night is. The top teams all played on Thursday night, last night. And basically it was Carter and Kimball and then Lincoln all finished 6-1 in district. They all beat each other. Carter beat Kimball, Kimball beat Lincoln. And then last night in one of the craziest games, basically, so this is one of those districts that point matters. And again, I said this on Sideline to Sideline. We need the universal tiebreakers in the UIL, folks. UIL, please do that. This whole each district having their own rules is weird. But the way it worked was Carter was +7, Kimball was -2, Lincoln was -5, meaning that Lincoln needed to win by 8 or more to be outright district champ as far as seeding. Now, they're all considered co-district champs. They go into overtime. Lincoln scores, goes for 2, and they miss it, but then get a pick 6 and end up winning by 12 in overtime. You don't see 12-point wins in overtime much. And so that gives them the district championship. Carter is number 2. Lincoln is 3 with the seed. And then Pinkston tonight, if they beat Conrad, they are the district 4th place team. If they lose to Conrad, then North Dallas will become the 4th spot in that district. But man, what a crazy turn of events last night. Again, Lincoln, Carter, Kimball are your top 3 teams. I don't really think they're going to be much against the 8 or the 7-4As. Again, Carter versus Paris, if that's the Lincoln versus Paris, if that's the 1st and 4. That'll be an interesting game because honestly, I think Paris might be a better team. Lincoln, though, has the better record, but when you go and look at who they've played, their biggest win of the year probably was last night against a Carter team. That's a very flawed Cowboy team. All right, we come back. We're going to hit 2A, talk some Honeygrove, some Wolf City. Can Detroit beat Sims Bowie and make the playoffs? Let's all talk about it when we come back right here on Sideline to Sideline, part of the Big Friday Night Scoreboard Show on your station, 88.9 KETR.
Most media hide behind paywalls or drown in ads. KETR doesn't. Our news and music stay free to the public thanks to local sponsors who value open access. Be one of them. KETR.org/sponsor.
Programming on KETR is made possible by Cypress Bank, where manager Victoria Foster and loan officer Aaron Clark are available to assist with deposit and credit needs. Locations in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
This message is for Karina, our mom who finished her high school diploma at age 28. Hi, Mom. It's Emmettith and Nicholas.
Congratulations on getting your diploma.
You worked so hard and have taught us so much. We love you.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Well, hello, folks. It's your old buddy Luke Clayton inviting you to tune in to our hunting and fishing show every Saturday morning.
I've seen a lot of times the bigger bucks more in that second rut than I had the first rut.
People do overlook thinking, well, you got to bait corn or something for hogs. No, salt works very well. I mean, they will come to salt for sure.
Saturday at 6 a.m. on KETR and online at KETR.org.
88.9 KETR Commerce, your home for comprehensive severe weather coverage.
Terry Bennett back here on Sideline to Sideline, part of the big Friday night scoreboard show, right here on your station, 88.9 KETR, as we now turn our attention to 2A. Before we do that, I do want to remind everybody that each and every week, Grant Goodwin and I talk 4A, 3A, and 2A football across the state of Texas with our show called Sideline to Sideline, 18th year of doing that show. Now, the last few weeks, we've been doing one show, but during the playoffs, at least for the first 3 weeks, we go back into single shows. So we'll have one show for 2A, one show for 3A, one show for 4A, and we pick every playoff team. Now, we don't talk in depth every playoff game, but we do pick every playoff team every playoff game during the playoffs. Coach X will be joining us, and the very infamous playoff tree. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just check out our video, youtube.com/@L4 Media Company. We also have an audio only. Go to s2sgrantandterry.com and on all podcast platforms. All right, let's jump into 6-2A Division I. Wolf City had a tough loss last week in another shootout. Tioga 50-44. I mean, we've talked about it all year. The Wolves' weakness is that defense, and when they get up against good offenses, that's where they're going to struggle. Now, in saying that, they've got another tough one this week against Alvord, but because of how good Wolf City's offense is, in my opinion, this is a pick'em game, which has that weird thing where if Wolf City wins, they're going to be district champ, even with the loss to Tioga, because Tioga has 2 district losses. If Alvord wins, they're the outright district champ, unbeaten. They're 7-2 overall. Wolf City 5-4, but more importantly, 4-1 in district. Tioga's going to be the 3rd or the 4th place team at worst. They've already qualified because they're going to beat Nacona, and even if they somehow lost, they still own all tiebreakers. It's all about Wolf City and Tioga for 2nd and 3rd for 3rd and 4th, because if Alvord does beat Wolf City, then they go from playing for a district championship to being the 4th seed because of the tiebreaker losing to the Bulldogs last week. That's why that game was so important. But if the Wolves beat this week's Bulldogs, back-to-back Bulldogs, it doesn't matter. They'll be the district champ. Let's go ahead and take a look over at 5-2A Division I. Of course, that'll be who they play in the first round of the playoffs. This year, De Leon's 4-0. 7-2 overall. They take on Hamilton 4-0, 7-2 overall tonight for the district championship. That's going to be a good game right there. I really don't know what to think about this one. We talked a little bit about it on Sideline to Sideline. I think De Leon's considered about a 3-point favorite. Hamilton on the air, they've got such a great running game with Halston Hale, really big offensive line. De Leon, who I've got to talk about a couple times because they played a couple teams such as Munster, who I do a coach's show with. And the Bearcats they're talented. Brendan Whitaker's doing a great job there. Heston Job, the quarterback, well known. He's kind of their all everything. And they really responded well to Coach Whitaker, who came in late in the offseason. I mean, this is a team last year that was 7-5, so it wasn't like they didn't have a talent. They returned almost the whole house from that team. This is legitimately one of the teams that's a favorite in this A Division One, Region Two is not the strongest region. Don't get me wrong. There's some top teams like De Leon, Hamilton, Frankston. I legitimately think Frankston is the best team in the region. And then after that, it's a lot of just average teams. So it's really hard to gauge these teams inside this region when they're beating each other up to what they'll do outside the region in the state semifinals. Now, in saying that, give Hamilton credit last year in that state semifinal. They took Stanford to the mat before losing. I think it was 28-13. That was Hamilton's only loss on the year. And so give them credit for that. But just after those top two or three teams, it's just a lot of mush in the middle. So we'll see how that plays out. But that's a look at 2A Division One Region 2. Now let's turn our attention to the Honey Grove Warriors in that district. The Warriors, of course, got that tough win over rival Cooper last week, 35-22, to go to 5-0 in district play. That was a tough game. You know, it was 21-0. Honey Grove was up early, and then Cooper just started kind of grinding back into it. Honey Grove had to make so many defensive stands. I think 2 of them inside their own 10. Really good win for the Warriors. And I'm very impressed with the Cooper Bulldogs. And a couple of people like William Banger that I talked to from Honey Grove, who I trust their football knowledge, they even acknowledge, hey, this Cooper team's scrappy. This is a young team, and be careful. This is a team that could cause some problems into the playoffs. And, of course, we expect Honey Grove to as well. They take on Paul Pewitt tonight. This is for district. If Paul Pewitt beats Honey Grove, they would actually take the district title. I don't think that's going to happen, but hey, give Paul Pewitt credit. They have in my opinion, about a year ahead of where we thought they were going to be, having another new coach. They've been having trouble keeping coaches and kind of finding that identity. They're back to what they normally do. That's power football. Jeremy Russell doing a great job there in year one. And again, this is another team that I think could make a nice run. The top 3 teams in this district are really salty, in my opinion. Of course, we know about Honey Grove and how good they are. The problem is they play such a tough district in the first round. And let's go ahead and run over into that East Texas district so you can get to know a little bit about them. It's 10-2A Division One. And man, we have a log jam at the top there. You've got Beckville 5-1, Elysian Fields 5-1, Wascom 5-1. And this is one of those situations where Beckville lost to Elysian Fields but beat Wascom. Elysian Fields beat Beckville but lost to Wascom. And as I said, Wascom beat Elysian Fields but lost to Beckville. I don't know the tiebreakers in there. Again, I go back to UIL, please, universal tiebreakers. I have talked to coaches in districts before, not this district, but in districts before that didn't even really know the tiebreaker. It was, we think it's this, this, and this. We'll know after tonight when we truly have to break out all the district tiebreakers. So UIL, please work on that. But anyway, this is a tough district at the top. I mean, especially Beckville and Wascom, and not taking anything away from Elysian Fields. Elysian Fields is kind of a year early, so they could be in one of those teams. But especially Beckville and Wascom, that's why winning first and second is so important over in Honey Grove's district, because you don't want to have to play those 2 teams. But honestly, man, even the second place team is going to get a tough one, because you're going to get Wascom, Elysian Fields, or Beckville. Again, all 3 of those are real tough teams. All right, I want to finish. We've been talking a little bit about it before, partly because it is part of the coverage area, but also because I'm rooting for the Detroit Eagles, a guy that I've known for almost 25 years now, exactly almost to the day 25 years. Is the head coach there, Paul Johnson. I have worked with him whether I was a broadcaster and he was a coach, or I actually coached under him for a couple years at Garland Christian. And he has turned a program around that had not seen success. I think the last time they made the playoffs was in 2020, and even then it was kind of a backdoor. I think the year before in 2019 they were a pretty salty team. I remember they had beat Tioga in the playoffs, kind of an upset, and it was like real high scoring. I think if I remember correctly, they needed to win their last 2 games that year to make the playoffs, and they won both of them by scoring over 60 points before they got dominated by that great Mart team of 2019. But anyway, I digress. Tonight, if the Eagles beat Sims Bowie, they make the playoffs. And if they don't, they're out. Even though they did beat Clarksville last week in an upset 24-22, it's probably not going to matter, because even if they beat Sims Bowie and tie with Clarksville, you still got Cumbie and Mod at 4-1, and both of those teams are going to win their games against Celeste and Linden Kildare. So it's crazy how Detroit could beat a team that's going to be the second place team or third place team, depending on tiebreakers, or they're going to be completely out of the playoffs. So Detroit could either be second or completely out of the playoffs. That's the fun side, but also the harsh side when it comes to that week 11. And for a lot of these teams, we always joke that the playoffs start next week. For a lot of these teams, the playoffs start this week. And again, we're going to be having great playoff shows over on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@L4 Media Company. Also on our podcast platform, S2SGrantandTerry.com. We're going to be talking statewide. We're going to have region shows. We're going to have a region 3, a region 2. We're going to just be talking playoffs. So please come over and join us. You can also find us on Facebook. Just type in Sideline to Sideline, or on Twitter @Grant and Terry. Enjoy the football this weekend. Be safe. And when we meet back next Friday, it's time to talk some playoff football right here on your station, 88.9 KETR.
Support for Commerce Tigers football on 88.9 KETR is provided in part by Russell Beasley, CPA, providing tax and accounting services for individuals and businesses throughout Northeast Texas. More at beasley.cpa.
East Texas A&M Lions are going to be back home on November 8th, taking on the McNeese State Cowboys. How about a 4 o'clock kickoff in Memorial Stadium? Can the Lions come up with another dub over the Pokes? Brock Calloway and I will be here to tell you how. If you can't make it, pregame coverage will start live at 3 p.m. and then the kickoff at 4 o'clock. All of it right here on your station, 88.9 KETR.
Imagine home. The smell of coffee, the sound of a lawnmower, the sun's warmth on your face. Free to be yourself, surrounded by love that helps you grow. This is a place to call home. That's an American dream we all deserve. But in 50% of U.S. states, you could legally be denied housing if you are LGBTQ+. Get the facts and hear real stories at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Brian Bailey has been elected sheriff 4 times in a row.
I see right and wrong. I see criminals and I see law-abiding citizens.
But under his watch, serious allegations started to come out about some deputies.
They had my legs pinned down and he chased me again. Bang! I said, oh, whoa, no. I tried to tell them what they wanted to hear.
A reign of terror in Rankin County, Mississippi. On the next Reveal. Tomorrow morning at 11 on KETR.
It's the big Friday night scoreboard program right here on 88.9 KETR. Mount Vernon on the road taking on Commerce this week. Last game of the regular season for the Commerce Tigers. Working on that undefeated season. Ryan, I'm really hoping they can finish out strong.
Yeah, I would love to see Commerce finish out strong, but we were talking about this a little bit pregame. If you have to lose cosmically one game this season, this is the one that statistically you can lose, and I'm interested to see if Coach McSheffrey is maybe going to want to rest some guys. I suspect we'll see all our mainstays playing in the first half, and he's going to try and run that score up. And once that score gets run up, we might get to see some second-string guys get some reps. But either way, Mount Vernon, no pushovers. We've seen them have some pretty good showings against big-name teams like Winsboro and Malakoff. So this is going to be a test right before the playoffs for Commerce to see what they're made of.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I think that, Mount Vernon's a team which has proven in a few games now that they can score and that they bring that offense. Dawson Witherspoon, he's going to be the name of the game, the highlight of the game for Mount Vernon tonight as they try to end this kind of princess-like, fairy princess-like season for the Commerce Tigers, fairy tale-esque season, undefeated in district. But Mount Vernon, this is an interesting matchup, I think. The Commerce Tigers have had a very good showing both offensively and defensively this season. I'm kind of predicting Mount Vernon here, if they get the ball first, to try to strike fast and strike early. And if Commerce wants to get that kind of rotation of guys in there, I think they need to shut down Mount Vernon early, we were talking about off air, I think they need to smother that Mount Vernon offense and not let them get any momentum. And like Commerce has done all season, run that score up, get to halftime, then change those guys out.
Absolutely. And, like you were alluded to there, Witherspoon is going to be the guy that's the key to that Mount Vernon offense. If you can shut down that run, there's still a little bit of a throwing threat, but, maybe keep a safety back deep for that. But your main goal here is going to be to shut down the run game, shut down Witherspoon, and get points on the board early.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Mount Vernon is the team which is going to come out and try to do the same to Commerce. Of course, no one's really had an answer for the Aiden Brown question. I think that's really what, if you're going to come at Commerce at the end of the season, that's what you're going to have to do. Hope that Commerce gets complacent, which with the discipline this team has shown, I'm doubtful of that. But if you're going to get a win against Commerce here, you got to shut down Aiden Brown, and you got to shut him down, on all levels, because he's such a multifaceted guy. So it's going to be a really interesting matchup. But, of course, there's plenty of other matchups going on in Commerce's district still, as, the one we were watching early on this year, Winsboro on the road against the Malakoff Tigers. That's a huge game, too. We just didn't expect it to be one for second place.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still going to be keeping a close eye on this one tonight. We've got the video stream of that one pulled up, and of course we've got a video stream of this game tonight. If you guys want to go to KETR FM on YouTube, this one will be live streamed from the Crow's Eye view if you want to catch that one. Kevin Jeffries and Brian Ball on the call out there at Tiger Stadium. But sorry, I digress. Winsboro and Malakoff, that's going to be a fun game. It doesn't super duper matter as far as district standings go. The district is already pretty much set. We know who's going to the playoffs. We know who's going to come in that number one spot. But this is really going to be a clash of titans out there in Malakoff tonight, and I'm super interested to see how those Red Raiders do on the road.
Yeah, I agree. And what I think this will do is it will determine who that runner-up in District 7 will be. And that's going to be really big for the playoff picture because, of course, they're playing the third-place team from District 8 in that first week. So that's what's really going to be important about this Winsboro-Malakoff matchup. And, of course, these are two great teams. So if you are that team going into that, against Winsboro or Malakoff, one or the other, I'd kind of be nervous,
Oh, yeah, they're coming into this game hungry. They're jockeying for that number 2 spot. And since we're talking about, who we're playing from outside of our district, another game we're watching really closely tonight. That's the Jefferson Bulldogs on the road at the Tatum Eagles this evening. This game's going to decide who plays Commerce in the playoffs week 1 because both Jefferson and Tatum, both 2-3 in District
8.
District 8,
yeah,
sorry, Region 2, District 8. We got
numbers.
all kinds of confusion going on looking at these UIL brackets before the game. But this is going to decide who plays Commerce week 1. Jefferson 5-4 on the season, Tatum 3-6 on the season, but both matched up with that 2-3 district slate.
Yeah, and we were watching Jefferson last week as they took on, who were they playing? I got it on the thing. Playing Liberty Ilo last week. And we actually were thinking Jefferson might be able to pull that one out, but Liberty Ilo took down Jefferson last week 35-12, and that kind of put us in the situation we're in now, where it's kind of a question of who we're going to get. We thought for a while it was going to be certain we'd get Tatum, but Tatum beat White Oak by a point last week, 50-49 in overtime, which kind of shook things up a lot. And now Tatum's in a position to battle against Jefferson here and try to push their way out of having to play the terror that is number 7, the Commerce Tigers. So it's going to be an interesting game tonight. Other games that are interesting in the playoff picture that we have next week: Pottsboro Cardinals on the road against the Whitesboro Bearcats, and of course I'm pretty certain Pottsboro will have that one in the bag tonight because they are the only other team in this Region 2 area that is also ranked at number 10. So that's going to be also kind of an interesting one. And Pottsboro is a team which we could potentially run into somewhere along the way in this region, though I kind of suspect if we do, it'll be a ways down the line,
Yeah, Pottsboro kind of mirroring Commerce a little bit as far as their overall win-loss record goes. They're 8-1. Their only loss was in week 2 back in September, if you can imagine that we're already in November, nearing the end of the year here. That was a 28-21 loss to Sanger, so that was a close game, their only loss on the season, and they've won out through their district slate just like Commerce has.
Yeah, and I mean, Pottsboro is one of those teams kind of like Commerce in a lot of ways too, where they have, they're a team that struggled early on, like you're saying and pointing out, like struggled early on, and then they've fully developed through this season into something that works as a cohesive unit. Kind of the same thing I feel like we've seen out of the Commerce Tigers this year, where you have a few of those hiccups, especially like Commerce lost that game early on, week 1 of the entire play, not district, just their first game. And I feel like, Pottsboro's kind of had a similar thing going on. Ultimately, I think that Pottsboro will win tonight, and that if we run into them as the Commerce Tigers, that will happen late into the regional picture of things.
Right. We're looking several weeks ahead here, and what really matters, pardon me, and what every football coach harks on is you want to take these things 1 week at a time. Commerce, as much as we might be thinking about that playoff picture, these Commerce Tigers right now, their only focus, or what should be their only focus, is getting it done against Mount Vernon at home in their senior night and the closing of their regular season.
Yeah, and from the Mount Vernon perspective of things, this game is also massive. If Mount Vernon, coming off of a loss against Malakoff last week, 3-2 sitting in district, if they can beat the undefeated Commerce Tigers, that pushes them up to 4-2. Which then, by extension, could potentially put them in a position where actually, I don't think it can because they've lost to Winsboro and Malakoff.
Correct.
But what it does do is, for one thing, you stop the Commerce Tigers from being undefeated. You get a huge morale victory there, beating the undefeated team in your district, and you go into the playoffs 4-2, bottom of your district, looking to maybe upset one of the number 1 teams. And that's really what this game's about for Mount Vernon, I think.
Absolutely. Sorry, I got a frog in my throat tonight. Mount Vernon's looking to play spoiler, mainly, I think, because the district's already set. They're going to come in at number 4, but they're looking to end their season on a high note, play spoiler, knock off the undefeated district slate of the Commerce Tigers, and it's going to be a bloodbath out there tonight, one way or another.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very, very interesting game. I think ultimately Commerce will take it. I kind of am suspecting here early on that we're going to get some of the maybe some of the slowness we saw in the Reigns game a little bit. Into the season, guys are probably feeling really good about where they're at. You've just beaten everybody else, a lot of which people weren't saying you would win, and now you're going into Mount Vernon probably feeling good about yourself. But, they got to keep the foot on the gas because an undefeated district season, in a lot of ways, that can even be bigger than the playoffs in some ways.
Yeah, as historic as this season has already been, the first district championship in 24 years, state ranked at number 7, coming in, doing that undefeated. I mean, everybody said it, and I don't want to be the guy that portents greatness from a radio studio, but the last time Commerce won their district, they went to the state championship.
Yeah. And that's a big deal, too, because, it was the same exact pattern as we've seen here, too. We heard on it a few weeks ago from Avon Johnson when he was talking about being on that team that you slowly kind of rolled into the season that year. They had a loss early on in the non-district picture, and then after that, they got those 2 big wins in the same way that these Commerce Tigers are doing, and then they just snowballed that into just nonstop victory. And I think that's also a keynote here for the Commerce Tigers tonight, snowballing this into playoff season. You've won everything else, finish strong at the end, carry that energy into whoever you got. Ideally, you get somebody who is, a good deal below you in skill in playoffs. So beat a Mount Vernon team who's pretty decent this year. Go carry that energy in. Keep the fundamentals going, and then, before you know it, we might be in the regional championship. That's what you want.
Absolutely. I don't want to see that snowball, as we're talking about in this metaphor here. I don't want to see it stop because you know how it is about moving large objects. It's not once they're stopped, it's hard to get them going, but once they're going, they're going to keep going. So I don't want to see Commerce's momentum halted tonight by a loss to Mount Vernon. I don't think it's going to be. I think this Commerce Tigers team has it as long as they're not looking ahead to next week as much as we are.
Yeah, and I completely agree. And I think overall, the Commerce Tigers are in a position to do a lot here if they can win. Of course, like I said, Mount Vernon also in a position to do a lot here if they can win. But beyond that, there's there's one other district game we got this week. Eustis is on bye. That means their season's over. They've played their 6 games, and back to the drawing board for Eustis. It's a new district next year, but still other games to look at. Emory Reigns, the Wildcats are on the road against the Mineola Yellow Jackets this week. Not as huge in the playoff sense of things, but if Reigns does beat Mineola, that knocks them up to 2-4. Which gets them just another win in district, which can be a big deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't want to leave. You don't want to come off your season 1-5, feeling really down. Reigns wants to win. Mineola wants to win. They're both sitting at 1-4 there in that tied for 5th place slot, I suppose you could say. Neither team going to the playoffs. Tonight, these guys are going to leave that all on the field.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that ultimately Reigns will win that one over Mineola, but not to undersell what Mineola's done this year. I think they've had a couple games, basically 1 or 2 games this season where they've looked excellent, and it's just been a matter of putting the pieces together in the other ones. So I think this game will actually be very competitive right here at the end. I know both of these guys will be playing it out like they're in the playoffs in this one tonight, and we're going to be interested to watch that one tonight also.
Absolutely. Another game I'm interested in, and it's really irrelevant to any kind of playoff picture. This is up in 4A. That's the Paris Wildcats out at Nevada Community to see the Braves tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Paris, they're jockeying for that number 4 spot and their playoff hopes in their own respective district. Those Wildcats going to come out tonight. That's a team, as you heard Terry Bennett talking about in Sideline to Sideline. It's kind of a team where you don't know which Paris team you're going to get that
right.
night. So, Paris looking to come out and get that 4th place spot and extend their season.
And I think Paris will get it done over Nevada Community. Nevada Community is a team which has also been very on again, off again. I feel like we've had them a lot on the scoreboard this year, and it feels like they always bounce back and forth between greatness and then a week where they don't put it together very well to middle of the road. So, man, that one's kind of a dice roll, I feel like.
Yeah, that one's a flip of the coin. But other interesting games on the scoreboard tonight, the Sulphur Springs Wildcats, they're out at Frisco Panther Creek. Sulphur Springs no longer ranked, I don't believe, in their district.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've fallen out of things. I can check that real quick here. Yeah, they fell out of their ranking situation. Oh, no, they hold steady at number 10, right at the bottom of the rankings. They beat Lake Dallas 38-14 last week. That's really what kept them in position. But Frisco Panther Creek, number 6. So this is going to be a very big game for Sulphur Springs. They couldn't handle the Titan that is Salina. That was the one that everyone was talking about. Oh my gosh, if Sulphur Springs can beat Salina, it's the entire universe is realigned. Everything is different, and Salina proves what they do best, which is play defense, and they just didn't let Sulphur Springs score. But I think this is an excellent test for Sulphur Springs, and I think with the context of where they're at in the season, they're going to come out against Frisco Panther Creek and remind them why they were number 5. Maybe it's a Homer regional thing, but I'm picking Sulphur Springs in that one.
Man, this one's another kind of coin flip for me because you're looking at them. Sulphur Springs 8-1 on the season, Panther Creek 8-1 on the season.
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to be another kind of clash of the Titans tonight, and this is going to, I'm not entirely sure what their district looks like, but Sulphur Springs 4-1 in district, definitely going to the playoffs. I think this is another kind of situation where they want to keep the ball rolling, and Panther Creek doing the same.
Yeah, I agree. And I think Sulphur Springs' story this whole season has been offense. Offense is how Sulphur Springs has been winning. Their defensive side of the ball is good, don't get me wrong, but really it's that Sulphur Springs offense which has that ranking that's kept them up so high. And I think that's what's going to make this game interesting is Frisco Panther Creek, from what I've seen, is also like that. They're a very offensive-heavy team, so I'm predicting a high-scoring affair out there. Might go down to the very last minute in that one. So
yeah, I'll take you on that all day. I think this one's going to be not a defensive battle. I think we're going to see some big numbers out of this one. Looking at it, Sulphur Springs 3rd in their district, Panther Creek 2nd in their district. Of course, Salina going to be sitting atop that one. So this isn't really as much a battle for playoff hopes as it is maybe for seeding and even further maybe for just carrying a positive momentum forward into the postseason.
Yeah, seeding for sure. I think it's a similar situation to Winsboro and Malakoff where you're trying to get that number at the front to be just a little bit higher than the guy who's right directly behind you.
Right.
It's kind of like in NASCAR, last lap, the guys are trying to slingshot off one another. It's the same sort of idea.
It's Talladega Nights in North Texas this
Shake
evening.
And bake. Folks, we're going to take a break, swing back around here in just a little bit with Kevin and Brian on the call for you. Stick around. It's your station, after all, 88.9 KETR.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
When I go,
you are closing that valve, pushing the air.
Up through this closed valve.
Asserting dominance, showing affection.
Wooing mates.
Communicating thoughts, ideas, feelings, emotions, and all of it is distinct to you. It's the voice.
The voice.
La voix.
Voice. That's on the next Radio Lab.
Tomorrow afternoon at 1 on 88.9 KETR.
When a newsroom goes dark, the truth gets harder to find. KETR's newsroom is the only one built for Northeast Texas, and it stays on only if the community keeps it that way. Help defend local journalism. KETR.org/sponsor.
Lion Athletics is sponsored in part by Signature Solar, located at 201 Industrial Drive East in Sulphur Springs, offering solar power generation components, residential and commercial turnkey kits, and installation. More information at signaturesolar.com.
KETR.org helps you find the news when you want it. Our program schedule shows when we bring you live news from NPR and BBC World Service, as well as your weekly cultural and public affairs programs on the weekend. Online at KETR.org.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
It's the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program. Welcome back. One last time here before we get back into that action out there in Commerce. Tigers at home this week playing the Mount Vernon Tigers. This is the last game of the season, but plenty of other action around the area here to look at. We were talking a lot about district in the last segment and things like that, but outside of Commerce's district, there's lots of momentum and motion also occurring. Caddo Mills Foxes at home this week, taking on the Van Alstyne Panthers. Caddo and Van Alstyne both are teams which have kind of been back and forth this season. Caddo Mills very successful, with Van Alstyne having some amazing games too. I recall a couple weeks ago, Van Alstyne had a good one against Farmersville, which I'm pretty sure they turned out well for them. 43-37, Van Alstyne took that a couple weeks ago against Farmersville. So both of these teams very capable of scoring points. Both of these teams very strong offensively. Kind of like we were talking a bit ago, Ryan, I think this is going to be a showing of offenses.
Absolutely. And, I haven't paid close enough attention to Van Alstyne or Caddo Mills to really have a dog in this fight. But if we're taking picks based just off of mascots, Panthers versus Foxes, I'm taking the Panthers, Van Alstyne all night.
I think that's a valid assessment. I think, mascots a great metric to measure football.
Oh, absolutely.
Teams off of. I think I'm personally going to take the Caddo Mills Foxes, but only by the virtue of when I was in Pee Wee football, Caddo Mills was really good. That is my metric.
So two very official metrics from the analysts here at KETR. We've got an opposing pick here. I think Van Alstyne takes it. You think Caddo Mills takes it. We'll see who's right in the end.
I'm glad that we're using good official numbers, very professional numbers there. Pee Wee football versus mascots. Speaking of good metrics here, Alba Golden, the Panthers on the road against the Quinlan Bulls Hornets. These are also teams which have had good metrics this year. Alba Golden especially has looked very strong at their level this season, with Quinlan Bulls, a team which, of course, due to the size of the area, not usually having a big high school, putting up some really good battles with some strong showings here and there throughout the season. Ultimately, I think Alba Golden's going to take it tonight in that one, but that's not to say Quinlan Bulls won't make a fight of it. I'm predicting here a little bit more specifically that Alba Golden will score early. We'll have kind of a middle range score, 21-14 is my prediction at halftime.
Wow, okay, we're getting down to the spread here.
I'm going down to the numbers, and the reason I'm going down to the numbers is because Quinlan Bulls, in almost every game this year that I've had them on the scoreboard, if memory serves, photographic memory and
Absolutely.
all, Quinlan Bulls has always been down by 7 points with points on the board at halftime. So I don't know. I'm predicting 21-14 Alba Golden at halftime is my prediction.
At halftime, what are you predicting final?
I wish I was that good, Rain Man. I wish I was that good.
All right, so who do you think takes that one?
I'm giving it to Alba Golden, I think.
Okay, see, I'm going to take the opposite pick here. Looking at, memory serving, Quinlan Bulls 3-6 overall on the season. Alba Golden 1-8 overall on the season. So I'm taking Quinlan Bulls. I'm taking the Hornets. They're going to fly past those Panthers tonight.
All right, that's interesting assessment there. So I'm saying Quinlan Bulls halftime score 21-14, Alba Golden up in that one. Maybe Alba Golden falls off at halftime and loses to the Quinlan Bulls.
And then we'd both be right.
Then we're both right in some small way. Other teams here that are interesting. Cumbie Trojans at home taking on the Celeste Blue Devils. Cumbie's also looked pretty decent this season. Celeste, a little bit of a slower year. I feel like Celeste always has the problem out there of graduating a team, basically. Not just like a couple guys, like a whole team. So I feel like they're kind of having a similar issue this year. I'm taking the Cumbie Trojans in that one, but I think the Celeste Blue Devils will make a game of it here right at the end. Got nothing to lose, so that's what I'm taking is the Cumbie Trojans in a close game.
I'm gonna match you on that one. I think Cumbie takes this one. That's always the problem when you're looking at 2A football, is you don't have a lot of guys, so you really don't have a great big depth chart to pull from and try to develop people. So once you get a good team going and they all graduate, you're kind of back in a rebuilding phase. Cumbie 5-4 on the year, Celeste 1-7 on the year. I'm taking the Trojans in this one.
All right, and then we have the Canton Eagles on the road up against Sunnyvale, and Canton is kind of an interesting one. I think Canton will take it over Sunnyvale tonight, though I think that one also will be pretty close. Sunnyvale has been, I think, a little bit on again, off again this year, so I'm going to take Canton, but I'm not super knowledgeable about those two teams. So, but that's what I'm predicting.
Right, this is another battle of giants here. Canton on a perfect season run, 9-0, undefeated all season. Sunnyvale, just one game behind, 8-1 coming out here.
Oh, wow.
Both of these teams, Canton, of course, going to be first in that district, undefeated. Sunnyvale probably following up in second place. This is going to be a fun one, and just for the sake of picking an upset, I think Sunnyvale takes this one to try and play spoiler on Canton's undefeated season.
So you're thinking Sunnyvale is going to swing up like how Mount Vernon wants to. I'm thinking in the vein of the Commerce Tigers, Canton is going to finish the year out strong. And
Absolutely.
Then we have the Quinlan Ford Panthers on the road against the Kemp Yellow Jackets. I think I got my brain mixed the two up there. But Quinlan Ford has had a pretty decent year so far, I'm pretty sure. Quinlan Ford's a team I've always liked. For context, my mom taught in Quinlan, the district of Quinlan.
Bias.
For
Homer.
multiple years, which of course makes me biased. I'm pretty sure in the elementary school out there, Butler, she still has a picture of her as a teacher of the year. So I'm biased to Quinlan Ford. I'm taking Quinlan Ford over Kemp on that extension.
Your bias is absolutely leading you the correct way. Quinlan Ford 7-2, third in that district. 2-2 overall in their district slate, though. So both losses came during district play for those Panthers. Kemp, on the other hand, 1-8, kind of in a down season. I think the Panthers are going to take this one.
And Quillen Ford is a team which I feel like from past years has always been kind of like that, kind of in the same way that the Commerce Tigers have been before this year, where they're kind of the middle guy in their district, but have some excellent games. I think tonight's going to be one of those nights where they have one of those games, and they're going to make a very strong showing of things. Before we head out here, just a quick rundown of some of these Thursday finals we have. North Forney Falcons were at home. They took on the Rockwall Yellow Jackets on Thursday, and North Forney got it done over Rockwall, 42-28. That means both Forney teams beat Rockwall this year, bit of an unfortunate thing for the Rockwall Yellow Jackets there, but pretty happy on both sides of the town of Forney. Then the Crandall Pirates on the road, they took on the Greenville Lions, and Crandall gets it done over Greenville 47-21 on Thursday. Then finally, the Terrell Tigers were at home taking on the Mesquite Poteet Pirates. Terrell continues their perfect season in district, 79-34 over Mesquite Poteet. Excellent showing out there for Terrell. Folks, we're going to head to a break here, swing back around in just about 30 seconds with Kevin and Brian for the full call in the Commerce Tigers game at Tiger Stadium. Stick around. It's your station, 88.9 KETR.
Programming on KETR is made possible by Cypress Bank, where manager Victoria Foster and loan officer Aaron Clark are available to assist with deposit and credit needs. Locations in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
Live, local, and commercial free. We're your station, 88.9 KETR, Commerce.
After graduation, John plans to attend Paris.
And good evening, and welcome to Tiger Stadium in Commerce on senior night and the final night of the regular season as your district champion. Commerce Tigers host the Mount Vernon Purple Tigers to end the regular season tonight. I'm Kevin Jeffries alongside Brian Ball, and we'll have the full call of the game for you tonight. It's Preston Norris and Ryan Fulkerson bring you all the area scores from the studio and after the game until all the finals are in on the big Friday night scoreboard program right here on 88.9 FM, streaming at KETR.org, and video tonight on YouTube, youtube.com/KETRFM, or just do a internet search for YouTube and KETRFM. It'll take you right to it. Well, Commerce secured their first district title in 24 years, and it was a fun thing out in Raines last week. They had a record-breaking score. They scored over 71. They scored 71 points on the Raines Wildcats. Commerce had tied their old school scoring record in a single game the previous 2 weeks with 64 points. So that's one heck of a run. The Orange and Black will be the number one seed from District 7 3A, and they'll face the winner of Tatum at Jefferson tonight. So we'll be watching that game really closely for you and keeping up with the score updates on that one. But Commerce wants that undefeated in-district notch in their belt, so they'll be playing hard to start this one. Mount Vernon is likely to want a win over a ranked team as they slide into the playoffs with the 4th seed. So we may be in for a tough rivalry game tonight. Maybe, maybe not. This game has no seeding impact for either team, but it is a rivalry game, and they aren't great friends. The Purple Tigers revolve around very talented running back Dawson Witherspoon. He has 211 carries for 1,679 yards and 25 touchdowns. He was over 1,000 yards by the 4th game of the season, but he only had 73 yards last week in the 38-27 loss to Malakoff. Now, that's a game that Mount Vernon might have actually won, too, if not for 5 turnovers. Now, quietly having a great year is their quarterback, Cade George. He is 82 of 135 passing for 1,135 yards, 14 touchdowns, and 4 interceptions, 2 of which came last week against Malakoff. But last week, Jackson Gray finished the game in Georgia's stead. He threw 3 picks of his own. Now, Gray seemed a bit better running the ball, but we don't know if George was banged up or if it was just a coaching decision to put Gray in. I guess we'll see tonight. Georgia's favorite target this year has been Wesley Salinas, is Mount Vernon's top receiver. He has 35 catches for 628 yards. And 3 other players have between 12 and 17 catches each. So, Brian, Mount Vernon can spread the ball around a little bit if they need to.
Yeah, they certainly can. And, you know, they've really done a good job in the recent years, especially after the Art Browse years, of just kind of maintaining their momentum as far as trying to be a perennial district contender, you know, here in Commerce. You know, like you said, that rivalry, you know, there's no love lost between these two teams, and it's going to be a fun game tonight. Like you said, also, this game doesn't really have any playoff implications. Everything's already set. But, you know, really it's just going to come down to Commerce, you know, looking to – the speed of Commerce has been a factor. They've continued to stop the ball. You know, it's going to be key if they can stop Dawson Witherspoon early. He was a little banged up in recent weeks, but, you know, bounced back. You know, K. George, you know, had a great year. 5 turnovers last week against Malakoff.
Yeah,
it's
hard to win a game on that.
And they were right there knocking at the door to go ahead and get that done. But, you know, yeah, it's going to be interesting tonight, and you know, it's all for pride and trying to keep these guys fresh going into the first week of the playoffs.
Absolutely, and the Commerce Tigers have played well in all phases of the game this year. But they're clearly led by quarterback Aiden Brown, who's had a phenomenal season so far, junior quarterback. He was named the Paris Game Day Offensive MVP for Week 10 last week with 315 passing yards, 161 rushing, and 6 total touchdowns last week. On the season, and we kind of were thinking he didn't have one of his best games, Brian, early, man, but the stats say otherwise. On the season, he's 91 of 144 passing for 1,593 yards. He has 18 touchdowns through the air. He's thrown 4 picks, and he's had 92 carries for 1,160 yards and 16 touchdowns. He was just over 1,000 yards, or just under it, 999 yards coming into last week. He got that 1,000 and got 160 more on the ground last week. Now, obviously, Aiden Brown, a major part of the team. He's sort of the heart and soul of the offense and how it runs through. A good defensive player, too. He's had 2 key picks this season, one of which went for a pick 6 against Malakoff. It was fantastic. That's right. It was against Malakoff, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. And but
at a crucial point in the game because Malakoff was closing the door.
Yeah, they had Malik Garcia and Aiden Brown in on defense because they are fantastic athletes. We hadn't seen a lot of it last couple of games, them on defense, which is for the best. But you know, Aiden Brown, fantastic season. But, man, this whole Commerce squad has looked good this year, Brian.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. And you talk about maybe possibly Aiden Brown starting a little slow last week. We thought it was a little slow, but they were running a lot of different looks, probably trying to prepare for future games as the playoff run, you know, is coming upon us. However, you know, I tip my hat once again to Coach McSheffrey, kind of going out in the second half there with a minimal lead, or what we thought was a marginal lead against a Reigns team that we thought they would be a lot further up on at the half.
Yeah.
However, McSheffrey doing a good job of saying, you know what, let's go play our game here in the second half, and they exploded for a massive amount of points. Aiden Brown came on the scene once again like he always does. The defense put the clamps down in the second half. They minimized their penalties.
Right.
And that's really what you want to see out of this Tiger squad going forward, you know, tonight and hopefully on a deep run into the playoffs.
A historic season for the Commerce Tigers so far, no matter what happens next week as the playoffs begin, the bi-district round. Once again, they'll be playing Jefferson or Tatum, whoever wins that game tonight. But a historical season, first district championship in 24 years. They've set school records so far and a fairly young team. This is going to be a 2-year team at the very least. Aiden Brown, junior, senior, assuming he keeps playing, it doesn't move in the offseason. But a historical season. It's fantastic to see that. A lot of good vibes out here. Community starting to get behind the Commerce Tigers more than they have in many years, and rightfully so, to be celebrating some good times out here. And John McSheffrey, head coach, also proud of them Sulphur Springs Wildcats out there as they are pushing deep. And we'll talk a little bit about some more teams around the region and take a look around the district when we come back. You're listening to Commerce Tigers football on KETR.
Some things are constant, even in trying times, like a familiar friendly voice and a favorite symphony. Each week on SymphonyCast, we're here for you sharing the power of classical music with live concert performances from around the country. I'm Julie Almacher. Join me for SymphonyCast from 8 p.m. for music that can offer strength and comfort in uncertain times.
Sunday night at 7 on 88.9 KETR.
KETR's built trust over decades. Now we build the future. One sponsor, one story, one signal at a time. Help defend public media locally. Learn how at ketr.org/sponsor.
Latrell spent more than 8 years in foster care. His world changed when he was adopted at 15 with help from the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption.
I think about how much we love him, and I wish we could have had him for his entire childhood.
The foundation is changing the lives of thousands of teens waiting in foster care. You can help. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products, including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
And welcome back to Tiger Stadium in Commerce on senior night and the final game of the regular season. The Commerce Tigers, your district champs for the first time in 24 years. Fantastic season. Kevin Jeffries alongside Brian Ball. Commerce is ranked at number 7, still going into the playoffs. Looking around the region real quick, and then we'll talk about some other District 3A games. But in 5A, the undefeated Terrell Tigers have moved into the top 10 at number 9 this week. And that's pretty cool.
Pleasant surprise. It's been a long time since they've been good, but back in the Jamie Foxx days of going to high school, they were always good.
I was about to say, Jamie Foxx might be paying attention now. We'll see. We'll see. He might be waiting for him to go about 3 rounds deep before he really starts paying attention. We'll see. But they beat Crandall 63-13. Crandall's usually a pretty dang good squad. And the Terrell Tigers face Mesquite Poteet tonight, so that'll be an interesting game. And it'll be cool to watch the Terrell Tigers into the playoffs. Now, I touched on the Sulphur Springs Wildcats before we went to break. They hold steady at number 10 after a 38-14 win over Lake Dallas. But tonight, they face the number 6 Frisco Panther Creek Panthers. And that should be a good game for, whoever's going to be second place to Salina in that district. But that would be Salina, the Panther Creek Panthers, and Sulphur Springs. It was a little reminiscent of the years Commerce had to fight 3 state-ranked teams in the district. That's tough.
It is, and no doubt about it. As a matter of fact, a guy at work today who is from Sulphur Springs literally told me he was going to the game after work and that Sulphur Springs is actually going to have an uphill battle. And this is just me quoting a coworker.
Yeah.
But their starting quarterback is out and is going to miss a little bit of time into the playoffs. So it's going to be an uphill battle for them.
Okay.
Hey, all's good for Frisco, but hey, I'm going Sulphur Springs Wildcats tonight.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. And our good friend John Mark Dempsey calling the games out there. KSST, it's on the radio. They have a video stream, at least one video stream. KSST does it all. So if you just look for them, you'll be well rewarded if you want to drop in on a Sulphur Springs Wildcats game. A reminder that this game, we are running video on it tonight as well on YouTube. Just search YouTube and KETR-FM. It's youtube.com/KETR-FM to check out the video for this game tonight. So at least some Commerce Tigers and Purple Tigers of Mount Vernon action you'll be able to watch with your very own eyeballs along with your earballs as you always listen. All right, in 3A, no real changes this week, but the Tigers are at number 7. Pottsboro is at number 10. And Commerce could wind up seeing them again in the playoffs before we get to through the regionals. In 2A, the Honey Grove Warriors hold steady at number 5. They beat Cooper 35-22 and face Omaha Pewitt this week. Pewitt is second in the district. It could get interesting, but I expect Honey Grove to come out with a win on that one. Another good game of the night tonight in this District 3A. We're going to look at the other matchups this week for District 3A. The Winsboro Red Raiders and the Malakoff Tigers are facing off for number 2 seed in district play. At the beginning of the season, before we saw how good Commerce was, we thought this would be for the championship.
Certainly. There's not a doubt in our mind.
Just like last year.
What really kind of set my season for me, living, vicariously through this team,
yes.
is literally watching the way that we just came out. They came out. I don't have a jersey, but they came out and exploded for 50 points in the first half against Winsboro, and haven't looked back since. And
they made Winsboro come out and go, let's just mercy rule this thing,
right.
basically.
And if you
not technically,
and if you remember, that was the first week of district, and it's been lights out ever since.
It has been, and they started the season with the loss to Edgewood, and then they looked real good over Blue Ridge, but it was a canceled game. We got about a quarter and a half out of that one before rain and lightning canceled it, and then they won their next games, and you were like, yeah, you look good, but, I mean, you're not playing Winsboro or Malakoff. We'll see how it happens when you get that Winsboro game, and they did, and we were just blown away. Like, we knew they were good, but they had looked like Commerce always looked, making some big plays, get stopped sometimes, do this and the other. We were noticing that the play calling was better, a little more sharp as Coach McSheffrey took that over this year. We were noticing that they had a few less penalties and they were a little more disciplined than they are in the early going oftentimes in years past. We were noticing that, but we didn't know it was like that.
Right, and you talk about the play calling first year under head coach McSheffrey calling the plays offensively. He's really kind of shined a light really on how this team is and what really makes them go. He knows when to rein them in. He knows when to cut them loose, and that really has been all the difference. The athleticism, the speed, and the ability to get pumped up, but to contain that and know you've got to live to play, another down, and they've done an exceptional job of that this season, and I expect to see more of that in the playoffs.
Absolutely. Well, the Winsboro Red Raiders and Malakoff facing each other. The winner will play Liberty Ilo. The loser will play Atlanta, the number 1 seed out of District 8. Mount Vernon's going to be playing Gladewater. All those are set. Commerce's opponent isn't set, although Commerce will be the number 1 seed. But they'll be playing Jefferson or Tatum. Whoever wins that game will have the number 4 seed in District 8, and that's who Commerce will face. The Range Wildcats are at Mineola after falling to Commerce last week, 71-6 in that record-setting performance by the Commerce Tigers. Mineola defeated Eustis 51-6 last week, and that was Eustis's last game of the year. Kipton Neighbors was 13 of 15 passing for 139 yards. He had 2 touchdowns. He ran the ball 18 times for 176 yards, and he had 3 scores. He had the game we thought he might last week. A great sophomore talent, and that should be a pretty good game tonight. The Wildcats and the Yellow Jackets. We'll see. I'm going to have to favor Kipton Neighbors and the Yellow Jackets in that one, but the Rains Wildcats and the Shields brothers could make for an exciting game.
Yeah, they certainly can. I mean, and you talk about youth of these teams. Yeah. Both of those teams, as well as Malakoff, is also very youthful now.
And Commerce.
I mean, Commerce has a few upperclassmen, juniors, but you're seeing these other teams that have got a lot of sophomores that are starting on this team.
I mean, like a lot.
And we don't know, and we've talked about that in recent weeks too, is about, the every other year realignment of districts. We don't know what UIL is going to decide, but ultimately you can expect to see at least a handful of these teams remain in Commerce's district.
I mean, I certainly expect the Rains Wildcats to stay in, so as they have for the past 8 years for redistricting. So that's kind of a look around the region and the look around the district. In the playoffs, week 1, Commerce plays Jefferson or Tatum, as I said. Malakoff versus Winsboro winner faces Liberty Ilo. The loser gets Atlanta, and Mount Vernon will play Gladewater.
Kevin, real quick, who you got in the Winsboro-Malakoff game if you're just taking bets? I mean, friendly bets, of course.
I'm going to go with Winsboro.
I think so, too.
I think they'll get the run it back and take the win this year. They lost Malakoff
so, too.
last
Now,
year.
one thing we saw with Winsboro was their defense was a little down from what we've seen in recent years, and that's just not us. That's everyone that I've talked to around the district has kind of expressed that that same sentiment. Now, whereas we saw Malakoff kind of make a comeback on Commerce in that second half, it made it a little too close for comfort, at least for us old guys up here in the booth.
Yes.
But ultimately, I think that Winsboro also wins that game, and it's probably predominantly because of their upper class, the Camden K parts.
Right. They have a higher level of talent overall. I think at this stage, Malakoff has more discipline, and they're more, I don't know, they are more like a unstoppable juggernaut, I guess. When you get into a game, like you can never count Malakoff out.
Discipline is a great word for that.
Discipline. There we go. Very disciplined, but their talent level, I still don't think approaches Winsboro's talent level.
Yeah, because they graduated a lot. They're playing younger, and that's going to take time. But both of those teams have a great program, so.
It's a good game.
It's going to be interesting going forward. So, hey, Ryan will keep us updated, I guess, on
Absolutely.
that one, as well as the Tatum
Jefferson game.
So.
Yeah, we'll have it all for you. Plus the Commerce Tigers facing the Mount Vernon Purple Tigers as they come to town. Commerce won this game last year. We'll talk a little bit about that when we return. You are listening to Commerce Tigers football on KETR.
When storms hit, when schools close, when news breaks close to home, KETR is here. No federal safety net, no corporate conglomerate, just your station, powered by you. Keep it strong with sponsorship at ketr.org/sponsor.
Hi, it's Maria Hinojosa from Latino USA. We all love great stories, and great stories are what we pride ourselves in delivering to you each week. Stories from the heart, stories that make you think, help inspire you, and maybe even get you a little angry. So if you haven't tuned in lately, I invite you to stop by. Thanks for listening.
Sunday at 5 p.m. on KETR.
Maybe it was a family vacation or a school field trip. But there you were, standing in awe at a national park. We are the National Park Foundation, and together with you, we're creating a future where every person, every generation, gets their chance at an unforgettable moment. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
Programming on KETR is made possible by Cypress Bank, where manager Victoria Foster and loan officer Aaron Clark are available to assist with deposit and credit needs. Locations in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
I told you to take out the trash, Glenn.
Snap judgment means your mother, your kids, the dog, and your boss are just going to have to wait until the story is over. Join me, Glenn Washington, for Snap Judgment. Snap Judgment. Storytelling with a B. Do not miss
it. Saturday afternoon at 3 on KETR.
And welcome back to Tiger Stadium on senior night, as we saw the Little Tigers run out onto the field just a second ago. Both, we've heard the alma mater for the Commerce High School out here. The Commerce Tigers in the all-black home uniforms, black helmet with orange stripe. We have white numerals outlined in orange. Black pants, black jerseys with the orange and white stripes on the shoulder. And Mount Vernon, I think it's in their all-road whites. I don't see the team at the moment, but I saw them earlier working out. And I think
unless they change that, that's what I saw them in.
Okay, there we
walking
go.
In.
Good, because my memory ain't what it used to be, but I was pretty sure that's what I saw.
Now, the white can sometimes be hard for us to see, but if they got the bright purple numbers, right.
It'll be nice, yeah. The important stuff, how well we can see the numbers. All right. So last year, this game, Commerce beat Mount Vernon 55-6. It could be that kind of score tonight if both teams are going full force for the whole game. We'll see. I expect Mount Vernon to be better than they were last year. They have played better. Their season has been better than it was last year. Last year kind of went off the rails.
Correct. That's derailed was exactly what I was going to say when we met them at the end of the season.
And so, it was a whole thing. Jordan McMurray had 140 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Brooks Bell had 131 yards rushing and 3 scores. Mount Vernon had less than just 153. They had just 153 yards of total offense. And so Commerce completely dominated that. So you're talking about a game tonight that's being played for pride. Mount Vernon Tigers got a little bit of pride they want to win back.
Yeah, they certainly do. And you know, that I completely forgot about how they minimalized completely, you know, shut off the Mount Vernon offense last season in the regular season. And, and
that
the
Brooks
first
Bell exploding too. I mean, he'd had some good games, but
yeah, Brooks Bell was a big part of the second half of the season's running game for the Commerce Tigers last year as well.
It's good. Joe McMurray, man, he fantastic athlete, but they needed a little bit of a 1-2 punch.
He needed a breather from time to time
Exactly.
because he was getting a lot of workload. So
playing linebacker for the whole game too.
I mean, every year it's been really fun, and thus far this year, man, it's just felt super special, especially as we've gone into the district. So hey. For all those that came before you, you've got a responsibility, Commerce Tigers.
Absolutely.
Go out there and get them.
Absolutely. All right, so Mount Vernon is coming from the locker room. They're lining up behind their tunnel. Both the teams, we expect to see them running onto the field soon. We expect to have the national anthem and get this one underway. But we've been talking a lot about Commerce's playoff opponent, and it will be Jefferson or Tatum by all accounts. And that will be the number 4 seed out of District 8. Gladewater won that district last week. Gladewater versus Atlanta. Gladewater won that one. So they're 5-0. Atlanta is 5-1. They'll be the number 2 seed. Liberty Ilo is the number 3 seed because they beat the snot out of Jefferson last week, which nobody really expected to happen.
What was the score of the Gladewater Atlanta game? Do you have that on you?
I don't have it.
We can check for you guys, but yeah, I mean that was a surprise too. Both of those two have been at the top all season long.
I do have it somewhere.
So, but yeah, that district's always tough, Kevin. When you look at Deep East Texas District 8, I mean historically anyway, they have been.
Absolutely.
But this year it's a little harder to read, a little more difficult to read, just because you see a lot of the teams that we've seen at the top just kind of beating each other up. Like you said, that Jefferson getting kind of blown out by Liberty Ilo last week. Wow,
Yeah.
But hey, that's why we play the games.
Absolutely. So, and we're talking about this because it will be Mount Vernon coming on with purple smoke. Following the Commerce Tigers as they run onto the field, and the cheerleaders are carrying the flags for the Commerce High School, CHS. Ryan Fulkerson used to be the flag bearer for the Commerce Tigers back when he was still in high school, running out onto the field. And so Mount Vernon with the purple smoke filling the visiting sideline out there as the captains get ready to go to midfield. We're looking at District 8 once again. I do have it. Gladewater beat Atlanta 34-18. 34-18. So that was that's a pretty convincing win. Gladewater faces White Oak tonight, and they're almost certainly going to make it a perfect district record. Atlanta's off. That was the end of their season last week, regular season. Liberty Ilo plays winless Sabine, so they're going to win that one, and that's what's going to keep them at the number 3 seed, and so Jefferson won't have a chance to keep up unless Sabine wins. Okay, there's always weird things that happen, but they're much better than Sabine.
They're not doing really well this year.
No wins.
Yeah.
It would be like Eustis beating Commerce or Eustis beating Malakoff.
Euless Trinity.
Yeah. No, I mean maybe. I don't know. I don't want to say that bad, but they're out midfield flipping the coins now, Brian. If you keep an eye on that. But Jefferson hosts Tatum for the number 4 seed. So it should be one of those teams that Commerce faces in the bi-district round. And it was Tatum versus Commerce in 2023 out in Lindale. So that would be a recent rematch as well. And Brian, I don't think Commerce and Jefferson have ever played. I can't find any information on Commerce versus Jefferson.
I'm old. But I want to say they have because it's East Texas. But again, the records do get a little sketchy as we go back, which we've seen things that we're like, well, they've never played, but then people are unearthing things where you're like, well, they have.
But I'm not sure they were in the same classification for many, many years.
No. And we had Avon Johnson on a few weeks ago, and he's such a big Commerce Tiger fan. I love him to death.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he actually called me on my way here tonight and was asking. He didn't know if Commerce was a big 3A or a small 3A and all that, and I let him know that we were big.
Yeah.
And he was like, how big is their school? What is their student?
It's the same size it was when you were here.
Right, and I think that, and to all those listening back home, hey, if you guys have a better idea, feel free to call in and let us know. But my belief personally is that maybe when we went to a 6A system, that bumped a lot of teams up naturally.
And before we went to 6A, Commerce spent one redistricting year as a 2A school. I remember calling that with John Mark Dempsey. They moved down to a 2A. I believe Commerce won the toss and will be receiving to start the game. And it makes a lot of sense. We'll see how it plays out, but I kind of expect these teams to really play the first half full force. And
I hope we at least get to see that. But, yes, at a certain point you got to balance out whether you're going to rest versus, losing repetition.
All right, we'll take a quick break and be back with more Commerce Tigers football on your station, 88.9 KETR.
We all have someone we love, like the favorite lyric in our favorite song. You can't imagine life without them. Cancer screening tests can help keep the person you love around longer by detecting changes before cancer develops, or catch it early when it may be easier to treat. And many tests are available for free or are covered by insurance. It's time to sound like a broken record. Tell all your friends and family, I love you. Get screened. Visit cancer.org/getscreened to learn more.
From local news to the heartbeat of Texas music, 88.9 KETR brings you the stories and sounds that matter. Think about why you tune in daily. Is it our in-depth reporting or our showcase of local artists? For just $10 a month, you can help keep quality journalism and Texas tunes on the air. Visit KETR.org right now. And thanks.
East Texas A&M Lions are going to be back home on November 8th. Taking on the McNeese State Cowboys. How about a 4 o'clock kickoff in Memorial Stadium? Can the Lions come up with another dub over the Pokes? Brock Calloway and I will be here to tell you how. If you can't make it, pregame coverage will start live at 3 p.m. and then the kickoff at 4 o'clock. All of it right here on your station, 88.9 KETR.
I was in the hospital with my son for 18 months.
When he got injured, I knew I had to be strong.
I just remember rushing into his room and giving him a big hug and letting him know I was there.
These veterans and families are just a few of the heroes we serve at Homes for Our Troops. We build specially adapted custom homes with features like wheelchair access and automatic door openers that allow them to focus on their recovery and family.
This house is freedom. It's hope. It's a new beginning.
Visit hfotusa.org.
We got just a last couple of seconds of the Roaring Tiger Marching Band doing the national anthem here on senior night for the final game of the regular season. The Commerce Tigers hosting the Mount Vernon Purple Tigers, and this game has no real bearing on their playoff positioning. Commerce number 1 seed, Mount Vernon number 4 seed from the district, and that won't change tonight. But what is on the line is pride and a rivalry game for both of these teams. Mount Vernon definitely want to run one back after losing 55-6 to Commerce last year, and the Commerce Tigers wanting that perfect district record under the nearly full moon on this first game in November. And hopefully it is not the next to last, and hopefully we have, I don't know, how many games is it the state championship? I think it's like 5? Yeah, something like that. At least 5 more games. That would be nice. So we'll talk a little bit more in the game about some of the playoff scenarios and the 3A teams that are ranked in state and whatnot and what to look out for. But it'll be districts 5, 6, 7, and 8 until the regionals, which I think would be the quarterfinals. And then we will play whoever emerges from districts 1, 2, 3, and 4. So if the Tigers get that far. So it will be good. We're getting ready to kick this one off. The Mount Vernon Tigers kicking off to the Commerce Tigers tonight, as the Commerce Tigers are district champions for the first time in 24 years. Here's the approach, the kick. It's deep, fielded at the 11, up to the 15, the 20, and the far sideline. 30 will exit through the special teams. 35 taken down just inside the 40. Commerce with good field position to start this one.
Yeah, that was a really good return there by number 2, Luca Silvaggi. Kicked to the far left side of the field. He found a little crease and able to ride that crease all the way up past the 40-yard line. No flags on the play. You know, my blind eyes have to be hesitant on that these days.
Yeah.
Used to be good at that, Kevin, but
Oh, yeah, I remember going to play golf with you. I couldn't find the ball. I go, Brian, where is it? And you're like, right there.
crazy thing is if I play
yards
Frisbee
now.
golf, I can't find the Frisbee, but I can see a little white ball.
All right, Commerce starting from their own 40-yard line. We thought they had the 41, but they'll start from the 40-yard line in their own territory. Reminder, this game is also being video streamed at YouTube. Here's a pitch back, a flea flicker to Donovan McNabb down the sideline. It's a foot race to the 20, 10, 5, touchdown, Commerce on the flea flicker. Aiden Brown catches a touchdown.
Look, Sheffrey has not ceased to amaze me all year long with these play calls, Kevin. He flicked the ball right back immediately. Did you say Donovan McNabb?
Yes,
Okay.
not McNabb, but Donovan Maria.
Yes, Donovan Maria there, Mr. Reliable for this year's team. Sure enough, it was able to find him, and the ball's coming back. I thought that was an offsides. We do have a flag back at the 35-yard line, and they're going to go ahead and call that on Commerce. Why not? They're used to it. Back them up 5 at least.
I am heartbroken, Brian.
I know, because that was a beautiful play.
It was to Aiden Brown, too. He would have had a reception. He would have had the triple crown of getting touchdowns.
That was a really beautiful touch there by Maria on that pass, too. Just floated it up
Yes.
there, saw that he had Aiden Brown wide open.
If you remember, he started as the number 2 quarterback.
So that's going to be a illegal formation, I guess. I'm not sure, but that's going to be 1st and 15.
False start, probably. Here's a handoff. Kamani Graham off the left side. He's at the 50. The 40 into Mount Vernon territory. It's a foot race. 10. He's going to get it. 5. Touchdown. Kamani Graham. 65 yards for the score.
Well, the ball don't lie, as they say in East Texas. And I tell you what, on that one right there, they were expecting more of the same. That time on the read option, he was able to hand it off to Kamani Graham, able to get outside off tackle, and once he did, he was able to get downfield, picked up one block from one of his receivers, and the rest is history.
No flags on that one. Kamani Graham just,
That's
I
gonna
mean,
be
that was such
65.
great blocking. Yeah, 65 yards. Here's the kick. It's up, and it's good. Commerce strikes first, strikes twice, and they count one of them. 7-0 Commerce over Mount Vernon. 11:28 left in the first quarter. Back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
Support for Commerce Tigers football on 88.9 KETR is provided in part by Russell Beasley, CPA, providing tax and accounting services for individuals and businesses throughout Northeast Texas. More at beasley.cpa.
Ryan Fulkerson here, keeping a close eye on the Jefferson Bulldogs game tonight, and Jefferson takes the lead early in this one, 7-0 after a Tatum turnover. Tatum strikes back to even it up at 4 minutes with a 15-yard strike to the end zone to Grant Adcock. Then Jefferson starts their drive on their own 25 after a holding penalty called back a huge kick return, but an onside kick after a 3-and-out gives the Bulldogs a new set of downs in Eagle territory, leading to an almost 40-yard bomb from Chance Washington to Travis Gray Jr. to retake the lead. Jefferson leads this one 14-7 with 1 minute to play in the first. Now back to Tiger Stadium, guys.
Thanks a lot, Ryan. Jefferson leading that one. They started that game a little early, Brian.
Yeah, it sounds like it, but you know, too early to tell, Kevin. But it sounds like they're in for a barn burner.
Oh
out
yeah,
there.
they're pretty well evenly matched. That is going to be a good game out there. All right, here's the kick. It's short. Handled coming up the middle of the special teams, gets to the 40 and knocked off there. So Mount Vernon will have pretty good field position to start this drive. And we were talking about it during the break, Brian, and we don't think it was a false start. It was a 5-yard penalty on Aiden Brown's 60-yard touchdown catch. We don't think it was a false start, or they would have whistled the play dead. So likely an illegal formation.
Right. Yeah,
Or
that's
shift.
usually where you see the split end and the wide receiver pointing at the ref on the side saying, am I good, am I good? Maybe he didn't get that signal. Once again, but that was Hunter Carroll on the return there, brought down by Lucas Elvagi. So decent field position for Mount Vernon to start their first drive of the game.
At the 43-yard line, after Commerce scored on their first fix and feed first down of the game. 1st and 10, man in motion. Mount Vernon moving left to right. Here's the pitch, shovel pass up to the 45, taking off his feet around the 48. This will be a 5, maybe 6 yards on the carry. Second down, Mount Vernon.
Yeah, good end around right there. I think that was number 10 on the carry. Dawson Witherspoon lined up out of the wide receiver position, finally being brought down there by number 20, Tyler Orso. We've called his name quite a few here in recent weeks.
All right. Nobody in the backfield, 3 receivers on the far side. Ball on the near hash.
That's a false start. I'm sorry. I didn't mean
false start for Mount Vernon. The coaches jumped and yelled. Commerce's coaches were jumping.
Yeah.
McSheffrey and then one of the other coaches who's standing there with him were like, hey.
Yeah,
No, actually, I don't think that was McSheffrey. It was a couple of the assistants.
Yeah, it was actually the outside left tackle, Connor McCurdy, just got a little bit antsy on that one.
So they lose that. 2nd and 10. 3 receivers far, 1 near. Here's the snap. 3-step drop. Looking to the near sideline. Dumps it over the middle. It's caught. Turning it upfield to the 50. He's got the first down. Looks like he grabbed a face mask over there.
We got a flag on the play here and another flag with a hat coming off.
I think the hat is a face mask, and this play in the middle is going to be holding. So this may be offsetting penalties, Brian. We'll see.
Yeah, time will tell. Did you see the number on that reception there?
13.
That's going to be Wesley Salinas, their leading receiver, coming across the middle on the play, able to pick up positive yards. Good blocking up front by Mount Vernon on that. Commerce not able to really penetrate in the backfield, allowing Cade George plenty of time to throw the football.
Yeah, it was a drag route by Salinas. Very well executed. And he got a lot of yards. All his yards were after the catch. I think he caught it. He caught
Maybe
it about
a yard,
1 yard.
yeah.
1 or 2 yards downfield. And the refs talking about this one. The first flag's usually, when it's during the play, it's usually an offensive.
Okay, so that face mask, you did call that. Okay, you saw the face mask on
I
the far
saw
side of the
Salinas,
field.
his head was jerked around hard as they drove him out of bounds. So it looked like he had gotten grabbed. So offset, bring up 2nd down once again. Play doesn't count.
Much ado about nothing.
Yeah. I always feel, offsetting's fine. I always feel ways, though, when it's a 15 versus a 10 or something like that. Or a personal foul versus a holding. But, that's the way it is. I can't think of anything better. That's the thing. It's like I go, that doesn't feel right. But
lining up offsides versus a chop block.
Yes,
But what can you do?
So
2nd and 10 it is.
I can't think of really a better system because just assigning all the penalties would be unruly. 4 wide receivers. Witherspoon to the right of George. As a man goes in motion underneath. Here's the snap. Hand off to Witherspoon to the far side. Caught in the backfield and taken down at the 40. A loss of 3 yards for Witherspoon.
Man, that's an excellent job by number 25, Alan Rios, sniffing that play out, getting into the backfield unblocked, able to stop Witherspoon for a rare loss, which his season is saying something. And that's going to back him up. Loss of 3, it looks like, maybe 2. Yeah,
2.
2.
They gave him forward progress up to the 41. So he's going to lose 2 yards on that. And, Commerce doing a great job. Alan Rios has really come on in the second half of the season. 42 tackles, a sack, 9 tackles for loss. Bunched 4 wide receivers on the near side in a diamond formation. 1 wide receiver on the far, no back. And shotgun for George. Here's the pass. It's caught just under the 50-yard line. Taken down immediately. Salinas with the catch up to the 46-7. Looks like they'll give him.
Yeah, so it looks like they're going to give him about 6 yards on the play, but it's going to bring up a pretty long 4th down. Wesley Salinas there that time able to come up with the catch before being brought down by number 13, Malik Garcia.
And it looks like they'll have bringing out the punt team on this on 4th and 6 from their own 47-yard line. So they wound up getting 6 yards on the drive. Mount Vernon and Commerce. Commerce up 7-0 with 8:50 left in the game. It's a fake punt. No, he ran it out to the side, and finally when he got pressured, he punts it away, a rugby punt. Good punt. It lands at the 12 and takes a Mount Vernon bounce. It's going to get down to the 1-yard line.
Man, that was a high football IQ play. That's number 6, Ryder Bowers for the Mount Vernon Purple Tigers, punting that ball, but his awareness of where the line of scrimmage was, because he had me deked up here. I thought for sure he was going to run it, but at the last minute when he saw that pressure, was able to kick it away, and it's going to pin Commerce really deep.
What I think they may do is give him the option on that. They want him to run, buy time to let the coverage team get downfield, but if he's not pressured, he takes off and run. He ripped off like a 56-yard fake punt run last week against Malakoff on 4th and 9.
Yeah, the kid didn't look slow for sure.
No, they did very well. That was when they were working towards tying it up at the half, or getting close, closing the gap. All right, Commerce at their own 1-yard line. Big formation. Malik Garcia split out wide to the far side. Commerce moving right to left across your YouTube stream screen. Ball on the near hash. 7-0 Commerce. 8:35 left in the first quarter. Here's the snap. A throw by Aiden Brown to the sidelines, just out of reach of Malik Garcia. Garcia had burned his coverage man and went out there. It was thrown immediately by Aiden Brown. Got to say, what, 6 inches, Brian?
Yeah, if that. And I tell you, on that, Aiden Brown immediately, like you said, threw the ball. Malik Garcia, he recognized the man coverage on the outside. Mount Vernon showing blitz early, and he just kind of put a little too much on that football.
All right, same formation. Here's the snap. Aiden Brown going to run it, trying to get through the middle of the field. He does. He's up to the 10, takes a sidestep, spin move. Blake's 2 tackles, 3 tackles, finally hit and taken down. It's going to be another fix and feed first down for Commerce at the 16-yard line.
Well, we got a flag back at the 5.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, once again, a flag from the side judge, and we'll see. Hopefully that's going to be an offsides against Mount Vernon, but
it's hard to say.
It once again, I don't know. Yeah, there's an offsides.
There we
they're
go.
Going to decline it.
Good
deal.
call, Brian. Good eyes.
Broken clock's right twice a day
There
at
you
least,
go.
Kevin. So, hey.
So gets it up to the 16-yard line for a 15-yard run by Aiden Brown.
Good pickup for the last week's player of the game.
Yeah.
Player of the game.
Fix and feed first down. Here's a shovel pass to Lucas Elvaggi, working his way to the outside, getting behind his blockers, trying to cut up field. It's a sideline. Doesn't get much room to run, but he had managed to work about 6 yards upfield, maybe 5. So it'll be second down for Commerce.
Yeah, good play call, kind of spreading the field a little bit and giving Lucas Elvaggi to do what he does best, and he's really crafty when he gets out in the open field.
I think it's going to be 6 yards on the run, so a 2nd and 4.
That was a run there?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's going to be a pass. You are
Yeah.
correct. It was a shovel pass to Lucas Elvaggi. They have the ball at the 22-yard line of Commerce. 2 receivers far, 1 near. 3 on the far side. Brandon Anderson.
And now we got a flag for a false start.
How? Come on.
Coming from the back judge with the man in motion.
Brandon Anderson went in motion. And then Aiden Brown and Kamani Graham kind of stood up to look to the side, but they weren't in 3-point stances. You can stand up if you don't get down to begin with.
Right, yeah, not exactly sure about that call.
Anyway.
But regardless, these are things that Commerce is, going to try to clean up going into the playoffs
Yeah.
for sure.
So 2nd and 9 for Commerce from the 17-yard line. Here's the snap. Aiden Brown keeps it. Off left tackle. He's to the 20, 25, working through the defense. Oh, a quick juke move to the 30. Picks up another 10 yards. We've seen that spin move, but he's hitting the juke stick tonight.
Yeah, that time he broke the ankles of number 12, Braden Baker for the Mount Vernon Purple Tigers. And Aiden Brown just showing that explosive acceleration, able to get to the outside. Great blocking up front by the Commerce line.
24 yards on the carry for Aiden Brown. This makes it look so effortless. Fix and feed first down. Brandon Anderson in motion. Shovel pass. Cuts up off right tackle. Making his way to the outside. He's got a sideline. Zip to the 45. 40. Breaks a tackle. Ducks another tackle around the 30 and breaks 3. He's going to go. He's going to go. Touchdown. Brandon Anderson squirted out of 4 Mount Vernon defenders to take it to the house.
I tell you, that was just an explosion, patience, athleticism, all bundled into one package right there on that end around to Brandon Anderson.
Flag on the play
and
back
once
at
again,
the line
we've
of
got
scrimmage.
another flag. So,
Look, that. Oh, my goodness. He had already broken 2 or 3 tackles, and then 4 jerseys converge on him. And I guess they all hit each other instead of Brandon Anderson because he just squirted out. Emmitt Smith had a play against the Giants way back in the 90s that was like that too. But that was amazing.
Okay, so that's going to be a hold. Looks like they're going to back him up 10. And, what was really cool about him getting out of that, doesn't count. But what was really neat about that was that duck move that he did where he ducked under a guy. And it caused one Mount Vernon Tiger to go into another Mount Vernon Tiger. And next thing you know, coming out of the pile there was Brandon Anderson. All for nothing yet once again, though.
And it's that Brandon Anderson, we thought he was going to be one of the leading receivers this year, but he's wound up being like a force on defense primarily.
His defense has been incredible.
He from the cornerback position, 78 tackles, 2 tackles for loss. He's blocked a field goal. He's blocked a punt. He has 2 interceptions, a forced fumble, a fumble recovery, and a hurry as well. He's been a force on defense, and it's fun to get him some offensive time like that, and heartbreaking that it didn't actually count. Fix and feed, first down, 1st and 20 for the Commerce Tigers from their own 31-yard line. 6:46 left in the first quarter, 7-0 Commerce. Man in motion, Malik Garcia. He stops, reverses course. Read option, Aiden Brown keeps it. Off right tackle, working to the linebacker level. He's going to get 8 yards on the carry, bring up 3rd and 12.
Yeah, he got a good chunk of that back there after the hold was Aiden Brown. Once again, kind of a read option to Malik Garcia coming in motion, able to tuck the ball and keep it. Pretty good fake handoff. Looked like a lot of the defense of Mount Vernon bid on that, but, Aiden Brown able to pick up a solid 8 on the play.
2nd and 12, 2 receivers near, 2 far, ball in between the hash marks. Kamani Graham to the right of Aiden Brown in the shotgun. Here's the snap, 3-step drop, looking over the middle, Malik Garcia has it. He turns around, plunges upfield, dragging a defender, gets the first down. Malik Garcia getting it done tough.
Yeah, that's going to be 14 yards on that play. One thing I noticed there is that Commerce really just seems to be out muscling the Mount Vernon Tigers. Yards after contact have been big early on for the Tigers, despite the early penalties.
Yes. Do we have another penalty? No. They're looking to the side. I am shell-shocked
Thank
now.
goodness.
That's 2 touchdowns called back off of penalties. All right, fix and feed, first down for Commerce, up 7-0 over Mount Vernon. 2 receivers far, 2 near, ball in the middle of the field. Wyatt Marker comes in motion to the near side, reverses course, handoff to Kamani Graham off right tackle. Plunges through the middle of the line. Linebacker gets a hold of him and takes him down, but that'll be 6 yards on the carry for Kamani Graham.
Yeah, I don't like that spot. I mean, I thought he got at least 7, but maybe his knee might have gone down like we always say.
Yeah.
Those guys are right down there on the field, but Kamani Graham once again showing his explosive speed and strength with those legs.
Same formation, Wyatt Marker in motion, fakes the pitch, launches down the far sideline, looking for the receiver. Donovan Maria has it! He has it over the defender on the far sideline. Oh, my goodness.
Completely interfered with, in my opinion, on that play. Regardless, he goes up and makes the catch. Incredible play, incredible awareness, and great concentration by Donovan Maria. Sets Commerce up for a 1st and goal.
39-yard catch by Donovan Maria on the amazing catch at the sideline. He was well covered. And from the 4, a fix and feed first down. Malik Garcia in motion, stops, reverses field. Here's the snap. Aiden Brown looking towards the end zone, getting flushed out of the pocket. Launches, caught, touchdown. Luca Selvaggi with the 6.
That's a great play right there. Aiden Brown able to just shake the pressure, roll back to the near side, and then just throw in a bullet. Luca Selvaggi coming out of the slot on the middle inside of the end zone for the Tigers to put them up 13-0.
Huge catch by Donovan Maria, and Luca Selvaggi secures the points for the Tigers. Here's the kick. It's up, and it is good. Your Commerce Tigers up 14-0 with just under 5 minutes left to go in the first quarter. More Tigers football after this on KETR. 88.9 KETR News keeps you in touch with the world at home in Northeast Texas. KETR.org brings you local news, along with reports and features from NPR. You can hear the local morning headlines, as well as read stories from across the nation and beyond. Online at KETR.org.
Preston Norris here with the big Friday night scoreboard program. Got a few scores for you. Starting out first, the Caddo Mills Foxes on the road up against the Van Alstyne Panthers. Knotted up 14-all in the second quarter in that one. Then the Honeygrove Indians at home playing host to the Omaha Pewitt Brahmas. 21-8, Honeygrove leads it there. Finally, Malakoff at home playing host to the Winsboro Red Raiders. Malakoff starts it off their first 7-0 in the first quarter. Sending it back to Tiger Stadium. Guys?
Thank you very much. A reminder once again that we are streaming video tonight. It's
YouTube.
fun.
It's on YouTube.
It's a lot of fun. YouTube.com/KETRFM. Here's the kick from Commerce. It's high and not real deep, fielded at the 24-yard line. Working his way out to the far side, gets up to about the 30, and that's around where Mount Vernon will take over on their second drive of the game.
Really good special teams coverage on that. The kick was actually laid down on the ground between the two lines or rows of return men for Mount Vernon, and Commerce able to get down there in a hurry and minimize the gain there for the Purple Tigers. Going to set them up, like you said, right at their 30, 31-yard line.
Yeah. All right. Ball on the far hash. Two stacked receivers on the near side. One goes in motion. Here's the snap. Hand off to Witherspoon. Off right tackle, trying to work his way through the middle of the defense. He gets hit about 2 yards deep and drags a Commerce defender another 5. A good run by Witherspoon, but hey, it didn't go for a touchdown. 8 yards.
Sure didn't. Commerce doing a really good job. I like they've run pretty much a 3-3-5 defense all year long, relying on a lot of help for the secondary to come up and the linebackers spread out on that. But Witherspoon's been a beast all season.
Oh, yeah. Very, very talented back. 3 receivers on the far side, Witherspoon to the right of George. Witherspoon gets the handoff to the left, and he gets stopped after 1 yard gain. He's going to bring up 3rd and 1 for the Purple Tigers.
Yeah, a couple of Tigers in on the play. The one number I recognized was number 20, Tyler Orso, once again coming around from the outside to prevent the first down from happening.
3rd and 1 for Mount Vernon. They're down 14-0 to Commerce. 3:50 left in the first quarter. Commerce Tigers dominating this one so far. They've had 2 touchdowns called back on penalties. 3 receivers on the near side, none on the far side. Ball on the far hash. Here's the handoff, and caught in the backfield and taken down. Witherspoon going nowhere. 4th down.
Yeah, it's Marcaden Maps finally able to wrap him up, but there were a couple of Tigers immediately in the backfield. Didn't catch numbers on them. But, yeah, doing a great job and backing Witherspoon up, which rarely occurs this year as well.
Right. He's going to lose 2 yards on the carry, so a 4th and 3. We'll see if they bring out the punt. They're going to go for it. 3:10 left in the first quarter, 14-0 Commerce. Witherspoon lined out at a receiver here on the near side. Too far, too near. And tight ends in tight. Shotgun, here's the snap. 3-step drop. Quick throw over the middle, wide open. Salinas. He's taken off his feet inside Commerce territory. He's going to fall down, and that was good play call and good execution as Mount Vernon works it down to the Commerce 45.
Yeah, it sure was. I mean, Salinas lining up at the slot. I have to think that was somewhat of a blown coverage, being their leading wide receiver. They had nobody on him.
It was a late release off the end, so I think he faked
the
block.
blitz.
Yeah. 3 receivers near, 1 far. 1st and 10 for Mount Vernon. 3-step drop, fires over Salinas, caught around the 46-yard line and gets it up to about the 41. So he's going to get 4 yards on the catch. Over the middle on the sidearm pass from Cade George.
Did you get the number of that receiver there, Kevin?
Salinas once again.
Once again, okay, so 4 yards more.
All right, 2nd and 6 from the Commerce 41-yard line. 3 receivers on the far side. Quick pass to Salinas in the flat, blocking the back on Maria.
There's
no
flag. There's the flag.
Okay.
We got it from the far guy. 3 other refs were right there in the face.
Or
but
holding,
yeah,
maybe.
Now that's good. Yeah, it's going to be a block in the back or a hold offensively. That's coming back.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
It was pretty obvious. Who was that Commerce defender? Did you catch that number?
Oh, you talking about the one that got blocked in the back? I think that was Brandon Anderson coming up from the safety.
Yeah,
position.
he was going to make a good tackle on Salinas, too. He was in position to make a great play. That's why he got held. Send him back 10 yards. Where Brandon Anderson might have been, he was up there quick enough, might have been able to force that ball loose, too, you know?
Yeah, certainly. Comer's doing a good job of getting off the snap defensively, able to get in the backfield and disrupt the Mount Vernon offense early on, which has been a good sign.
Mount Vernon pushed back into their own territory at their own 49-yard line. 2nd and 16. 2 receivers on each side. Witherspoon to the right of George in the shotgun. Ball on the far hash. Witherspoon moving to the left side. Man in motion. Here's the snap. And off to Witherspoon. Off right tackle. Gets into the middle of the defense. And woo! Almost breaks free for big yards. But Commerce finally able to converge as they bring him down. But a good gain by Witherspoon. Ooh. Whoa, he almost got to top speed. If he had, he'd been gone.
Yeah, Jamie Brockway coming off the outside linebacker got into the backfield but picked up a chip block from one of the Mount Vernon linemen able to make that a positive gain for Mount Vernon.
3rd and 6. Witherspoon with 10 yards, and this is going to be.
Should be a fault.
Well, I mean, I think it's an offsides and encroachment, but I didn't think he actually touched the player. The fact that they blew it dead makes me think there's a chance it's a false start, but I think this is on Commerce, and it'll bring up a 3rd and 1.
And I think the only reason I was thinking that is because, they're going to march it off against Commerce based on the way the guy's going. The 3-3-5 defense, all three of the defensive linemen jumped at the same time. So it might have been a hard count.
Yeah, you saw how that you said they've been getting off the ball, getting off the count really good so far. Mount Vernon noticed, and they paused that snap just to beat.
Yep.
All right, so a 3rd and 1 now. They get 5 yards from that, needed 6. They're at the 36-yard line of Commerce. Officials stopped the clock for a minute. 1:14 left in the first quarter. 14-0 Commerce. 15 seconds on the play clock. 2 receivers far, 1 near. Ball on the far hash. Shotgun formation for Cade George. Dawson Witherspoon to his left on the far hash. Here's the snap. Hands off to Witherspoon. Coming over the right side. Dodges Cameron Red. Drags him for a couple yards. That'll be a first down and a late flag. I fear this is going to go against Commerce for a late hit.
Had Cade George on the keeper there?
No, that was a handoff to Witherspoon.
Witherspoon, okay.
And he got it down to the 30-yard line for 6 yards on the carry, and that was a first down. We'll see how much more they get.
Yeah, I think it was a late hit. I didn't exactly see, but Commerce faithful filling up the stands here tonight for their last home game of the season.
It should put them at the 15 if it was a personal foul. I missed the announcement and the signal from the ref. There you go, 15 yards. This is what you didn't see, and this one came really late. So I think there was some extracurriculars with Dawson Witherspoon and somebody in the Commerce defense. All right, 1st and 10 from the 15-yard line of Commerce. 14-0 Commerce over Mount Vernon. All right, they start the formation in, and then everybody splits out. Nobody in the backfield. 2 receivers near, 2 far. You're going to have a tight end along the line, too. He goes and gets release. Cade George under pressure. He just throws it away. It gets past the line of scrimmage, and he was outside the tackle box, but this still should be intentional grounding because no receiver in the area.
No receiver in the area. As a matter of fact, that was Wesley Salinas on the outside running a streak straight to the end zone. But
I think you can throw it out of bounds, but if it lands in the field of play, it would be clearly not. That was really obvious. So he was outside the tackle box, threw the ball past the line of scrimmage, so no intentional grounding. Looked like it should have been, but.
Yeah, ball hit at around the 11-yard line inside the numbers.
All right, 2nd down. 3 receivers near. Witherspoon to the left. He gets the ball coming over the right side, stretching it out, trying to get into the Commerce defense, and he gets taken down for a short gain, 2 yards on the carry, bring up 3rd and 8.
Yeah, good job by Cameron Red that time coming up, getting to the outside, disrupting the would-be blockers for the Mount Vernon Tigers. Able to hold him to no gain.
No, 1 yard. 1 yard on the carry. I thought it was 2. 1 yard. They spotted at the 14. False start. It was nothing, Brian. No gain. You are correct. It wasn't even a play. All right, so this should put it. No, it needs to be at the 20. You're counting it off from where he ran to. The line of scrimmage was the 15-yard line. and they put the ball at the 19-yard line on a 5-yard penalty. Okay. Mount Vernon gets free yard. They have it at the 19.
Now we got to stop it to play. Maybe they're going to back it up that additional because it's
the Commerce coaches has got the line judge, and we're like, hey, that was a 5-yard penalty, right? Why is it only 4 yards back?
Yeah, I mean, that's legit argument there. There they go.
All right.
They hurt us up here, Kevin.
I guess so. Well, good. We're happy to contribute. 2nd and 15. Yeah, 2nd and 15. Man in motion. Here's the snap. Hand off to Witherspoon over the left side. Working his way to the sideline. Trying to beat the Commerce defense. He pushes upfield and gets shoved out of bounds by Malik Garcia. It's going to be about 10 yards on the carry, Brian.
A little more than that. That was 15 on to.
So they had it at the 20, and this is going to get down to the 13-yard line. So, yeah.
That's a really good run by Witherspoon on that
yeah.
one as he cut the ball upfield, saw that the safety was crashing for Commerce, and just kind of used his agility to kick it outside.
I'm sorry, the 8-yard line. Forgive me. 12 yards on the carry. Yes, absolutely. He does. He has great acceleration, great top speed, and great vision. He's not the biggest back in the world, but he's big enough. Here's a direct snap, I think, to Witherspoon. And he goes nowhere. Tries to work his way through the middle of the line and gets stopped for a loss.
Yeah, that's Valen Selvaggio right there, number 14 for the Tigers, coming out of the linebacker slot off the outside. Read that play to perfection.
All right, that's the end of the first quarter. Commerce up 14-0. We'll have a 4th down for Mount Vernon when we return. Commerce Tigers football on KETR.
For the longest time, it was hard for me to even get out of the house, much less do a backside 180. That's when I made the call. With my doctor's help, I was diagnosed with anxiety. Now I'm finding better ways to cope. Sure, some days are better than others, but the whole thing about getting out of the house, that's not really an issue anymore. Mental health care works when you make the call.
See what it can do for you at mentalhealthcareworks.org. A message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
So the Mount Vernon Tigers will have it at their own 9-yard line. It's a 4th down and 4.
At the Commerce 9-yard line.
Yes, I'm sorry, at the Commerce 9-yard line. 4th down, 14-0. You got to think they're going to go for it, but they could kick a field goal from here. Would be the normal, obvious choice.
You know, we talked about this game really just kind of being for pride and really meaningless on paper as far as seedings and outcome go. But you see these guys are really kind of going all out here, at least in the first quarter. And
we're getting a real game so far tonight, and I'm happy about it.
Yeah, and I love to see it.
And I want literally 0 people to get hurt tonight.
Yes.
That is the one thing I'm rooting for the most. I want no Mount Vernon Tigers hurt, not even bruised badly, okay? And no Commerce Tigers hurt. I want everybody to get out of here happy and healthy and traveling home ready for the playoffs next week. 4th and 4, 2 receivers far, 1 near. Shotgun for Cade George. Witherspoon comes out of the backfield and lines up in the slot on the near side. Ball on the near hash. Here's snap. 2-step drop. Shot over the middle and caught. Touchdown, Mount Vernon. An underneath route.
Wesley Salinas on that, just coming out of the slot. Like you said, just breaking off a quick slant underneath and able to get in front of Cameron Redd, the defender, who was coming out of the safety, just played a little bit too far behind him. A good step and throw by Cade George and a good catch by, their Mr. Reliable, Wesley Salinas.
Yeah, great. 4th and 4, 4th down. Mount Vernon doing a great job delivering that straight over the middle. Here's the snap. It's Bobble. Picks it up. Salinas running around, trying to get somewhere and can't. Taken down at the 10-yard line. It'll stay at 6. Commerce 14, Mount Vernon 6. 11:54 left in the first half. Back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
You've heard KETR for decades, on your morning drive, during the Tigers games, through every season of change. But the next chapter depends on local support. Keep the signal alive. Learn how your business can help at ketr.org/sponsor.
The Eagles start the second quarter with a punt, leaving the Bulldogs in their own territory. But after a sustained drive to the Eagles' 46, Chance Washington, the junior quarterback, rushes it in 46 yards for a touchdown and puts the Dogs up 21-7. On the next possession, after driving deep into Bulldogs territory, a fumble 6 on fourth down leads to a 47-yard return for the Bulldogs and puts them up 28-7 with 5:31 left to play in the half. Currently, the Eagles are driving, looking to score, but it's 4th and 12 in the red zone out there in Tatum. Now back to Tiger Stadium with Kevin and Brian. Guys?
Oh, thanks, Ryan. That sounds like a good game. Good game going on out there. All right, here's the kick here. It's high, it's deep, fielded at the 12. 15, 20, near sideline, 25, 30, work through the defense. Oh, caught from behind. Lucas Selvaggi got near the 40-yard line, but Jesus Gutierrez with a good tackle.
Yeah, good tackle indeed. But, once again, they're kicking that ball to Luca on the side. He's finding the crease. Commerce doing a good job of blocking up front, able to give them decent starting field position once again.
Yeah, I thought he was going to – he went through there was some good blocking, a little bit, what was becoming a scrum right around the 30, 35-yard line. But the Commerce Tigers had done a good job of blocking out the Mount Vernon Tigers. And Luca just squeezed right through, but Gutierrez had a hand on his leg.
That's, to me, a generous spot. I thought they had him about 39. Commerce going to start at their own 41.
All right. So fix and feed first down for Commerce. Tight formation. Here's the snap. Handoff. Kamani Graham caught in the backfield, but works his way past the line of scrimmage. Wow, they're going to give him 3 yards on that, and he was caught at the 40.
Yeah, originally hit by number 33, Cordell Carroll, in the backfield, but we've talked about it all year, the strength of Kamani Graham's legs and able to just kind of churn him and continue to strive forward. That's a good 3-yard pickup.
Yeah, tough 3 yards.
Which should have been a -1.
Commerce Tigers football is brought to you by Cypress Bank and Commerce, Russell Beasley CPA, and Fix and Feed in Commerce. Bad snap on the plate. Well, I'm not going to say, but I guess it was a bad snap. It hit a player. There was a split end kind of upright in front of where Aiden Brown was. The snap hit him on the elbow, bounced sideways. Aiden Brown doing a good job to jump on it.
Yeah, great ball awareness there by Aiden Brown, realizing, hey, there's going to be a bum rush coming at me. Just jump on the ball, protect the football, live to fight another down. We're going to be a long third down here for the Tigers.
Yeah. So from their own 37-yard line, 38, excuse me. 10:33 left in the half. 2 receivers far, 3 near, 5 wide receivers total. And timeout, Mount Vernon. We'll take it with them. Commerce up 14-6 with 10:28 left in the first half. More Tigers football after this on KETR.
Hi, I'm Tony Morris. Join me each week here on 88.9 KETR for Classical Guitar Alive. It's an hour of great music with guitar, and you'll hear interviews with many of the world's leading performers and composers. That's Classical Guitar Alive, Sunday night at 11 on 88.9 KETR.
Support for the Lion Sports Network is provided in part by Halsey Therapy Services, a provider of physical and occupational therapies, job and work-related evaluations and screenings, and rehabilitation programs. More information is at halseytherapy.com or 903-886-7669.
3rd and 13 for the Commerce Tigers. 5 wide receivers. Malik Garcia coming in motion to the near side. Fakes the shovel pass to him. Aiden Brown moves up in the pocket, fires to the sideline. It's caught! It's caught on the sideline. I think it's Lucas Selvaggi. Hauls in.
Yeah, it's Donovan Maria.
Of course it's Donovan Maria.
Why not? Why not? That time, Aiden Brown flushed out of the pocket after Malik Garcia came in motion. And He thought about running it, but as he was getting penetration up against him, he was able to throw that ball a little tall, but Donovan Maria going up to get it. Sure-handed as he is.
18 yards on the catch by Donovan Maria to bring up another fix and feed first down.
That's a big first down.
Oh, it was huge. And Aiden Brown avoiding the sack, too. Good blocking. Here's the snap. Read option. Kamani Graham. Aiden Brown's going to keep it. Up to the 40, 35, 30. Working his way through the Mount Vernon defense. They can't bring him down. He sloughed off at least 4 tackles, Brian.
Yeah, he's just so quick and elusive, and when they come up on him, he's able to just kind of get underneath, spin his way out of it, and use his pure athleticism just to gain more yards. Huge pickup there for Aiden Brown.
24 yards. He gets it all the way down. Oh, I'm sorry. That's going to be 29 yards. He gets it all the way down to the 15-yard line. Aiden Brown, another fix and feed, first down. Aiden Brown, quick throw to the fading in the end zone. Oh, just out of the reach of Donovan Maria, who was jumping up trying to haul it in. Was not able to bring up second down.
Yeah, that time that ball sailed just a little bit on Aiden Brown. A little too tall for Donovan Maria, even though he's got pretty good ups. He was not able to come up with that football.
I think he wasn't able to get the jump he wanted because it was really good coverage. They were kind of bumping down the field. Nothing I would call interference.
Good point.
I don't think he got the jump he wanted. Second down. Here's the snap. Handoff. Kamani Graham working his way through the middle of the defense. Gets it down near the 5. Well, that's going to be 9 yards on the carry
I was
for
going to
Kamani
say,
Graham.
yeah, that's just close, just short of the first down. Once again, that 1-2 punch of Aiden Brown and Kamani Graham on that read option is just a formidable combination for any defense going up against these Commerce Tigers.
They're at the 7 is where they spot it, so 3rd and 2 officially. 3 receivers on the near, 4 receivers on the near side. Aiden Brown alone, but Selvaggi goes in motion. He gets the shovel pass. He's almost caught in the backfield, stops, plunges back up. Oh, it was going to be a much bigger loss, but Selvaggi was able to get away from a couple of Mount Vernon defenders, but it's still going to be a 3, maybe 4-yard loss for the Tigers.
Yeah, on that one, that was a good job by Mount Vernon reading that end around there to Luca Selvaggi, and like you said, he minimized the loss, able to get back. It should have been probably a 7, 8, 9-yard loss, able to get it back to only losing 3, 4
officially. I
make
think
it a manageable 3rd down.
Actually, yes, they had flipped that to 4th down for a second, so I was a little worried there, but it will be. No, I think it is 4th down, Brian. I think it's 4th and 6. Let's see. We had incomplete pass to Donovan Maria, a 9-yard run by Kamani Graham.
Yeah, it should be 4th down.
And a 4-yard.
Timeout for Commerce.
All right, timeout Commerce, and we'll take it with them. 8:17 left in the first half, 14-6 Commerce. You're listening to Commerce Tigers football on KETR.
Next time on the New Yorker Radio Hour, Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois on the immigration raids taking place throughout Chicago and well beyond.
He's creating mayhem on the ground because you know what he wants? He wants troops on the ground in American cities, and the only way he can get that done is by proving that there's some sort of insurrection taking place on the streets of Chicago.
J.B. Pritzker, next time on the New Yorker Radio Hour. Sunday morning at 6 on 88.9 KETR.
It's the big Friday night scoreboard program. Got a few scores for you. Starting out first, the Sulphur Springs Wildcats on the road up against the Frisco Panther Creek Panthers. Sulphur Springs leads in that one 10-3. Then Malakoff at home playing host to Winsboro. 7-all, they're tied there in Malakoff in the second quarter. Then finally, I got the Caddo Mills Foxes on the road up against the Van Alstyne Panthers. Caddo Mills leads it there 14-7. Sending it back to Kevin and Brian. Guys?
Man, there are some good games around the area tonight. I tell you what. 8:17 left in the first half, 14-6 Commerce. 4th and 6 for the Commerce Tigers. Mount Vernon scored on 4th and 6 last time they had the ball. Can the Tigers do it? 3 receivers far, 1 near. Man in motion. Kamani Graham in the backfield with Aiden Brown. 2-step drop, looking to the far side, launches at the near corner of the end zone. Oh, Wyatt Marker going up to get it, but good defense as they knock the ball out of his hands. Turnover on downs.
Yeah, number 23, Coulter Silmer, doing a good job of play recognition, seeing where that pass was headed, and able to just knock him out of bounds as that ball was getting to him. Mount Vernon doing a good job of holding right there. Turnover on downs for Commerce.
All right. Tonight's Commerce Tigers broadcast and YouTube stream is made possible by community support. With Congress shutting down the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, it's stations like KETR that are left without federal funding. Your local stations are left without funding instead of all the big guys losing money. But it's local businesses that can step up to help keep Tiger sports on the air. Do you want your name, the name of your business on the Friday Night Lights? Learn more about becoming a sponsor at KETR.org. Here's the snap, handoff, trying to swing it to the outside, caught at the line of scrimmage and going nowhere. They blew the whistle and then the ball came loose. Maria thought he had stripped it for a run back, but I think good call. They had blown that whistle.
Yeah, Maria was wanting that call, not really ready to give up football immediately, but yes, I mean, Comer's doing an excellent job overall of containing Witherspoon. I mean, he does have 10 carries on the day, and that's going to be no gain.
Yes, 0.
So he's got 10 carries for 31 yards.
Wow, that is good. Good defense. All right, here's the snap. Play action, fires to the far sideline, and picked off by Malik. Oh, no. Malik Garcia had it in his hands, but Braden Baker knocked it out playing defense.
Yeah, that time Malik Garcia read that like a center fielder, saw that ball coming to the outside, and able to jump the route perfectly. But, yes, a good heads-up play by Baker, able to knock that ball loose because otherwise that was going to go the other way.
A big shout-out to all of our viewers on YouTube. We are streaming video of this game tonight, youtube.com/KETRFM, or you can just internet search YouTube and KETRFM and get the link right to the page. 4 wide receivers, 3rd and 10. 3-step drop, flushed out of the pocket, coming to the near side, and he just tucks and runs. Marcaden Maps.
Marcaden Maps putting Cade George on the map right there. Able to just get through the offensive line, no problem at all, and get him down for a sack at the 4-yard line.
At the 3-yard line.
3-yard line.
Incredibly generous spot.
I thought he had him at the 1.
So from 11 to the 3, minus 8 yards.
That's
8-yard sack for Marcaden Maps, and they're going to be trying to punt it. Anything goes wrong here, Commerce going to pick up 2.
It's a good 3-and-out for Commerce defensively after themselves turning the ball over deep in Mount Vernon territory.
You're right. The defense said, we didn't like how that happened. We're just going to keep the ball right here.
We got another timeout, Mount Vernon.
All right. Timeout on the field for Mount Vernon. We'll keep it here, guys. 6:40 left in the half, 14-6. Coming up with a punt from deep in their own territory, from their own 3-yard line. The punter will be lined up right around the middle of the R for the Tigers in the end zone. Now, Brian, this one is shaping up pretty good, and we're getting a real game from both of these teams. Now, maybe in the second half we'll see some other guys. Maybe the coaches have agreed to do something like run the clock or whatever. Again, this will not affect seeding, but it is important for the players and the coaches, and the communities. They want some real football tonight. Well, we're getting it.
We certainly are. And one thing that I've noticed as far as, trying to keep these unofficial stats over here is that it feels like it should be a lot bigger than a one-possession game.
Yeah.
Looking at the stats, I mean, Commerce has held Mount Vernon to 61 yards of total offense versus Commerce's total offense of 239 total yards.
Wow. All right. Ready to punt this one from their own 3-yard line. To the big stack by Marcaden Maps. Quick punt. He gets it off. It's going to land around the 34 and take a Mount Vernon bounce, cut back towards the inside of the field. Die at the Commerce 49-yard line. They're going to put that right at midfield, not give them the half yard. Yes, they are.
Sure.
It's right at the 50.
Why not? That wasn't the greatest punt. Looks like it came a little bit off the side of his foot, but we've seen that a lot this year.
So fast.
Where the ball goes to the side and then takes a squirrely bounce. I mean, a lot of times we've seen it in Commerce's favor when the few times that they've punted this season. However, a good job there by Mount Vernon of, able to kick the ball away and at least make Commerce earn it here.
Yeah. So, Commerce at the 50-yard line on the fix and feed first down. 1 wide receiver out to the far side, 3 on the near, ball on the near hash. Read option. Aiden Brown going to keep it. Oh, it's an interception in the backfield. Aiden Brown makes the tackle, but Aiden Brown was converged by two Mount Vernon Tigers. He chose to keep it instead of hand it to Kamani Graham on the handoff. And then when he was in a lot of trouble, he tried to get the pass away while being handled by two defenders, and it bobbled, tip, bobble, interception.
Yeah, I think number 6, Ryder Bowers, I don't know if he got a hand on Aiden Brown's arm or he just was in his face enough to where that ball popped out. But that's number 45, Andres Diaz, able to come up with that pick for Mount Vernon. A huge swing play for the Mount Vernon Purple Tigers as they take over in Commerce territory as as we dwindle down here in the second quarter.
All right. So Mount Vernon taking over at the Commerce 34-yard line. Fantastic field position. That's what you didn't want to see. 6:21 left in the first half. Man in motion, that's Witherspoon. They fake the shovel pass to him, launching it down the sideline. Intercepted at the 15, to the 20, 25. It's Brandon Anderson to the 40, midfield. The 40 of Mount Vernon taken off his feet by the offensive lineman. Brandon Anderson, heartbroken he wasn't able to take that to the house.
That's C.J. Clayton, number 60 for the Mount Vernon Tigers, with a shoestring touchdown-saving tackle after a great read and pick by Brandon Anderson. He picked that ball off so clean, and his speed was able to get him to the near side. But, I mean,
C.J. Clayton, he's a hero. I tell you,
yeah, that is a hero move because, Brandon Anderson, usurps him in speed, but he had a really good angle and was able to knock him off his feet. As you can see, Brandon Anderson in much dismay that he didn't get the touchdown, but that turns the field right back around for the Commerce Tigers.
So a 59-yard interception return and a fix and feed first down for the Commerce Tigers at the 26-yard line of Mount Vernon. 6:05 left in the first half, 14-6. Back-to-back interceptions. Commerce gained a lot of field position on that one. Here's the snap. Fake the handoff to Graham. Toss out to Selvaggi on the near side. Gets taken down after a 2-3 yard. No, they're going to give him about 4 yards on the catch. 3 yards.
Yeah, going to be a 3-yard pickup. I'm not sure. Was that a lateral? It was close to being a lateral.
I think it was. Put it down as rushing yards. I think he could have turned around and thrown that. Let's put it that way, as a wide receiver pass.
I also think the way the defense was lined up, he could have been safe handing it off to Graham because it looked like he had a hole through the A-gap on the weak side.
2nd and 8. Go 2 yards. Here's the snap. Kamani Graham off to the far side. It looks like he's going to take it. 10, 5. Touchdown, Kamani Graham. Woo!
No flags.
24 yards to the house.
Yeah, once again, we've seen it all season. That read option is such a threat that, the Mount Vernon Tigers were so keyed in on Aiden Brown right there, and probably that last play to Lucas Selvaggi keeps them guessing in all directions, and that time hands it off immediately to the weak side. Kamani Graham able to hit that outside, get one big block by Malik Garcia, and like you said, he was going to score, and he did.
Yeah, the good blocking on the outside, and Kamani Graham, it felt like he just kept accelerating the entire run, too. It's like he felt that end zone and was drawn to it like a magnet.
By the way, that puts Kamani Graham already over 100 yards here in the first half.
Wow. Very nice. Yeah, you had that
107 and 2 touchdowns.
He had that 65-yarder for a touchdown on his first carry. First official play of the game for Commerce. Big formation, Commerce going for 2. It's a tush push.
And they fumbled the ball. Looks like Mount Vernon recovered it right at the 1.
Oh, so that was not a touchdown.
No.
That was not lining up for the extra point. They signaled touchdown, and then somewhere in our commentary, they took it back, and so there's a fumble, and Mount Vernon is going to take over. Oh, man.
Aiden Brown not happy on that. I mean, that touchdown that we thought that was not a touchdown, apologies to all the listeners out there, we thought that he had got in on the far side clearly.
Okay. They tried to get Ja'Cory Hearn to get a handoff. I mean, he's a big guy, so it's not bad. Shades of Refrigerator Perry for the 8-5 Bears. But
got to secure the football.
Yeah, and he dropped it. So they dropped the ball. We thought it was a touchdown. We were wrong. Mount Vernon now has it at their own 3-yard line. Here's the snap. Off right side for Witherspoon. Caught 3 or 4 yards deep, goes for a couple more. It'll bring up second down for Mount Vernon.
That's a good 8-yard pickup on first down for Dawson Witherspoon. He's pretty quick and slick. Looks like he's able to get through the initial defensive line.
Oh, he's going to get 9 yards on the carry. Wow, I didn't think it was that good. All right, up to the 16-yard line, looks like. 11. Up to the 11-yard line. 2nd and 1. Man in motion. Ball on the far hash. Mount Vernon moving right to left. There's a snap. Handoff over the left side. Cut back to the middle. He's going to get the first down, but not much more. Move the chains. Witherspoon with 2 yards on the carry.
Yeah, that time he tried to cut it back up to the middle of the field, and that's where Commerce defensively has been strongest against the run. And that time all he needed was 1. He got 2.
And Commerce player limping off the field on the near side. Mostly under his own power, and that is good.
Yeah, I think he'll be all right. I think it looked like his ankle might have got rolled up on a little bit.
Certainly hope so. 1st and 10 for Mount Vernon. They've sort of taken all the momentum here in the second quarter, Brian.
They sure have, although the yardage statistics don't indicate it. It's just, a lot of penalties, a couple of unforced turnovers for Commerce.
Yeah.
1 forced, but.
All right, 3 receivers near, 1 far. Witherspoon in the pistol. He gets the handoff, going to the far side, looking for the sideline. Dragged down from behind. What a great tackle. I think that was Malik Garcia coming off his block to drag Witherspoon down by the ankles by one hand.
Yeah, it sure was. That time, Witherspoon quick, as we've mentioned many times tonight, able to get to the outside, but being brought down there.
Oh, and this is coming back.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a hold against Mount Vernon.
That would have been a 12-yard gain for Witherspoon. When I say great tackle, Malik Garcia basically saved a touchdown.
Yeah, he sure did. He might have had a little safety help from Cameron Redd, but that was a big if.
Yeah.
It'll be half the distance to the goal.
All right.
So that doesn't count. That hold was obviously in the backfield.
So, first, it's not quite 1st and 20. It was half the distance. So the ball is at the 7-yard line. Here's the snap. Hand off to Witherspoon, going to the left. He's caught about 4 yards deep, drags a defender for a couple more, but I think that's Jordan Walker taking him down.
Yeah, sure is. Yeah, what's really interesting about that is Walker was lined up on the opposite side of the run for Witherspoon on the far side of the field. Witherspoon comes back to the near side. Excuse me, I guess he's in the – I apologize. Jordan Walker's lined up in the middle linebacker position, but able to come back still.
Be 7 yards on the carry for Witherspoon. Gets it up to the 14. 2nd and 10. Here's the snap. And off to Witherspoon over the right side. Finds a little bit of a hole in the defense. It closes quickly. Still, he's going to gash Commerce for about 6 yards.
Yeah, at some point, don't you think Commerce is going to say, beat me with the quarterback, beat me through the air. I'm going to key in on Witherspoon. They did a really good job in the first quarter, but it's been a lot more Witherspoon here in the second.
Well, I will tell you, Brian, I think they are keying on Witherspoon, but Mount Vernon has good blocking and a very talented back. So instead of getting 80 yards and a touchdown, he's only getting 8 yards and a first down. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near. Malakoff held him to just 73 yards last week.
It's going to be a false start.
False start on Mount Vernon.
Trying to go hard count, kind of back, came back and bit him.
It could be delay of game. No, false start. They were pushing that play clock, though. 2:34 left in the first half, 14-6. Commerce over Mount Vernon. It looked early like Commerce was just going to run away with this one, but Mount Vernon, they are. I expected a good game from him, especially after the game they gave Malakoff last week.
And it turns a 3rd and 3 rather into a 3rd and 8.
From the 15-yard line in their own territory. 2 receivers far, 1 near, ball in the middle of the hash marks. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Play action. George looking to the sideline and in and out of the hands of the receiver right at the line to gain. Good coverage by Cameron Red on Wesley Salinas. Incomplete.
Yeah, incomplete. Good coverage indeed. In addition to that, they had safety help coming over the top, but that pass came in a little too quick. Little penetration by the Commerce defense forced the ball out of George's hands, and he kind of threw it a little bit too tall.
Flag on the play. No flag on the play, I don't think. Or it was declined. That was an earlier flag. All right, 4th and 8. Here's the snap and the kick. It's high, pretty deep. Malik Garcia is going back to field it, gets it at the 36. Up the sideline, coming to the near side. Trying to work through the middle of the special teams. Gets it to midfield. That's going to be a pretty good return. 5, 10, 50, about an 18-yard return for Garcia.
Yeah, the ball bounced not once but twice on that before Garcia picked it. Number 9, Scott Segala, up down on the field in the gunner position, just kind of overran him just a hair. And Malik Garcia is going to make you pay 10 out of 10 anytime you do that.
So from midfield, Commerce will have the ball. With 2:05 left in the first half, they're going to have the 2-minute warning.
We got a flag back at the 30-yard line. Is that by the ref's feet right there?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
It's going to be a hold on the return team, I bet you. Yep.
Hold on Commerce. So
should be first down. Commerce still.
Yeah.
During the return. He indicated first down, pointed the wrong direction.
And it's, I guess, from the point of the
so Malik Garcia made it to the 50-yard line on the return, and now they are going to do it from the point of where he caught the ball. So that'll back him up from the 34 or the 37.
There was a defender on the far side, a special teams player that came up to make a block for Malik Garcia shortly after he received the ball. I think he got it around the 33. They're marking the foul off from the 38-yard line.
Yeah, McSheffrey's out there trying to get an explanation.
Yeah.
He doesn't like it, and I don't blame him.
And if that's where the holding, the block on the return was, it was thrown by the back judge who was behind the punter when the play started. Remember that game earlier this season when we kept getting a flag thrown in from 20, 30 yards away?
Yes.
And then in the second half, the other ref came running up, picked the flag up from that guy and went, no, we're not doing that anymore. You're not close enough to see that. I am, and you're wrong. All right, a fix and feed first down for Commerce from their own 28-yard line. Hand off to Kamani Graham over the right side. He's up to the 40 at midfield, looking for the near sideline. 40, 30, dragged out of bounds around the 25-yard line. And there's a flag on this one as he goes out of bounds. Likely a personal foul tacked on top.
Yeah, it's number 12, Braden Baker. The only way he was going to get Kamani Graham down was to able to reach into his shoulder pads and pull him down from behind. That's going to be a horse collar tackle. You're going to tack on another 15, but that's a huge pickup for Kamani Graham, who's having the game of the year for himself tonight.
44 yards on the ground by Kamani Graham. Fantastic run. And great blocking up front.
Face mask, okay.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if that was a horse collar, same amount of yards. But it was a face mask.
But interesting face mask, though, because he would have had to reach all the way around him. He caught him from behind. I mean,
and I think he did because he went. See, I thought it might have been a horse collar, but he was coming over the top and then dragged him down. And I think he got a hand up and grabbed either the ear hole or the front part of that face mask, jerked his head down. Refs were right there on the spot. It was about 5 yards away when they saw it. So, all right. So that's going to put the ball at the 9-yard line for the Commerce Tigers.
Yeah, regardless of it, yes, they're going to.
And we have a 2-minute warning timeout right now, so we got a second to talk. And Commerce is in great position here. They got pushed way back on stuff that was a little confusing on what happened, but way down the field. But
they're actually at the 14 here. Looks like they're ready to go ahead and go.
I cannot count these yards tonight. So they're at the 14-yard line, ready to go. Fix and feed first down. 1:53 left in the first half, 14-6 Commerce. 2 receivers near, 2 far. Shotgun for Aiden Brown, Kamani Graham to his right. Wyatt Marker going in motion. Aiden Brown going to keep it. Wyatt Marker lead blocking. Brown gets 6 to 8 yards.
Oh.
There's some extracurricular. Somebody didn't hear a whistle.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's the case. Aiden Brown was clearly down, and a couple of other Mount Vernon jerseys jumping in on the pile and continuing to scrum at the bottom of it.
Yeah, we clearly heard a whistle.
No flag that I can see.
No. All right, but he gets it up to the 7-yard line?
Yeah, it's going to be a 7-yard pickup. Well, 6.
I got 7. It was at the 14. So 2nd and 3. Yeah, at the 7-yard line. But 2nd and 4? Okay. We're at a pretty steep angle on this. In fact, our YouTube viewers see a very similar angle. You actually have a slightly better one than we do. So the parallax of the angle gets us. Aiden Brown pitches back to Malik Garcia, fakes the handoff to Kamani Graham underneath, and Malik Garcia does a great job of dodging defenders in the backfield, but he doesn't pick up the first down.
Now he's going to get 3 of it, but he's going to be 1 yard shy is Malik Garcia on that.
And they have it at the
Commerce hurrying up here.
All right, hurrying up. Wyatt Marker in motion. Aiden Brown. Hands off to Graham. Working his way through the middle. He gets pushed back, but he's got a first down, Brian. I think Commerce gets the first down on this.
Yeah, they sure do. He didn't get the touchdown, but it's going to be 1st and goal for Commerce. Kamani Graham able to get just enough.
First down.
Fix and feed first down for Commerce, and that's going to be Ryder Bowers with another tackle for Mount Vernon.
19 seconds left in the first half, 14-6. There's a timeout on the field. We'll take a quick break and be back for this one. Commerce Tigers football on KETR. Lion Athletics is sponsored in part by the Benny Keith Company, a broadline distributor with a beverage division specializing in Anheuser-Busch InBev products and alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages since 1906. Details online at bennykeith.com.
It's the big Friday night scoreboard program. Got a few scores for you. Starting out first, the Paris Wildcats on the road taking on the Nevada Community Braves. Paris leads it there 42-7. Then I have the Pottsboro Cardinals on the road up against Whitesboro, tied up 7-7 in that one. And then finally the Honeygrove Indians at home playing the Paul Pewitt Brahmas. Honeygrove up there 21-8. Sending it back to Tiger Stadium, guys.
And here's the snap. Aiden Brown rolling out to the near side. Throws, caught, touchdown, Commerce! Is that who I think it is?
That's Jordan Walker.
Oh, yeah!
Kind of lined up in the wing, able to run a quick drag to the outside. Aiden Brown rolling to the same side on the play action, able to hit him in stride.
4-yard touchdown pass to Jordan Walker. Jordan Walker, the phenomenal linebacker.
Now, we're certain, ladies and gentlemen, that was a touchdown.
They're lining up to kick an extra point. We were certain last time and still wrong. Or I was. The kick is up and good. Commerce extends their lead 21-6 with 14 seconds left in the half. Be back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
Public has always meant people, not policy, and not politics. The federal funding is gone, but the public's still here. Be part of what keeps this service alive at ketr.org/sponsor.
Ryan Folkson here with a couple updates from a few important games happening around the area tonight. In Tatum, a turnover on downs gives the Jefferson Bulldogs the ball on their own 29 with 1:28 to play in the half. But a nearly 50-yard pass brings them deep into Tatum territory, and then a 22-yard touchdown strike from quarterback Chance Washington puts Jefferson up 35-7 at the halftime buzzer. In Malakoff, it's knotted up 7-7 after a penalty-plagued possession, but Malakoff late in the second quarter is threatening to score, but more flags have just hit the field. Now back to Tiger Stadium in Commerce, guys.
I guess it's just in the air tonight.
A flag out Friday. Here we go to end the regular season.
It's flag out November. Here's the kick. It's high and short, fielded at the 27-yard line. Fair caught by Mount Vernon. They'll have 14 seconds to do something. I imagine they'll at least hand it off to Witherspoon.
Yeah, I would expect nothing less. That's number 23 on the return, Coulter Silman, or lack thereof a return, calling the fair catch. Interesting call there. They returned the ball, seems like, every time. There wasn't really any Commerce Tigers in
with 14 seconds
you
left.
want to go ahead. You don't want to waste the clock, and you're trying to.
That's what I'm thinking.
Get you a couple.
It's
of
also the
plays
safest move to make right there if you can fair catch it, because you can't wind up getting a penalty on the return, I guess.
Right.
All right, so Mount Vernon on this first down 21-6 to the Commerce Tigers. 2 receivers far, 1 near. Ball on their own 26-yard line. Here's the snap. It's low, but handed off to Witherspoon, taking it to the far side, cutting up, taking off his feet around the 33-yard line, falls forward to the 35. That'll be 9 yards on the carry for Witherspoon and a timeout.
Yeah, they're going to burn their last time out there with 3 seconds to go.
Up to the 35-yard line. Commerce Tigers football is brought to you by Cypress Bank in Commerce, Russell Beasley, CPA, and Fix and Feed in Commerce. Become a sponsor of Tigers football by visiting KETR.org and looking for announcements under the support tab. And neighbors like you make Tigers broadcast possible as well. The members of KETR help support local sports coverage and local sports broadcasts on KETR. And we need your help to do it now more than ever with CPB funding eliminated by the federal government. Local fans, you are the reason that Tigers football stays on the air. Give now. Become a member of KETR. Go to KETR.org and click the red donate button. I give it $10 a month, Brian, so I do put my money where my mouth is. So, 2nd and 1 for the Mount Vernon Tigers. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this game also available streaming video tonight at YouTube, youtube.com/KETRFM. Or just search YouTube and KETR should get you there as well. 2nd and 1 from their own 35-yard line. Here's the snap. Hand off to Witherspoon over the right side. Caught at the line of scrimmage. Picked up and slammed down, and that's a flag.
Ja'Cory Hearn was having no more of Dawson Witherspoon on that carry.
I think it's because he did a double clutch, Brian. If it had been one smooth motion and he'd done a suplex.
If football doesn't work out, he's certainly got a career in the WWE.
Yeah. Pretty good, but it was.
And they're talking about it. It's going to be an untimed down, I believe, if this play stands.
Well, that would have been a first down, and that didn't take 14 seconds.
And they pick the flag up. They're going to the locker room.
They decline it. So they're going to go to the locker room. Or it'll be assessed.
Yep, like you called it.
They'll be assigned it in the second half. All right. This one's interesting. 21-6 Commerce at the half. When we come back, we'll tell you how it happened. You're listening to Commerce Tigers football on KETR.
When it comes to a gun suicide attempt, all it takes is a moment.
My son, Ricky, took his life by the use of a firearm. It broke me, and I contemplated suicide. My grandson, I was going to have to be here for him. I still own my firearm. I keep it in a safe because I want to keep my grandson and myself safe.
Store your guns, locked, unloaded, and away from ammo. Hear more safe stories at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's Jesse Thorne, the host of Bullseye from NPR, where we always learn something new about even our most famous guests, like Tom Hanks.
When I'm in a car by myself, I use salty language.
Oh my gracious.
I use baseball dugout language.
Join us every week for a lot of culture, a little comedy, and in-depth interviews you won't hear anywhere else on Bullseye from MaximumFun.org and NPR.
Saturday afternoon at 2 on 88.9 KETR.
You know the national parks, but you may not know that they're supported by a strong foundation. A foundation for the future. We are the National Park Foundation. And together with your support, We are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
For more than 50 years, federal funding helped KETR keep this service on the air. That era's ended. Now it's just you and us, neighbors, keeping local news alive in Northeast Texas. If your business believes local voices still matter, learn about sponsorship at ketr.org/sponsor.
Well, welcome back to Tiger Stadium for the final game of the regular season for the Commerce Tigers, hosting the Mount Vernon Purple Tigers, 21-6 Commerce at the half. The seeding is not affected by the outcome of this game. Your Commerce Tigers are district champs for the first time in 24 years, and Mount Vernon has secured the number 4 seed, and they will be playing Grandview. Is that right? Yeah, Grandview beat Atlanta last week and won the District 8 championship. Gladewater. We might face Grandview in the quarterfinals if the Commerce Tigers get that far. But Gladewater won District 8. Atlanta is the runner-up. Liberty Ilo is the 3rd seed. And Jefferson and Tatum are fighting it out for the number 4 seed, and that's who Commerce will face. And at halftime, it was 35-7 Jefferson. And Brian, I called that earlier in the season, but it really did not look like I was going to be right.
It certainly didn't, but hey, that's why you play all the games, right? And, Jefferson has climbed the ladder, as it were, to get back in the playoff race, because early on in district, they were on the outside looking in.
Yeah, and of course, they did face Atlanta and Gladewater early, but, so I will have called it. And if anyone out there knows that I'm wrong, please call into the station, 800-882-5387 or 903-886-KETR. That's 5387. And let us know if Jefferson and Commerce have ever played a football game. I couldn't find any information this week, and I need to check in with Charlie Chitwood, who was the voice of the Jefferson Bulldogs for some 20-odd years, something like that. Stepped away a couple of years ago and passed on to his faithful friends. Because we were always wanting that matchup. We were always wanting to see that matchup when Charlie, the voice of the East Texas Lions, was like, because it'd be fun. We'd both be out calling a football game. We're good friends of the station, quality opponents, but it never happened. Looks like it's going to happen this year, but I don't think those teams have ever played.
Well, I know Commerce has played Atlanta. Right?
I'm pretty sure, and we know we've played Tatum, Liberty, Ilo, and I know they've played White Oak. They played all of them like we've called.
Probably Gladewater, too.
I don't remember any Gladewater games that I've called, but I could be forgetting one. But, yeah, so we don't know. We're thinking maybe different classifications past year. Like Commerce and Rains didn't play till 2004, which, again, 20 years ago now, but those programs have been around since,
the 40s, 50s.
20s.
The 20s.
Even, yeah.
Okay.
Like Commerce and Bonham and Commerce and Winsboro have been playing since the 20s. There are stretches where they didn't play, but they did. All right, so that is the update on how the playoff race is looking. Looking at this game tonight, where Commerce is leading Mount Vernon 21-6. We had some real football played for a game that doesn't matter to either team. Well, doesn't matter in the standings or the seeding to either team. All of them matter. But Commerce got the scoring going first on their first play from scrimmage, but that was called back, and it was a wide receiver option pass. No, it was a flea flicker. So flea flicker, Donovan Maria threw a touchdown for Aiden Brown, but it was called back for holding. So they had to hand it to Kamani Graham, 65 yards to pay dirt.
Yeah, we called it the ball didn't lie. And Kamani Graham really, keep going with these play drives because he's had an incredible impact tonight.
All right, so Mount Vernon takes over, and they punt it down to Commerce's 1-yard line. But Commerce drives. They get a big 39-yard catch by Donovan Maria, a couple of other big plays, and then capped off by a 4-yard touchdown catch by Silvaggi at number 2. And we are looking at maybe Jefferson and Commerce played back in 1994. So if they were in the district for a couple of years there, but it could have been playoffs. We're going to have to look that one up.
Yeah, that's Avon Johnson texting in live here.
All right,
we
good.
Might have
Thank
to get
you,
him
Avon.
a microphone getting to the playoffs here.
Yeah, well, much appreciated. I still owe you some game tapes, too, Mr. Johnson. All right, so Commerce goes up 14-0 with 4:56 left in the first quarter. Then Mount Vernon scores. They go on a 11-yard drive capped by a 4-yard touchdown pass to Salinas on 4th down. They get into the end zone, a quick hit over the middle, but a bad snap on the kick, and so it's 14-6 Commerce with 11:54 in the second quarter. I think that was the first play of the second quarter was that touchdown. Also, looked like August 30th, 2008. Apparently, Jefferson beat Commerce, unconfirmed, but we'll see on that. That coming from Jared Knight, general manager, back running the video stream for us tonight. Thank you very much, Jared. So, good. I wanted to have some kind of history if they face each other, but I couldn't find any. And we'll dig all that up next week if they're playing. I'm going to dig it up
again.
anyway.
Back in our dinosaur days, these things weren't kept on the internet.
Exactly. So you get to about 2004, and then everything just disappears.
It goes ghost.
So, all right. So Commerce is up early in the second quarter, 14-6, as Mount Vernon scores. Then Commerce turns it over on down. Mount Vernon punts. Commerce throws an interception, and then Commerce immediately gets a takeaway as Brandon Anderson gets a 59-yard return on an interception to the Mount Vernon 24, and that leads to a fumble at the 1-yard line by Ja'Cory Hearn, which we thought was a touchdown. Mount Vernon took over, but Commerce defense said, we don't like that. Ja'Cory is our boy, and you made him drop the ball, and now you will pay. And so they punt the ball. Reasonably good punt, but Commerce gets the ball, get a 44-yard run by Kamani Graham to get deep into Mount Vernon territory, and then Jordan Walker taps it off with a 4-yard touchdown catch. And Jordan Walker, one of the leading defensive players for Commerce, 22 tackles, 10 tackles for loss, 6 sacks, 4 forced fumbles, 6 fumble recoveries, one of which went for a touchdown, and 4 hurries. But in the early season, I think the first game or two, he had 4 receptions for 120 yards. He had a 49-yard touchdown reception, and he got another touchdown as well. But that was early in the season, and we haven't seen him on offense all that much since then.
Right. I mean, and
boy's an athlete.
The boy is an athlete,
and
he's just a force to be reckoned with, especially on the defensive side of the ball. But we've seen it offensively. They could be saving that for down the road.
Yeah. And by the way, young man. The young man is an athlete.
Yes, the young man is.
But
an
yeah,
athlete.
they have tried to work him in a little bit on offense over the past couple of games. But he is a fantastic athlete and a defensive standout for the Commerce Tigers. So Mount Vernon not able to do anything with 14 seconds left after the Walker touchdown, and that makes your halftime score 21-6. Commerce. Brian, tell us them stats.
Well, a little bit about the stats, Kevin. It kind of feels like this game, and I think I spoke to you a little bit off air, that Commerce should have a little bit more of a pronounced lead in this game, and it's only 21-6. Until late in the first half, it was just a one-possession game. And the reason that I kind of felt that way is total offensive yards for Commerce, 327 total offensive yards in the first half. Aiden Brown, 7 of 11 through the air for 84 yards and 2 touchdowns. He did have that one inadvertent pick when they had a little pressure on him in the backfield, and the ball popped loose. Leading receiver on
sometimes you got to take the sack.
That's true. Leading receiver is going to be Donovan Maria, who's actually got 2 catches for 57 yards, but unable to get in the end zone. Malik Garcia, 1 catch for 14. Lucas Silvaggi, 3 catches for 9 yards and that 1 touchdown. And then Jordan Walker, that 4-yard touchdown grab late at the end of the first quarter. Tell sign of what Commerce has been doing successfully all season long, and especially tonight, is the ground game. The read option, Aiden Brown, 83 yards on 5 carries. And then Kamani Graham, we thought he had 2 touchdowns, but he only has that 1. Yes, but he's got 154 on the ground on 7 carries and that 65-yard long on the first play from scrimmage to kind of set the tone early for Commerce.
That's one of his better games of the season. Might wind up being his best rushing game of the season when it's all said and done.
Yeah, they did a couple of end arounds, one to Malik Garcia, one to Lucas Selvaggi, not in that order. Both came for 3 yards. But that's 327 yards of total offense. On the Mount Vernon side of the ball, less than 100, held them to 94 yards in the first half. That's kind of why I felt that way.
Yep.
You've got, Cade George through the air. He's 5 of 9 for 38 yards, that one touchdown to Wesley Salinas on that slant over the middle deep in Commerce territory, and that one pick. They're late as they were trading turnovers there at that one point. Leading receiver is going to be Wesley Salinas. As a matter of fact, he's their only receiver.
Yeah.
5 catches, 37 yards, and that one touchdown. The workhorse on the ground for them is obviously Dawson Witherspoon, but Commerce doing a really good job of averaging him to only 4 yards per carry exactly, coming out to 64 yards on 16 carries and keep him out of the end zone. Only a 12-yard long. He's had a couple of 9-yard runs as well, but doing a good job. 56 total yards of offense as Cade George had that 1 8-yard loss to back those numbers up a little bit. But that's going to be your stats for the Commerce Tigers tonight in the first half.
That performance against Dawson Witherspoon is very
it's indicative of how they've been playing around all year.
Indicative and very hopeful, and brings you a lot of that defense can handle a star player. And it's not – he's got 64 yards, and he may well end with 120, but he's got 16 carries. And, Brian, most of the time he gets to 16 carries, he's well over 100 yards on the game.
Yeah, and certainly, and what's even more impressive is watching this Commerce play that 3-3-5 defense, which means you're getting a lot of help from your linebackers and even your secondary with 5 defensive backs on the field.
Yeah, and it plays into the Commerce speed. Most excellent. So the Commerce Tigers up 21-6. At the half. We'll send it back to the studio. They'll look around at some scores around the area, and we'll be back before you know it with the second half. It's Commerce Tigers football on KETR. .9 KETR News keeps you in touch with the world at home in Northeast Texas. KETR brings you local news and weather along with state news headlines from the Texas newsroom. Tune in during Morning Edition from NPR News weekdays from 5 to 9 on 88.9 KETR.
Public media didn't get defunded in Washington because it stopped mattering. It got defunded because someone thought you wouldn't notice. But right here in Northeast Texas, we do. Keep KETR strong. Sponsor local news that still belongs to you at ketr.org/sponsor.
My husband is a veteran, and he was injured in the line of duty.
It happened while I was deployed to Iraq. An IED detonated 3 feet from my face.
It was bad.
I remember thinking, who's going to take care of my wife and daughter?
We took care of each other with a lot of help from DAV.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Jason get the life-changing support and benefits they've earned.
My victory is knowing my disability doesn't define me.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Programming on KETR is made possible by Cypress Bank, where manager Victoria Foster and loan officer Aaron Clark are available to assist with deposit and credit needs. Locations in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
The BBC World Service brings you a global perspective on all sorts of interesting subjects.
A melting pot of cultures.
From science and technology to arts and culture.
Theatre is my first love.
And from business and current affairs.
BBC News.
To compelling human stories.
True life stories from around the world.
Telling the world's stories. The BBC World Service.
Overnights on 88.9 KETR and KETR.org.
It's the big Friday night scoreboard program right here on 88.9 KETR and also on YouTube. In case you're listening with us right now on the YouTube, Roaring Tiger Band out there going through their rotation, state-ranked, state champion. State-bound, there you go.
State-bound. They're headed to the state finals level of band competition.
There you go.
I was not heavily affiliated with bands, so correct me if that's not how you say it. But they're
like
headed to
the
the
sound of
state
it.
level of competition.
Yeah, my understanding from choir, which is like the strange off-child of band, is that it usually goes region, area, and then state, or
Right,
is how
yes.
it would go. So they are probably heading to state at this part of the year. So huge shout-out to them, but in case you've just joined us from the football side of things, Commerce Tigers up at home in this one over the Mount Vernon Purple Tigers, 21-6. Been kind of an interesting game, Ryan. Feel like Commerce kind of had, I wouldn't say a slow start, really scored early in it.
Yeah.
But compared to what we've seen Commerce do early on in the game, maybe just a bit of a slower introduction into this one.
Well, keep in mind here that there are 14 points missing from this scoreboard from
true.
2 called back touchdowns. This has been a heavily penalized night, not just in Commerce, but I've been keeping track of 3 separate football games here, and all 3 have been heavily penalized. These officials really cracking down as we get ready to head into the playoffs. So, this scoreboard is not the final tale of the game. Commerce has definitely looked dominant. There's been a lot of turnovers, a lot of craziness. It's been fun.
Yeah, really fun night tonight. I feel like overall in the Commerce side of things, it's been a lot more of a defensive battle than I think we expected at the start of this. That's not to say anything bad of Commerce's offense either. They've had some excellent drives throughout the night tonight. Had a couple of really good drives at the end of the, at the end of the half there, especially to get in the end zone. And that one drive which was just a bit of a miss. Kevin sounded like he was about to have a heart attack when that touchdown got, that he thought was a touchdown got stopped right at the one.
Yeah.
And then, the slow down on the tush push and the turnover. But still, halftime, still lots of football to play, and we've seen Commerce before. We saw it when they played Reigns in the same exact scoring situation, come back and score the most points in the history of the whole team. So.
Absolutely. This is the same score, I believe.
Yeah, exact same score.
As it was last week in Reigns, and Commerce came out in the third quarter and really opened that one up. And I want to call back that, I've got it scribbled out in my notes here. The very first play from scrimmage was a flea flicker pass from Malik Garcia to Antonio Brown to Aiden Brown.
There you go.
For a touchdown. So had that not been called back for false start?
I think it was, I think it was offsides or false start, something weird.
Had that not been called back, that would have been a play 1 from scrimmage, weird flea flicker touchdown where Aiden Brown would have completed his trifecta of possible scoring attempts, had a reception, a rush, and a pass. But then, as we say, the ball don't lie. On the second play from scrimmage, Kamani Graham breaks out a 50-yard run and puts Commerce on the board right off the bat. And it's been exciting, and I expect Commerce is going to make some halftime adjustments and come out swinging in the third.
And, an interesting thing about the flea flicker idea there is I kind of wonder if the Commerce Tigers learned a thing or two from their district opponents in Reigns, who, if you recall from the game you called, one of their primary touchdowns they scored against Mount Vernon was on a flea flicker. So I wonder I kind of wonder if Commerce was in the film room, the coaching staff, and we're like, wait a minute, we have guys who can do that.
Yeah, taking a play out of that Wildcats playbook.
Yeah, and so I think Commerce is a team which is they're adapting this late in the season to create new plays and new looks for teams. I think it's a great sign for the playoffs. But there's lots of other games going on around the region. You've been watching 2 of them.
I have.
Well, which one do you want to talk about first, Ryan?
Well, both are interesting just in different ways. I've been paying attention to the Winsboro Red Raiders at the Malakoff Tigers tonight. That one determines the second seed in District 7 3A Division 1. But I've also been watching the Jefferson Bulldogs down at the Tatum Eagles, and that one, Jefferson's broke that one wide open 42-7.
Wow.
At the end of the first half, it's now 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. That game kicked off, of course, at 7, not 7:30. At the end of the first half, the score was 35-7, Bulldogs lead. And then to kick off the third quarter, a long drive by Tatum gets them down to the Jefferson 15. They're in the red zone looking to score, try to bring this one a little bit under control. But a huge pick six leads to an 85-yard return for a touchdown and puts those Bulldogs up 42-7.
And that's a really big game from Commerce's perspective because, of course, that determines who they play in week 1 of the playoffs next week. And something else, too, to think about, though, is, I thought Tatum coming into this game would be a lot more competitive against Jefferson. But I think did I pick Tatum? I don't remember who I picked in pregame, but I was expecting that game to be a lot closer. So you think it's a question of turnovers, or what do you think's done it in that one?
It's been the story of turnovers, and I want to say the story of a little bit of injury, but Jefferson has really been the injury-plagued team. The story here has really been junior quarterback Chance Washington for those Bulldogs. He's a rushing threat. He's quick. He can get the ball out, and he's got an arm to back it up. So he gets that ball, and he's making snap decisions, getting downfield, and he can pass a deep ball.
Yeah, so that's going to be a really interesting look for Commerce next week, assuming Tatum doesn't put on a crazy show right at the end or something. But, really interesting thing there. Jefferson is a great team historically, has always looked great at this level. So I'm sure Commerce is going to have a good battle. Speaking of good battles, though, one that I was not expecting to be this close in the third quarter with a bit of a potential playoff picture for Commerce, the Pottsboro Cardinals on the road against Whitesboro. That game was tied up until right before we went to break. They're in the third quarter. Pottsboro up now 14-7 in that one. Pottsboro, the only other team in Commerce's district region ranked, sitting at number 10 in the regional rankings right now. So kind of an interesting thing.
Yeah, that one's absolutely kind of blowing me away because we talked about this coming in. Pottsboro is 8-1. They're kind of the same Cinderella story that Commerce has had, where their only loss was in pre-district play. They've won out their entire district slate. Whitesboro only 5-4, I believe.
Yeah,
I don't think my math adds up there. Only 5-4, but keeping it close here, looking to play spoiler, and Pottsboro could be potentially a playoff opponent down the road. So. Interesting that they can get rattled by an arguably lesser caliber team.
And of course, there is potential things of like Pottsboro might have their starters out, or there's a lot of strategy that goes into the end of this this playoff scene. Speaking of strategy and going into the playoffs, I wanted to give a shout out to two of the JV guys coming up for this playoff scene, James and Ryder Irving. That just kind of goes to show what I'm talking about, though. You take the guys up with you, get them that experience of the playoff scene, and then in a year when they're the guys on the team with these juniors who are becoming seniors, they've been there before, So I think on the Commerce Tigers perspective of things, and maybe also for Pottsboro, this is the year where they're building the culture to win, and it starts with those guys.
Absolutely. And coming from somebody that is an alma mater of Commerce High School from 2016 to 2020, and some years that we had a couple playoff runs. We had that one crazy year where we lost a lot the first half of the season and then won out to end it into a two or three round deep playoff run. But we didn't have a culture of winning, and we didn't have any seasons in the memory of any students at Commerce High School where we were looking at something like this, where we were state ranked, where we were division champions. I mean, this is the first time it's happened in 24 years. I'm only 23 years old. So
yeah, I mean, this is a season of firsts too. I mean, breaking records left and right in the school's history. Changing the entire dynamic of what this team can be in districts, not just this district, but the district we get next year too. So I think overall, from a culture standpoint, this is a big year for us, and lots to think about if you're a Commerce Tigers fan. Also, lots to think about if you're a Malakoff Tigers fan. You've been watching that one a little bit as well. Is there anything specific about that you want to say real quick?
I have been. The most really impressive thing to me, and we alluded to this earlier, is that this has been a flag football Friday night.
Oh, for sure.
There's been, at the risk of Kevin hearing this and manifesting in the studio to beat me over the head, there has been laundry all over every football field that I have been paying attention to tonight. Of course, the score out there, Malakoff 10, Winsboro 7. Malakoff holding off at home, but that was all knotted up 7-all until a walk-off field goal for those Tigers got them up by 3 at the half.
Yeah, really close game in that one, and we were predicting it to be a close game. And, of course, things we got to think about there. Malakoff, second-half team. I feel like that always holds true.
It is.
And I feel like if I'm the Winsboro Red Raiders, I'm going to be chewing on my fingernails a little bit, worried when Malakoff has 3 points at halftime. I mean, that's my thing.
Yeah. Winsboro doing their thing, running that air raid style offense where they're all in the air, the air. There's been some very interesting, I will say, officiating out there, some confusion on calls, some calls that have been changed retroactively, some questionable things. Of course, I'm watching from the point of view of the Malakoff broadcast team, and they're really good, but obviously, just as we are, they're a Homer broadcast team, so they'll see things in a certain light. But this one, it's been a story of penalties, and it's been the story of a defensive battle. Of course, out of this one, the winner is going to play Liberty Ilo round one of the playoffs, and the loser, they get to face the big behemoth that is Atlanta.
Atlanta is a pretty scary team, and I think it's going to be an interesting one for whoever gets them. But for the present with football, we got the Commerce Tigers running out on the field. So we're going to take a break, swing back around with some football action for you with Kevin and Brian. Stick around. It's your station, 88.9 KETR.
This is 88.9 KETR. We are your station for NPR News, Morning Edition, and all things considered. East Texas A&M University and Commerce Tigers sports coverage, and unique music programming from Classical Guitar Alive to Notably Texan, Sunday Baroque, and Jazz with David Bassie. Broadcasting across Northeast Texas on 100,000 watts at 88.9 and streaming at KETR.org.
KETR's been part of this region for half a century. We're not folding, and we're not for sale. But without local support, we can't stay local. Keep the voice of Northeast Texas alive at KETR.org/sponsor.
And welcome back to Tiger Stadium as we get ready to get the second half underway. 15-yard penalty assessed against Commerce as they kick off, up 21-6 over the Mount Vernon Tigers.
Yeah, that last tackle there by Ja'Cory Hearn is going to set him back 15 yards. But
here's the kick. Line drive, fielded at the 35, up to the 40, 45. Near midfield, dodges some tacklers, breaks away at the 40, and a flag on the play. This looks like it'll be on the tackle, Brian, and it may be another 15 yards.
Face mask, perhaps, again, coming from the back judge there, but he had his face right in the middle of that play.
It was Jonathan Martinez, the kicker, in on the tackle.
And Commerce indicating that's going to go against them, so probably going to be.
I mean, it definitely looked like the flag was on the tackle. Face mask. It's the third face mask we've seen tonight.
Certainly have been a lot of flags. I talked about this game, felt like that there was Commerce should be a lot further ahead, and I think the flags have kind of played a lot into that.
So this will be teed up at the Commerce 21-yard line. Fantastic starting field position for Mount Vernon on this first down. Down 21-6. As we get ready, whistle on the play. I think they just paused them. The refs weren't all ready.
Right, spotting the ball.
Two receivers far.
Dawson Witherspoon only.
Oh, yeah. At quarterback. Be a direct snap to him. Here's the snap. Plunges up the middle. Commerce just reads it.
Well, they blew that one dead quick for forward progress. Number 25 in. First one for Commerce. That's Alvin Rios coming from the linebacker position. It's going to be a loss of 2. Huh?
A loss of 2?
Interesting.
Okay. Second and 12 for Mount Vernon. I think I got a hole in my pocket, Brian. I'm dropping stuff. Two receivers near, two far, ball on the near hash. Witherspoon at quarterback once again. He gets the snap. He gets away from one tackler in the backfield on the far side. Donovan Maria comes in to take him down. Can't, but they do finish him off for a 1-yard loss.
Yeah, knocked him off his feet just enough to allow the reinforcements for the Commerce Tigers to come in and clean that play up. It's going to be a loss of 1 there, so now it's going to be 3rd and 13.
All right, the extra blocker for Witherspoon didn't work, so Cade George back in the game. 2 receivers on each side, ball on the far hash. Witherspoon.
That's going to be a false start.
Yeah, false.
Yeah, it looked like the right guard there for Mount Vernon jumped a little bit. Now, a lot of flags on really both teams here in this game to see it's not exactly the cleanest game played to finish off the regular season.
And that may be really, if this is the case, it's the only real thing we've seen saying that these teams know the game doesn't affect their future tomorrow.
Right.
Doesn't really have an effect, would be a little bit of lack of concentration, but the talent and the playing hard on the field, you would not be able to tell that. All right, so 3rd and 18 from the 29-yard line. Man in motion. Bad snap. Goes over. Cade George hits the ground. Commerce almost recovers it, but it squirts free, and 74. Titus Gable is able to jump on it and recover it.
Yeah, it's a big play for Titus Gable. Either way, it's going to set up 4th and 1,000,000 for Mount Vernon.
Back to the 37-yard line for 4th down, well out of field goal range.
And it's almost where you're out of go-for-it range.
Yeah, but it is, in that nebulous territory where a punt doesn't do you a lot of good, so they are going to go for it. Looks like it'll be an empty backfield, but Cade George in at quarterback. 2 receivers on each side, and they have their tight ends lined up too. Here's the snap, 3-step drop. Good blocking. He's got time to throw, and it's picked off. Overthrows his receiver. It's coming back the other way up to the 30, 35. And taken down. Some fantastic acrobatics by
Brandon
Anderson on the return, but he couldn't break it away finally. But Commerce going to take over.
Yeah, I think on that return, that ball almost popped out of his hands. That's why he kind of hopped up and then stepped backwards and kind of fell down on the ground. Wanted to make sure. Good job of Anderson there to secure the football.
Yeah, and Brian, I thought it was real cool. He almost went down twice, but he put his hand down and kept his legs straight. Because, if they put any knee down or anything else, they're down whether they're touched or not at this level. Brandon Anderson, really showing some moves tonight. That was impressive.
Yeah, certainly the athleticism of this Commerce team is not to be denied. It's just...
So Commerce takes over, thrown 37-yard line, up 21-6. Here's a snap. Fakes the handoff to Kamani Graham. Brown going to keep it. Works over left tackle, gets hemmed up about 7 yards deep. Commerce will take over. That fix and feed 1st down, going to be a 2nd and 4 now.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and call it 6 on the play, but once again, that read option feeding Kamani Graham a lot in the first half is going to open up a little bit more, especially when they're mixing in those end arounds with the receivers.
2nd and 4. 8:50 left in the 3rd quarter. Second half just seems like it just got underway. First possession for Commerce in the second half. Man in motion. Takes the pitch, launches it down the far sideline. He's got a man. Donovan Maria goes back to catch it. It hits his hands, and then the defender tackles him after he tips it.
I just once again, the defender never had eyes on the football.
Yeah, but I don't think he got in his way as much this time as the one Maria was able to catch. That ball underthrown by Aiden Brown. Actually.
Yeah, a little bit underthrown.
I think this next week I'd expect Maria and Brown to be practicing a lot together because Brown might be misreading his speed a little bit. A jump pass over the middle, almost caught by Wyatt Marker, but it hits the dirt. So this will bring up 4th down. Aiden Brown was under all kinds of pressure. He wanted to take off running, but then started getting hemmed up. He jumped up. See Pat Mahomes do a lot of this. Jumps up and then throws it. Not able to make the completion to Wyatt Marker.
Yeah, that time Mount Vernon bringing a linebacker blitz from the outside, able to get that pressure in the face of Aiden Brown, forcing him up in the pocket, and then not being the tallest guy on the field, making a smart decision to try to make that jump completion.
Yeah.
Just to no avail.
Brandon Anderson back to punt. Fake punt. Passes to Aiden Brown. He's got the first down at the 50. Dodges inside, looking for the near sideline. Jumps out of bounds around the 35-yard line. It's a first down, Commerce.
Hey, 2 can play that game with the fake punts right there. Commerce, well, I guess they're the only team to do it tonight, but
almost had a fake punt.
Yeah, almost had one earlier, but yes, that time able to convert. big fix and feed first down for the Commerce Tigers, and Aiden Brown showing once again that he can do it all. Brandon Anderson made a really good pass.
It was.
On the out route there to Aiden Brown.
20 yards on the catch for Aiden Brown. Bringing up the fix and feed first down for Commerce in Mount Vernon territory at the 34. Selvaggi in motion. 3-step drop. Launches it on the near sideline. It's underthrown and picked off. Picked off at the 14. Takes it across the far field. Passes the 20. Looking for the sideline. Can't get it. Taken off his feet around the 22 by Donovan Maria. But that ball, lame duck. I don't think it got tipped or anything. But
I didn't see it get tipped. It looked like it slipped out of his hand a little bit.
It did. That is the worst throw I've seen. Looked like a floundering turkey out there as we get closer to Thanksgiving out there. That is, that one just got away from Aiden Brown. Ouch. And that was number 22. Caught that. Hunter Carroll, one of their standout defensive players, came into the game with 30 tackles and 2 tackles for loss. He also runs the ball. He's probably their second or third running back. 37 carries for 291 yards and 3 touchdowns. So, Mount Vernon taking over at the Commerce 24. At the Mount Vernon 24, excuse me. Hand off to Witherspoon, off right tackle, gets into the middle of the defense with the room to run. It's past the first down marker, breaks some tackles, still going at midfield. Donovan Maria hems him up and brings him down in Commerce territory. Wow, that is what you expect to see from Witherspoon.
Explosive run that time, just able to hit the second level. Full steam ahead was Witherspoon. Not only able to get into Commerce territory, but taking it all the way down to the Commerce 42.
So that'll be 34 yards on the carry. Here's the snap to Witherspoon, handoff again. Starts up the middle, breaks it to the outside. Looking for the sideline, gets pushed out of bounds after 12, maybe 13 yards on the carry. That's another first down for Mount Vernon.
Yeah, really kind of hitting full stride here with the Witherspoon game. That seems to be all they've got, but Commerce having a tough time here early in the third quarter stopping it.
Gets it to the 33 for
12.
Yeah. Well, I got 9.
That's the first.
No, I'm wrong. 12.
Yeah.
Just say 12. Yeah, so first down from the 33-yard line. My math was wrong. Man in motion. 4 wide receivers, ball on the far hash. Here's the snap. Witherspoon looking at cutting back into the middle again. Jumps and then falls down at the 30. Be about 3 yards on the carry for Witherspoon.
Yeah, Commerce doing a better job there, but Dawson Witherspoon running north and south, able to continue to get positive yards from Mount Vernon as they're looking to put points back on the board to get back into a one possession ball game.
Yeah, they will run him 30-plus times a game, too. 2nd and 6. 3 wide receivers on the far side. 1 on the near. Salinas on the near side. Witherspoon to the left of George at shotgun. Ball on the far hash. Witherspoon switches sides. 2nd and 6. Man in motion coming to the near side. Here's the snap. Witherspoon off left tackle. In and out of the defense. Looking for the sideline. He's got it. 15, 10. Pushed out of bounds inside the 10-yard line. Some good blocking and a lot of room to run on the left side.
Yeah, that man in motion they brought back to the strong side. Ran a kind of a counter play to Witherspoon off to the weak side, and they just had the numbers out there.
Flag in the middle of the field, just past the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, this one might be coming back.
That's what it looks like. That's how the players are reacting to this. They're all coming back. And I'm not sure how it's.
Oh, now the White Hat signaling it's against Commerce.
Clipping on the defense.
Clipping on the defense.
I think that's clipping. We got this right here. Blocking below the waist or illegal block.
On the defense?
On the defense. The defense was a blocking wrong.
No, we learn something new every day.
Right, those blocking fouls on the defense, man, that'll really get you.
Yeah, McSheffrey's kind of heated about it out there talking it over once again. And I can't say that I blame him. The yardage on that carry there. 17.
Was at the 30, so he's going to get it
22.
8. Yeah, 22. I mean, even the Mount Vernon coach is like, what? What are you talking about?
He's like, now if it.
And if it's a personal foul, tack it on to the end. But it's not.
I've never seen that call on a defense in my time of doing this.
I mean, I want to say he gave the wrong signal, you know?
Perhaps, but that's a signal where you've got to go ahead and bend all the way down to your shins. And
yeah,
I don't know that at my age I'm doing that unless I'm confident of the call. So now I think Mount Vernon's probably asking, well, do I not get yardage to the goal line?
I think there is a penalty the defense can get if they go on the ground and cut the feet out from under. But usually that's a thing the offense does. So I don't know. Anyway,
now
it was a declined penalty, and so Dawson
the umpire's looking to move the ball some direction here. I think they are going to march it off half the distance to the goal.
And now they're marching it off half the distance to the goal. Okay.
Now, Commerce faithful not happy.
No, not at all. Gets up to the 4-yard line on that Dango blocking penalty on the defense. All right, ball on the far hash. 6:42 left in the third quarter. Commerce up 21-6. Witherspoon to the left of George. Witherspoon gets the handoff. That's not Witherspoon, but he gets caught near the line of scrimmage. Actually, he's going to lose a yard, and that is number 8, Bryson Fountain, for -1 yards.
Yeah, that time a good play by the Commerce defense, able to sniff that out and push the Mount Vernon Tigers back just a little bit.
And we have 2 people now, Avon Johnson and Charlie Chitwood, saying that Jefferson beat the snot out of Commerce in the playoffs in '94.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so and we might have an 08, but not sure. All right, direct run by number 13.
Wesley Salinas.
Wesley Salinas takes it 5 yards for the touchdown for Mount Vernon.
Well, Mount Vernon not going quietly into the night.
Well, I mean, if Commerce can stop those blocking fouls on defense.
Yeah, they've had a lot of penalties tonight.
Yeah, that's not the only one. This is true, but
that's going to be a concern, really. I mean, that's really my number one concern going into the playoffs, if they can minimize those penalties. You can't be doing that against good teams and expect to continue to advance.
All right, they're going for 2. Witherspoon is at quarterback. Here's the snap. He handles it. Taken down in the backfield. Aiden Brown with the tackle. How about that?
Yeah, this quickness off the edge right there for Aiden Brown. Snap was a little bit tall, little bit bobbled. Just that hesitation gave Aiden Brown just enough time to get back there and stop him for no gain.
21-12, Commerce over Mount Vernon. We'll be back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
After my wife died, I lost myself too. I didn't feel like doing anything or seeing anyone. Then my granddaughter called to say she misses me, and I realized I had to make a change. That's when I made the call. I got referred to a psychiatrist, and she explained depression can happen to anyone. I'm learning that getting help doesn't make me weak. It makes me stronger. Mental health care works when you make the call.
See what it can do for you at mentalhealthcareworks.org. A message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
Preston here with the Big Friday Night Scoreboard program. Got a few scores for you. Starting out first, the Sulphur Springs Wildcats playing the Frisco Panther Creek Panthers. Sulphur Springs pulls ahead in the fourth in that one, up 17-13. Then the Paris Wildcats on the road up against the Nevada Community Braves. Paris leads it there 52-7. Finally, I got the Quinlan Ford Panthers on the road up against the Kemp Yellow Jackets. Quinlan Ford leads it there at halftime 43-0. Sending it back to Tiger Stadium. Guys?
All right, on the return, there's a flag. It's fielded around the 16, moved up to around the 35-yard line or so by Selvaggi. Looking for some clarification on that call, Brian, but it was penalty. The play went out of bounds. The clock wound, and since it was marched off and the yardage was assigned, it was an after-the-play penalty, so it was a chop block after the end of the play.
Interesting. I didn't see it.
That would be zero clarity whatsoever. Correct. By the way.
Yes.
I don't know what they were trying to call, but I'm pretty sure it's not that ridiculous what I just said, but that's the way it looked from here. All right, there was another penalty, and I didn't see it.
I think it's going to be a hold on the return for Commerce.
It usually is on the return, so there you go.
And they're going to back it all the way up to the Commerce 20-yard line. Once again, this is just kind of a, you know, if you were to throw a chink in the armor of these Commerce Tigers, as it were, it would be their penalties.
Well, yeah. Tonight.
Here's the snap. Aiden Brown keeps it on the read option, able to elude a few tacklers, pick up spotted yards. He's got the first down up to the 36-yard line, and looks like a late hit. We finally have a flag coming in from the back judge on that, and Commerce is going to get 15 more. Late flag, but it finally came in.
For a nice game, we'll see about the play.
There's going to be 15-16 on the carry.
Let's see Yeah, I think they're spotting this at the 36-yard line for 16 yards by Brown. And then he's going to tack on 15 more.
Well, we said it before, we'll say it again. There is no love lost between these two Tiger squads.
So it edges it into Mount Vernon territory. We'll have a fix and feed first down at the Mount Vernon 49. 5:30 left in the third quarter. 21-12 Commerce. Here's the snap. Handoff to Graham up the middle. He's hit at the line of scrimmage, and they strip the ball and jump on it. Mount Vernon's going to recover this, I believe. That was good defensive play.
That's Jace Brown on the carry, actually.
Jace Brown actually on the carry, not
Jace Ray.
Jace Ray, excuse me. Yeah, Jace Ray. On that fix and feed first down, he hit the middle of the line and then tried to bounce it outside, and as he bounced out, a Mount Vernon defender comes out and strips that ball loose. That was a earned turnover.
Well, the inability for Mount Vernon to convert on that two-point conversion on their previous touchdown and electing not to kick the PAT still makes it a two-possession game. So that errs in favor for Commerce. However, you hate to see them turn the ball over here at midfield, especially in their first opportunity to respond to that Mount Vernon score.
And they'll get it at the Commerce 49-yard line. And I said it last week, weird stuff happens when Commerce plays the Reigns, and weird stuff happens when they play Mount Vernon too. These rivalry games get gotten. First down. Two receivers near, too far. Man in motion going to the far side. Shotgun. Witherspoon was leaning, didn't get called. Gets the handoff, taking it to the far side, looking for the sideline. He's got it. Gets the first down, but he's caught. That probably would have been a touchdown against most other teams in the district, but Commerce able to catch him.
I'll tell you one thing, what's been impressive to me about Dawson Witherspoon is how he's come out in the second half. I mean, he's got 34 of 22, and that time a 14-yard pickup, and he's single-handedly getting Mount Vernon back into this game.
At the 30-yard line, 35, excuse me. First and 10. Mount Vernon on the far hash, moving left to right. Three receivers far, one near. Witherspoon to the left of George. Man in motion, two men moving. Witherspoon.
We got a flag.
Flag on the play. I think this is going to be illegal formation.
Yeah, because they had 2 men in motion at the same time.
Yeah. Well, I think he wasn't set right. It was not a false start, but I think it's a motion penalty. No, illegal shift. Yep. Makes sense. We have been trying to catch the mic when it gets up loud, but we're not getting the best audio on that. But it'll push them back 5 yards, first and 15.
Yeah, Commerce will take it after all the beating they've taken with their own penalties in tonight's game. Again, we've seen a few different things from both teams here. Well, but not the way you really want to end the season.
All right, Commerce Tigers football is brought to you by Cypress Bank in Commerce, Russell Beasley CPA, and Fix and Feed in Commerce. Become a sponsor of Tigers football by visiting KTR.org and looking for announcements under the support tab. Man in motion, ball on the far hash, first and 15. Here's the snap. Play action, throws to the far side, caught, Moves it upfield. He's going to get 9-10 yards on the pass completion.
That's number 2, Pearson Clayton on the reception for Mount Vernon.
He came into the game with 12 receptions, 189 yards, and 2 touchdowns, 45 long.
Going to be a 10-yard pickup after the first and 15.
I think he had a pretty good game last week against Malakoff. All right, this is up to the 30-yard line of Commerce. 2nd and 5, 4:13 left in the third quarter, 21-12 Commerce. 3 receivers near, 1 far, ball on the far hash. Witherspoon to the left of George. He gets the handoff, off right tackle, spin move in the middle of the line. And he gets hit hard and gets away from that, but the rest of the defense follows up and takes him down. But, Brian, I don't know. He should have been maybe a yard on that carry, but
yeah, I mean,
squirrely smooth running.
He is slick and smooth, and like that spin move was perfectly timed right there. Finally being brought down by Brandon Anderson. Good job by him, able to get him before he was able to reach that first down stick.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to bring up a 3rd and 2, I believe.
3 yards on the carry. So 3rd and 2 now.
Witherspoon up to 149 yards on the
ground.
Wow,
there you go. Yep.
Most of that in the third quarter.
Yeah. Man in motion. Only 2 wide receivers split out wide. Now he settles in the slot. Handoff. Not to Witherspoon.
That's
up the
Fountain.
middle. This is Bryson Fountain.
He's going to get the first.
Came into the game with 29 carries, 241 yards. Let's see. He gets it up to the 27.
4-yard pickup.
I'm sorry, 22. So it'll be a 5-yard pickup officially. Third quarter winding, 2:54. Commerce up 21-12. 1st and 10 for Mount Vernon. 3 wide receivers. Slot man going in motion. That's Salinas. No, I'm sorry, that's Braden Baker. Here's the snap. He handles it. It was bad. Firing to the end zone. And it's caught. Busted coverage by Commerce. Wide open at the front of the end zone. Was Salinas on the catch? Yeah, number 13, Wesley Salinas with the 2nd touchdown.
Yeah, 22-yard right there. The ball was bobbled by Cade George on the snap.
And that may have brought up some of the secondary.
Yeah, well, I mean, it may have, but regardless, you've got to play till you hear the whistle. And Maria, I don't know, kind of pulled up on the route coverage, and then just Salinas, the pass was short. He had to come back and get the ball, but no Tiger really in the vicinity.
Lining up for the extra point kick, and it's blocked by Brent. No, it's not. He got in there, but they got it past him. Extra point's good. Closing the gap. Mount Vernon 19, Commerce 21. A 3-point lead with 2:35 left in the third quarter. Back with more Tigers football after this on KETR. 88.9 KETR News keeps you in touch with the world at home in Northeast Texas. KETR brings you local events and weather, along with state news headlines from the Texas Newsroom. Tune in during All Things Considered from NPR News, weekdays from 4 to 8 p.m.
Ending the third quarter, the score out in Tatum tonight, the Jefferson Bulldogs led 49-14. Now inside 1 minute remaining to play in the game. A turnover on downs gives the Bulldogs back the ball in great field position, and Tatum at the Tatum 37. But it's all over but the crime now in Tatum as the Bulldogs try to run out the final minutes. They're inside the 15-yard line looking to score. The score right now, 49-14. Jefferson leads Tatum. 1 minute to play in the night. Now back to Tiger Stadium with Kevin and Brian. Guys.
All right, so Vaji taking off his feet at the 21-yard line on the return. Mount Vernon getting hyped for this one. It's a 2-point lead because I can't do math. 21-19 Commerce, and they'll be facing Jefferson.
Yeah, they got a long drive here ahead of them if they want to score on this possession, Kevin. And really the momentum has kind of shifted significantly here in the third quarter. A couple of penalties again and turnover.
Yeah, I like that they're playing for pride, but at this point, this game has been disappointing, not on the player level for both teams.
Right.
It's been hard to actually feel like you're playing a good game out here no matter what, but Commerce still wanting that undefeated district record. So on this fix and feed first down at their own 22-yard line, Commerce is back on the field. 2:29 left in the third quarter.
Commerce going to take a timeout late, getting a slot receiver on the field there.
We'll keep it here. So fix and feed first down. Hey, I wanted to look at some of the other team 3A district Division 1, the top 10 ranked teams. So in Region 1, which is District 1, 2, 3, and 4, there are 3 state-ranked teams. Jim Ned at number 5, Paradise at number 2, and Peaster at number 9. In Region 2, that's Commerce's region, 2 state-ranked teams, Pottsboro number 10, and Commerce, of course, at number 7. Region 3, 4 state-ranked teams, Fairfield at number 6, Hardin at number 8, Franklin at number 1, and Columbus at number 3. And in Region 4, Llano, 1 state-ranked team. Commerce will be playing Region 1 in the regionals, region districts 5, 6, 7, and 8 until they get to the quarterfinals. Then it's Region 1. Here's back to the action on the field. Aiden Brown with the snap. Nobody there. It was a bad snap. He handled it, but he fades out to the far side and just throws it away.
The Whitehead points, and then the guy on the side throws the flag, because I don't know if it made it past the line of scrimmage. But he was outside the tackle.
Yeah, it still has to get line of scrimmage and be outside the tackle box. But I thought it hit the chains over there, like in the middle of them.
Yeah, he picked it up.
Okay.
First flag we've seen picked up tonight, though.
So the fix, So the fix and feed, first down, incomplete pass. Aiden Brown under a lot of pressure. Didn't try to force it that time as he did in the first half and made an interception. Throws it out of bounds, second down, 21-19 Commerce. So, yeah, if Commerce makes it to the quarterfinals, you're looking at, if it's one of these ranked teams, Paradise, Peaster, or Jim Ned, but you got to get through this Region 2 first. Fires deep down the sideline, jumping up in the air is Donovan Maria. And
interesting to note here, Kevin, Aiden Brown has no completions. He's 0 for his last 5 here in the second half.
Ouch. Incomplete there, bringing up 3rd and 10 for Commerce. Once again, that's underthrown. Maria's faster than that.
Yeah.
I think Brown needs to get him led out further, and I think that's why McSheffrey keeps calling it. He wants to see him hit it. Here's a snap, play action. Quick toss over the middle. He threw it behind Malik Garcia, who slipped down trying to stop to get to it. Had him open, but it's incomplete. Aiden Brown a little off his game on that series.
Yeah, that pass was a little bit behind Malik Garcia. He tried to stop, but the ground, he slipped.
Yep.
His cleats slipped out from under him, and as he was going down, no one really threatening to intercept that ball, but it's going to be a disappointing incompletion nonetheless.
Yeah, it was 80 degrees today, and it's cool now. That field probably has a bit of humidity. We saw that in the first game of the season, if you remember. 4th down. Brandon Anderson back to punt. He faked it last time. He punts it this time. Lands in Mount Vernon territory, goes out of bounds around the 38-yard line.
They're going to spot it at the 39.
Well, that's about right.
Decent field position for Mount Vernon.
2:03.
Looking to take the lead here.
Yeah. In the third quarter, 21-19, a 2-point lead by Commerce. This will be at the 39-yard line. Commerce just looking flat here in the second half. Not able to pick up any sort of momentum. Penalties keep flying.
Yeah, the shooting themselves in the foot doesn't really help.
And I won't know if they're good calls or not until I review film. Here's handoff to Witherspoon going to the far side, trying to make the sideline. Gets driven out of bounds after about 6 yards on the carry. Let's bring up 2nd and 4.
25th carry of the game for Dawson Witherspoon.
Yeah, you might start a second row for him. That'll mess up our stats on the video feed. Once again, we are streaming video tonight. It is a one-cam setup, and we're doing digital zoom to get in close, so the quality not as good as we'd like, but with your support, we can afford a cameraman. Visit KETR.org and click the big red donate button. 2nd and 4. Here's the snap. Witherspoon coming to the near side. Cuts up off tackle. Back to the middle of the field. Sloughing tacklers, but Marcaden Maps comes up from behind and rips him down, saving the touchdown.
Wow, Marcaden Maps coming back all the way from the defensive end position.
Yeah.
Able to make that tackle. Once again, Dawson Witherspoon showing his elusiveness as he was able to slip and slide all the way up for another Mount Vernon first down.
I think that's about 16 yards on the gain there, Brian. 42-43. 42-42. First down for Mount Vernon. 3 receivers far, one of them coming in motion. Here's the snap, play action, fires, deep post. That's pass interference big time. Selvaggi, he saw Salinas was just going to flat beat him deep. Selvaggi hung on and held him back.
Yeah, no doubt about that call.
Yeah.
Had the man coverage on the outside. Running a post route was Wesley Salinas, and
that's one of those unfortunate ones you go, well, he had to.
Lucas Selvaggi knew he was beat on
Yeah.
it, and like you said, I mean, if there was a time to commit a penalty,
Yeah.
that was one.
I have to. And at this level, it's 15 yards and not spotted a foul. So
That's every level except the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's actually where the pass interference was is deeper when the ball's going to be spotted. So that makes it even, I hate to say it, more of a no-brainer that sometimes the best defensive play is the penalty. All right, so first down at the 27 for Mount Vernon. Hands off to Witherspoon, going across the far side. Cuts up. It's going to get 4 yards on the carry, 2nd and 6.
That's been all Witherspoon really tonight. I mean, Cade George has made a couple of touchdown passes, one on that blown coverage, and the other one was, first one of the game was short pass over the middle, but.
Okay, this will be 3 yards, 2nd and 7. Thank you, Randy Stark. 16 seconds left in the third quarter, 21-19 Commerce. Mount Vernon driving to take the lead. 10 seconds. They could let the quarter run out. I doubt they will. Witherspoon going to his right. Ball on the far hash. Man in motion. Going to the far side. Here's the snap. Hand off to Witherspoon. Takes it out to the far side. Cuts up with a man in pursuit. Man, that is just a quick 5 yards. 6. The end of the third quarter. It'll be third down when we get back. Commerce Tigers with a slim 21-19 lead over the Mount Vernon Purple Tigers. We'll be back after this on KETR.
I'm Stephen Dubner, host of Freakonomics Radio. Every week, Freakonomics Radio explores the hidden side of, well, everything. From the economics of sleep to when is the best time to rob a bank. So tune in next time on Freakonomics Radio.
Tomorrow morning at 9 on 88.9 KETR.
It's the big Friday night scoreboard program. Got a few scores for you. Starting out first here, the Jefferson Bulldogs on the road against the Tatum Eagles has gone final. Jefferson takes down Tatum 49-14, which means Commerce will be playing them in the playoffs. Then we have the Mesquite Poteet Pirates on the road against the Terrell Tigers this Thursday. Terrell got it done 79-34 over Mesquite Poteet. And then finally, I have the Cumbie Trojans at home against the Celeste Blue Devils. Cumbie shuts them out 46-0 for your final in that one. Sending it back to Tiger Stadium. Guys?
Thanks a lot, Preston. We lose the crowd for a second, need to replace some batteries, but Commerce with a very slim lead here and a very strange game here to end the final game of the regular season. But we will be playing Jefferson, the Jefferson Bulldogs, and the Commerce Tigers in the first round of the playoffs by district round. 3rd and 2 from the 19-yard line of Commerce for Mount Vernon. They're now moving right to left across your radio dial. Video available, youtube.com/KETRFM. 2 receivers far, 2 near. Ball on the near hash. Man in motion coming to the near side. Here's the snap, and off to Witherspoon, up the middle. He's got the first down and more. Taken down around the 13-yard line. First down, Mount Vernon.
Yeah, they just really, Commerce defense not having an answer for the blocking up front by Mount Vernon and the quickness and elusiveness of Dawson Witherspoon. Going to move those chains one more time for the Purple Tigers.
Picks up 6 yards on the carry for his 29th carry of the game. We're about to have to start a second row of stats for this guy. 3 receivers on the far side, 1 on the near. 1st and 10 from the 13-yard line. Witherspoon to the right of the quarterback. He gets the handoff. He's run down in the backfield and taken down for a big loss. 73, Jaden Coleman on the tackle.
Yeah, that one was sniffed out greatly by the Commerce Tigers defensive front. They're able to get to the backfield and slip and slide outside of those would-be blockers. And the first time we've had a loss by Witherspoon in quite some time.
Losing 6 yards on the carry back to the 19-yard line. So 2nd and 16. 2 receivers on the far side, 2 on the near, ball on the near hash.
Give you an idea, Kevin, 250 exactly total yards of offense for Mount Vernon, 180 for Witherspoon.
Wow. Pistol formation. Witherspoon up the middle, cuts to the left, bounces off a tackler and gets into the end zone. Wow. Commerce tries to knock him down, but you don't knock Witherspoon down. You got to grab him and drag him down.
You got to wrap up on that.
Yeah.
Once again, Commerce just not able to get it done.
19-yard touchdown by Witherspoon. As Mount Vernon takes the lead. A little bit humbling for Commerce heading into the playoffs. Might be just what they need. Or it might be beneficial. It's not what they need. 10:28 left in the game. 25-21 pending the extra point, Mount Vernon. Here's the snap. Here's the kick. It is low. There's flags.
It's going to be offsides. They're going to get to retry that.
No, they'll take it on the kick, I'm sure.
Oh, they can.
Or decline it. Yeah. They'll decline it and take the kick. All right, so 26-21. It's a 5-point lead by the Mount Vernon Tigers. We'll be back with the rest of this one after this on KETR.
Well, hello, folks. It's your old buddy Luke Clayton inviting you to tune in to our hunting and fishing show every Saturday morning.
Drones, a lot of fun, and it's a great tool to have in today's world to do some scouting and get out and look at land and not have to walk it all.
So we ended up pulling out, 20, 25 fish, which is darn good on a day when you didn't start bait fishing for 90 minutes.
Saturday at 6 a.m. on KETR and online at KETR.org.
Programming on KETR is made possible by Cypress Bank, where manager Victoria Foster and loan officer Aaron Clark are available to assist with deposit and credit needs. Locations in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
And welcome back. Mount Vernon taking the lead in this game, the first lead of the game in the fourth quarter, 10:28 left. Mount Vernon up 26-21.
I believe this is the first time Commerce has trailed in the second half in any game in district this year.
I believe you would be correct. It's a short kick. Caught at the 36. Coming across the field, Selvaggi hit hard and taken down around the 37-yard line. That's where Commerce will take over.
Commerce wanting a face mask, not getting that call.
Yeah.
Plenty of time here, 10:22 left to go in the game, but Commerce coming out flat and sloppy here in the second half.
38. Commerce 38-yard line. 10:22 left in the game. Commerce down by 5. On this fix and feed, first down. Commerce Tigers football brought to you by Cypress Bank in Commerce, Russell Beasley CPA, and Fix and Feed in Commerce. Aiden Brown going to keep it. Looking up the middle, coming to the near side. He's at the 50, taking off his feet inside Mount Vernon territory. That's going to be about 16 yards on the carry for Brown.
Yeah, that's what Commerce really needs to do is get back to playing their game.
Make it 17. They spotted at the 45. Another fix and feed first down. Commerce hurrying up. Here's the snap. Aiden Brown running up the middle once again. He gets hit about 2 yards deep and dragged down after they're giving him 4. 2nd and 6.
Yeah, again, Aiden Brown running with purpose here, trying to get Commerce back on top.
Yeah, keeping the Mount Vernon defense guessing, unable to make the substitution. 2nd and 6. Commerce. A little bit of an early start, no flags. Aiden Brown fakes it to the pitch, keeps it up the middle, got the first down, taken down. Close to a face mask, but I don't think they got it. Move the chains. It's another fix and feed. First down, Commerce.
Yeah, that time the fake pitch to the outside bought enough time and juked just enough of the defenders of Mount Vernon for him able to keep it and run right up off center, pick up a good gain.
8 yards on the carry. Fix and feed first down. 2 receivers near. Man in motion from the far side. Fakes the handoff to him. Aiden Brown going to keep it once again. He gets it to the 30 and then goes down. They give him the 31.
Got a clock stoppage here for some reason.
Donovan Maria's adjusting his knee pads.
Yeah, the Mount Vernon coach over there is, I think he's just out talking to his defense.
Yeah. No, there's a flag.
There's the face mask 3 plays later. So 3-yard pickup by Aiden Brown, then you're going to tack 15 yards onto the end of it.
All right, let's get it. So the ball's down at the 15-yard line. Commerce down by 5. 2 receivers near, 1 far. Ball in between the hash marks. Kamani Graham to the right of Aiden Brown. Graham gets the handoff off the left side. All room in the world to run, and he takes it into the end zone. Touchdown, Kamani Graham.
Yeah, once again, Commerce right there showed their strength of that read option, being able to run the ball. Brown, give it to Graham, and that's the result.
Some great blocking on the side there. Wide open field on the far side to the left. There's no way they're going to be catching Graham. So they're lining up to go for 2. Right now they have a 1-point lead. They want to make that 3 with this 2-point conversion. So a big 2 points here for Commerce. Shotgun, 3 receivers near, none far. Aiden Brown, bootleg to the near side, looking for a man to get it to. In and out of the hands of Malik Garcia. I think Aiden Brown just got a little too excited and put a little too much mustard on that one.
Yeah, and it kind of sailed a little bit. Malik Garcia, one of the tallest wide receivers on the team, but he had to go up. Looks like he did get a fingertip on it, but like you said, a little too strong and a little tall.
So Commerce takes a 1-point lead, 27-26 over Mount Vernon, and my math is right that time. 9:05 left in the game. Back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
Declutter your driveway and support 88.9 KETR in just one easy step. Donate your car, running or not. It's a win-win. Free towing and tax benefits available. Call 855-KETR-123 or visit KETR.org to donate today.
East Texas A&M Lions are going to be back home on November 8th, taking on the McNeese State Cowboys. How about a 4 o'clock kickoff in Memorial Stadium? Can the Lions come up with another dub over the Pokes? Brock Calloway and I will be here to tell you how. If you can't make it, pregame coverage will start live at 3 p.m. and then the kickoff at 4 o'clock. All of it right here on your station, 88.9 KETR.
Commerce Tigers take the lead once again by 1 point. Failed the 2-point conversion, just sailed on Aiden Brown over Malik Garcia's fingertips. But they are up 27-26 with 9:05 left in the game. The kick is high and not deep and lands out of bounds, and that will be a penalty on Commerce. We'll see if Mount Vernon wants to take the good field position or wants them to kick it again. I'm sure they take the penalty.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. Commerce regaining the lead. And again, not shifting from that 3-3-5 defense, but again, you got to give a little bit of credit to Mount Vernon getting that block up front to give Witherspoon those creases to be able to run through.
Yeah, it's completely different running room for Witherspoon in the second half. I mean, drastically different. Like, it is so wildly different. I don't know what could have changed that much.
Yeah, I mean, nor do I. I mean, we've seen them able to get Witherspoon for a loss just once in the second half.
But he's ripping off basically 5, 6, 7 yards of carry. And in the first half, they were keeping him under control. And now he's got a lot of room to run. And I don't think – I mean, Mount Vernon has some good big guys up front, some good blockers. Maybe they just, got their head right. I don't know. Anyway, first down from the 41-yard line for Mount Vernon. 3 receivers far, 1 near. One of those on the far side comes in motion to the near. Here's the handoff to Witherspoon. Starts up the middle. Keeps it there. It's taken down after 4 yards on the carry. Bring up 2nd and 6.
Yeah, that's just straight dive up the middle, off center for Witherspoon, and another good push by the offensive line for Mount Vernon.
At the 45, 2nd and 6. 8:39 left in the game, 27-26.
That's going to be a false start.
Yeah, false start. Hello and thank you to all the folks watching us on YouTube. We got a single cam set up. It's better than nothing. We're doing pretty good. Commerce, 27-21. This is weird. But Mount Vernon gets the
false start penalty, negates that 4-yard run there.
Yeah, so 2nd and 11 from their own 39-yard line for Mount Vernon. 3 receivers on the far side, 1 near. Witherspoon to the right of George at quarterback. Now Witherspoon moves to the left. Ball in between the hash marks. Man on the far side coming in motion. Lines up in the slot. Witherspoon gets the handoff to the right side, cuts up through the middle. And he's going to pick up 6, 7 yards on the carry for Witherspoon. Bring up a 3rd and 4.
Yeah, he never really reverses field. He kind of just chooses the hole and slides through it.
Yeah.
I mean,
he'll make one cut and then tries to go from there. Turns on the jets. Great acceleration, great top speed.
That last carry put him over 200 on the ground by my unofficial calculation.
And he only had, 60-something at the half?
Yep, 62, I believe.
So from the 47-yard line, 3rd and 4. Witherspoon to the right with George. 3 receivers far, 1 near. Here's a snap. Witherspoon with the handoff straight up the middle. He's got the first down. And Commerce can't tackle him. Finally.
I mean, at this point,
Orange and Black Tigers.
You got to know they're going to give it to number 10.
Yeah. I mean, that's the blocking up front. I'm not putting this on the Commerce defense all of a sudden going bad. I know that didn't happen. All right, so up to the 43-yard line in Commerce territory. 10 yards on the gain at first down. 6:58, time starting to become a factor. First down. Mount Vernon down by 1 to Commerce. And off to Bryson over the right side, straight up the middle, off right tackle, and he picks up 7 yards. This is the offensive line of Mount Vernon dominating here, Brian. That's what this is. That was number 8, Bryson Fountain, ripping off 7 yards on that carry. All right, 2nd and 3. Mount Vernon. Fountain still in the game. 2 wide receivers near, 1 far, split end in front of George. Man goes in motion to the far side. Here's the snap. Hands off to Bryce Fountain. Just gets the first down. Needed 3, got 3. Move the chains. Mount Vernon's driving. At the 33-yard line. 6:04 left in the game. 27-26 Commerce. The closest game Commerce has played in a long time. Couple months. Witherspoon back in the game.
Guessing they're going to hand it off to him.
Receiver on the near side, ball on the far hash. 2 receivers stacked on the far side. One of them comes in motion. Snap is low. Play action to Witherspoon. Quick swing pass out to Salinas on the far side, and he's going to get 5 yards on the catch.
I was wrong. They didn't hand it off to him.
Yeah, that is the goal, is to throw it enough to keep the defense honest.
Clock still running.
So up to the 28-yard line. 5:25 left in the game. 27-26 Commerce. 2 receivers stacked, same formation on this one. Man in motion. He started towards the line of scrimmage, no flag. Hand off to Witherspoon over the right side. Works his way through the middle of the defense. Finally taken down, but he's got a first down. It's about 10 yards on the carry for Witherspoon. He is looking like we expected Dawson Witherspoon to run here in the second half. First half, Commerce had him checked. Give it 9 yards on the carry officially. No, I'm sorry. Let's make that 11 yards on the carry.
Commerce going to take a timeout.
All right, timeout. Commerce will take it with them. 1st and 10 for Mount Vernon when we return. 4:57 left in the game. Commerce up 27-26. The Purple Tigers drop. Back with more Tigers football after this on KETR.
Support for KETR comes from its members and from Cypress Bank, offering both deposit and loan products including checking, online banking, ATMs, and the Cypress Check Card. Family financial centers located in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Pittsburgh, and Lone Star. Equal housing lender and member FDIC. Find more information at cypressbanktx.com.
After a scoreless third quarter in Malakoff and mostly scoreless fourth quarter, Malakoff leads 24-7 over the Winsboro Red Raiders, but not without much ado. A 4th and 2 on the Winsboro 17-yard line leads to a score to bring them up 17-7, and after several more uneventful possessions, a huge run breaks out for those Malakoff Tigers, leading to a 50-plus yard touchdown for the current score of 24-7 in the fourth. Now back to Tigers Stadium with Kevin and Brian. Guys.
24-7.
Malakoff on that one.
Yeah. Wow. Well, we called it wrong. First down. 2 receivers stacked on the far side. Witherspoon gets the handoff. Stutter steps in the backfield, and that's enough for Commerce defense to come in there and catch up.
Yeah, finally get him for another loss there.
Yeah, -2. And this drive started with 9:01 left in the fourth quarter. 4.5 minutes left. Almost 5.5 minutes on this drive alone. And that's what having a steady run game can get you. And I got to credit the change between the first and second half with the Mount Vernon offensive line. They've either worn down the Commerce defensive line or they just figured it out. Adjusted to what Commerce was doing. Here's the snap. Incomplete pass out to the far side, and that should be intentional grounding.
Yeah, no receiver.
The receiver went exactly in the wrong direction. It was 10 yards away from him. They're not going to do it. I mean, you get it why he did, but okay, I would hate that call. I would hate that call if they made it on us. So anyway, bad pass, bad route, one of the two or both. 4 wide receivers. Witherspoon to the right of George in the shotgun, 3rd and 12. 4:06. Play action, thrown over the middle.
Good D.
Good defense. Look, that is Braden Baker looking for a holding call. Doesn't get it.
Yeah, Brandon Anderson came in front of that route, reached his long arm out there. I don't know if he got a hand on it. If not, he was close and at least impeded the vision of Baker on the would-be receiver on the play. Be a 4th and long here. And they're going to kick it to try to take the lead.
Going for the field goal. This is a number 15 that we don't have on the roster. It's going to be kicked from the 28. 38-yard field goal. Just makes it a
flag on the play. He's got a false start, I think.
False start. Push them back 5. Woo. They're going to go for it now. That barely made it. I think it made it. It might have gone under from here. You know, it's a little hard to tell, but I think it just went over the crossbar, but flag on the play.
I thought it went wide right. Did he signal it good?
They never made a signal.
Yeah, I thought it was wide right.
But barely made it. If it made it, potentially missed.
But you're right. Commerce defense still on the field, so I think you're right.
All right, they bring out the offense.
This could be for the game.
And you couldn't decline that if you wanted to, by the way.
Commerce going to take a timeout.
All right, Commerce is taking a timeout. We'll take a quick one with them. 3:55 left in the game. Commerce up 27-26. Fourth and forever for Mount Vernon when we return. It's Commerce Tigers football on KETR.
Brian Bailey has been elected sheriff 4 times in a row.
I see right and wrong. I see criminals and I see law-abiding citizens.
But under his watch, serious allegations started to come out about some deputies.
They had my legs pinned down, and he chased me again. Bang! I said, oh, whoa, no. I was trying to tell them what they wanted to hear.
A reign of terror in Rankin County, Mississippi. On the next Reveal. Tomorrow morning at 11 on KETR.
Well, welcome back as they're gearing up for this one. Commerce takes their second timeout of the half. No, their final timeout. That is Commerce's final timeout of the half. They have a 1-point lead. Mount Vernon had a false start on a field goal attempt. Pushed them back 5 yards. So now they're going for it. It is 4th and 17 from the 26-yard line of Mount Vernon. Man in motion. Here's the snap. Looking to the far side, launches it towards the end zone, and incomplete! Donovan Maria in coverage. Fantastic coverage.
That's just an incredible play by Donovan Maria. When you need somebody to rise to the occasion, Mr. Maria has been there all season long. Coming out of the slot position, the receiver goes up into the end zone. Pretty good pass by Cade George. Maria just jumping up in front of the pass and getting a hand on it and breaking that up.
Looking for Braden Baker in the end zone, not even their number 1, and looking for number 12. He's one of their better receivers, though. The Commerce holds on to their lead, and that was a long drive. It started at 9:01, went down to 3:49, so that's what, 5 minutes and 11 seconds, 12 seconds on that drive. Remember, high school quarters are only 12 minutes, so it was a long, sustained drive for Mount Vernon for nada, zip, zilch, 0 points. 4 wide receivers for Commerce on this fix and feed first down from their own 26-yard line. Aiden Brown going to keep it, working his way through the defense. Trying to work out, spin move, he's at the 50, into Mount Vernon territory. The ball comes loose, pops up in the air, he grabs it, flipping over. Huge run by Aiden Brown. The crowd goes wild.
Yeah, once again, the read option proves to be super effective right there. Man in motion, Wyatt Marker came in the backfield for a moment and then slipped a little bit as the snap happened. But not to be denied was Aiden Brown, as he's shown all season the tenacity of him, with a couple of spin moves and a big gain right
it was,
there.
Up to the 43-yard line, 31 yards on the carry for Aiden Brown. I'm bringing up another fix and feed first down. At the 43, here's the snap. Fakes the handoff, play action to Kamani Graham, throws to Malik Garcia, who's caught. You don't see that every time, but it's another first down, Commerce, 20 yards or so on the catch.
Yeah, great read by Aiden Brown, great catch by Malik Garcia, had him in man coverage on the outside, hit him in stride on a quick slant for another big chunk of Commerce yards.
17 yards on the catch for Malik Garcia up to the 24-yard line.
You know that's got to feel good for Aiden Brown, who had
make that 19, Brian, 19.
His last 6 pass attempts before that were all incomplete, including an interception.
Good. Another fix and feed first down. Mount Vernon defender doing a great job to tackle Malik Garcia. You usually see that one go to the house. All right, fix and feed first down. Commerce up 27-26, 2:17. Commerce going to start milking this clock, I think. No timeouts, but they do have the 2-minute warning They will have to run a play before that hits. Here's the snap. Aiden Brown, read option, is going to keep it. Hit in the middle of the field, and he fumbles. Mount Vernon has it. They're going the other way. 40, Kamani Graham in pursuit. Will he catch him? No. 10-5, touchdown, Mount Vernon. The ball just popped loose out of Aiden Brown's hands. Oh, my goodness.
Wow. Commerce had all but sealed this game up. That's going to go ahead and count as the 2-minute warning as the clock drops down to 1:54.
Who was that on the return? What was the number?
I didn't catch a number on that, but I tell you, that guy came straight from it looked like out of the linebacker position.
We'll try to get a number on that, but he goes from the 24 all the way to the touchdown. Somebody's already done the math, but it ain't me. That is a 76-yard fumble recovery by Mount Vernon. So they are up by 5 right now. An extra point would make it 6. They're going to go for 2. I would bet.
Wow.
Commerce with no timeouts in 1:54. All right, so I'm with you, Brian. It looked like a linebacker on that. We're seeing if we could get the number. Or if 45 or 46, I think, is who it was. Andre Diaz or Landry Moss, and both of them are leading defensive players for Mount Vernon, so it would make sense if either one of them did it. They're like the two of the leading defensive players.
Now, Commerce out of timeouts here, but it's not over yet. I mean, there's still 1:54 left in the game. I would anticipate Mount Vernon going to go for 2 here.
Yeah, they took a timeout to think about it. That's what we've been waiting for here. But Mount Vernon coming up with a big play when it really mattered.
Yeah, timeout on top of the 2-minute warning, which they had. So, yeah, I mean, they did. Again, that was an unforced turnover there. I think that ball, like you said, on his spin move, the ball just kind of flew right out.
I mean, he had 3 guys holding him. I think it's a forced turnover. Great recovery by Mount Vernon. But yeah, Aiden Brown, not really. He's thrown some interceptions, and we've seen some fumbles, but really protects the ball very well. But last couple of games. Now, in the last couple of games we've seen before this one, they were trying new things, and he was maybe forcing it a little bit. Tonight, I think Mount Vernon has really rattled him a little bit. Going for 2. 2 wide receivers far, 1 lined up near the near side. Bootleg. K. George just chunks it with a hope and a prayer to a lineman.
That's illegal.
Illegal touching on the lineman. It's thrown up with a hope and a prayer. That's going to be That's not going to make it. So the score will stay 27-32 Mount Vernon.
Wow. It's amazing to me that flag took that long to come in, and it came in from the side judge, but they got it. That penalty is going to be declined. And Commerce has just under 2 minutes to respond here. We talked about the 320-something plus yards that Commerce had in the first half. In addition to Dawson Witherspoon turning it on for Mount Vernon, their defense is also, held Commerce to about 125 or so total yards in the second half.
Wow. Yep. Yeah, tell the 2 halves here, more or less.
The turnovers and the penalties have really been the story of this game.
And we have been lucky haven't had one of those this season. We're getting it all tonight. Again, the outcome will not affect the playoff seeding. It has no direct.
We can hope it doesn't affect the psyche.
Right. And I was about to say no direct quantifiable effect, but It will affect the players in some way or another. But, if you get shown you're vulnerable going to the playoffs, that can hype you up or tear you down. You just have to see what you're made of. Kick is high and short, bobbled around the 33, but recovered.
Yeah, Commerce really just kind of out of their element right now. Like you said, squirrely things happen against this Mount Vernon team, and we've seen it all tonight. But, they're going to have a good chunk of yardage. Mount Vernon electing all night long not to kick it to Malik Garcia. The few times they did kick it deep, they, got some good returns from Lucas Elvagi. But really, the turnovers by Commerce, the penalties by Commerce have really kind of affected where we are at score-wise tonight. And Commerce is going to start right here on their own 35-yard line. Oh, they're going to walk off another penalty on okay. Put it at the Commerce 19-yard line.
Sorry, Brian, I stepped away for a second. I had to get some water.
Not exactly sure what that penalty was there. Probably a hold.
Well, it was a 15-yarder, so not a hold.
Unsportsmanlike of some sort.
Yeah. Here's the snap to Aiden Brown. He's looking upfield, trying to direct his receivers. He's caught in the backfield and fumbles out of bounds. That's a cheeky play, but he gets away with it. Yeah, he made it look like a fumble, Brian, but it wasn't. He tossed that out of bounds as he was going down. And I think they're going to call it. They should.
That's going to be intentional grounding.
Yep.
Commerce again. I mean, I wish we could keep the penalties in this game, but, we're limited on what stats we can keep up here. But, again, Commerce backing themselves up further.
All right. So the fix and feed first down turns into an intentional grounding penalty and a loss of down. So
first and 20.
Second.
No, second and 20, correct.
Yeah, it should be. It's not quite. I don't know what happened here. I don't know. Oh, half the distance to the goal. No? Yeah? No?
No.
I don't know. Here's the snap. Throw down the near sideline. Just out of reach for Brandon Anderson.
Commerce kind of has their back against the wall, and a lot of it's really they've done to themselves tonight.
All right, third and long. Third and 17 for Commerce. 1:38 left in the game, down by 5. 32-27 Mount Vernon. The ball is on the Commerce 13-yard line. They have to get to the 29 for a first down. Still calling in the play. The offense adjusting. 10 seconds on the play clock. No timeouts. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Here's the snap. Handled by Aiden Brown. He's under pressure. One way, gets out of the other, looking upfield. Tries to throw it away. That's an incomplete pass. He threw it from about a yard deep in the end zone.
Yeah, he almost got tackled for a safety.
Yeah.
Able to elude that one tackler, but able to get his arm going forward. Yeah, good defense. Again, Commerce late getting the play in, late getting the ball snap.
Yeah.
Barely got the snap off, and then barely got the pass off.
All right, so this is it. 4th and 17, likely the ball game. One play to keep it alive. 4 wide receivers, ball on the near hash. Aiden Brown at shotgun, Kamani Grant to his right. Wyatt Marker going in motion to the far side. Here's the snap. 3-step drop. Aiden Brown under pressure, looking upfield, launches towards the far sideline. And it's out of bounds. Incomplete. Mount Vernon's going to take over at the 13-yard line.
That'll do it.
Yeah, that's going to be game. Ouch.
That'll certainly affect their state ranking probably going into next week.
Yeah, but it no longer matters at all.
No, it doesn't. They're just going to have to regroup, get it together. We've talked about it all year long, just the penalties. And then especially on a game where you come out in the second half and Mount Vernon's playing full throttle.
And we've had some weird officiating tonight. But, you know, I got to hand it to McSheffrey for making his team play through that. You know, at some point you'd have gone, oh, to heck with it. I don't like how this is being called, anything, whatever. It doesn't affect us. We're putting in the backups. But you know what you got to do in the playoffs if you get bad reffing? Or questionable or reffing you don't like. Let's put it that way. I'm not going to say if it's bad or good, but if you don't like it, you know what you have to do, Brian? Keep playing.
You play through it.
You got to play through it. You got to overcome it. Do your best, too. So the Commerce Tigers not going to nail that perfect district record as the victory formation comes out for Mount Vernon. 1:15 left on the clock. One more kneel down, and the Mount Vernon Tigers will get that that revenge game, that rematch win from last year.
Yeah, they sure will. But like you said, at the end of the day, at least, you know, on paper, it doesn't affect anything. Commerce is still going to take the 1 seed. They will play Jefferson next week. Location to be determined.
With Jefferson being quite a ways up, 30. I think maybe somewhere around the Mount Pleasant or Sulphur Springs would be a gift for us. Or even in Mount Vernon. We could be playing at the Mount Vernon at Don Meredith Stadium. But we will find out as soon as we can. It's official. Commerce loses their final game of the season. It doesn't affect their standings or seeding, and they are still the district champs for the first time in 24 years. But they'll be facing the Jefferson Bulldogs next week, but this loss has got a sting. 32-27, Mount Vernon over the Commerce Tigers, and that's a ball game. We'll be back to wrap it up and tell you how it happened. It's Commerce Tigers football on KETR.
Recording artist Kevin Fowler.
Well, I love to see those fireflies buzzing, lighting up the southern sky. Yeah, I'm a hell-bent 100% Texan till I die. You know I'm a wild man, but even I know nobody's waterproof. You gotta play it safe. Wear a life jacket and designate a driver for the boat and for a safe ride home.
Sponsored by Texas Parks and Wildlife.
Hey, if you're the sort of person who likes to think, not all the time, but some of the time, if you like to explore, if you like to imagine, if you like to listen to a sharp and vivid conversation, if you like doing a puzzle or unpuzzling a puzzle, if you like mystery, if you like simply exploring, you might like us. We're Radiolab. We're on Saturday afternoons at 1 on 88.9 KETR. Check us out. And if you already have, keep checking us out.
Programming on KETR is made possible by Cypress Bank, where manager Victoria Foster and loan officer Aaron Clark are available to assist with deposit and credit needs. Locations in Commerce, Mount Pleasant, Lone Star, and Pittsburgh. More information at cypressbanktx.com. Member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
I'm the threat that's already inside the house. I can't be scared away or negotiated with. You can't call the cops on me. You can't even see me. I'm the threat of family fire, and as long as your guns aren't stored securely, I'll be there. Protect your family. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
All right, competing alma maters being played right there. The Commerce Tigers lined up on the near side on senior night. Last game of the regular season, unfortunately, a 32-27 loss to the Mount Vernon Purple Tigers. the second game in the district rescheduling. Commerce handily, big-time defeated Mount Vernon last year. Mount Vernon manages to gut it out and win this one amidst some interesting officiating tonight. And I'm going to try not to talk more about that as we go into the postgame and kind of focus on the play of the field. I think the officiating did have a definite thing tonight. To give an example of some of the question marks we have, is there was one play where Commerce got penalized for the signal given, which I think it was the wrong signal. I think that all of this would make more sense, but the wrong signal was given, which the ref giving the wrong signal, I don't like that. He gave a blocking below the waist, or illegal block, on a play that was enforced after the play was over. So there was illegal blocking after the whistle on Commerce's defense.
Never seen it.
So, I mean, that's not even possible. I don't know what the explanation for that was. I'm pretty sure it was the wrong signal, and there would be something that makes sense if the correct signal was given. But that will be the end of us talking about the officiating for tonight, but it did have some effect on the game, as it were. But despite that, Commerce has been, defeating teams by 40-plus points. So the fact that they lost to Mount Vernon, despite that, Mount Vernon came out in the second half and made the perfect adjustments. Their offensive line had better blocking, Witherspoon was running better, and their defense was certainly playing much better. Commerce went into the half up 21-6 and winds up losing 32-27. They scored only one touchdown in the second half, and they missed the extra point on it because they only got 6 points in the second half, which is a tough one. However, has no impact on seeding or anything else, and Commerce will be playing the Jefferson Bulldogs next week at a site to be determined, and we'll bring you that info as soon as we get it. Let's go over the how it happened. The first half, Kamani Graham on Commerce's second play, although the first play was a long touchdown catch by Aiden Brown on a flea flicker by Donovan Maria, but that was called back for holding, and that touchdown didn't catch. Handed off to Kamani Graham, 65 yards for the touchdown. Commerce took the early 7-0 lead. Held Mount Vernon to a punt, which got down to the Commerce's 1-yard line, but Commerce able to dig out of that hole and winds up getting a 4-yard touchdown pass to Salvaggi after Donovan Maria set him up deep in Mount Vernon territory with a 38-yard amazing 38-yard catch on the sideline. I mean, if you want to look for bright spots tonight, Donovan Maria's athleticism was on display tonight and was very impressive.
Yeah, it certainly was.
So after that, Mount Vernon answers, finally gets on the board as a 4-yard touchdown pass to Salinas, their primary wide receiver, but they missed the extra point on a bad snap. 14-6 Commerce with 11:54 left in the second quarter. Turnover on downs by Commerce, a punt by Mount Vernon, and then Commerce throws an interception. Aiden Brown was under heavy pressure in the backfield, tried and did an ill-advised pass to try to get it off to Kamani Graham, and it got bobbled, tipped, and intercepted by Mount Vernon. But they immediately threw an interception of their own. Brandon Anderson picked the ball off and returned it 59 yards to the Mount Vernon 24, but then Commerce gets it to the 1-yard line. We thought it was a Kamani Graham touchdown. There was a touchdown signaled on the field, but they called it off because I remember looking at the line judge there on the far side, and I was like, is that a touchdown? And he threw his hands up, and that's when I said it was touchdown. We started going over it, but it wasn't. They handed off to the big guy, Ja'Cory Hearn, the offensive line and defensive tackle, but he fumbled. Mount Vernon forces a fumble.
At the 1.
At the 1-yard line, Mount Vernon takes over there, but they get held deep. The Commerce defense said, no, you're not getting out of here. They punt the ball, and then Commerce is able to drive it back, gets a 44-yard run by Kamani Graham, and then a 4-yard touchdown catch by Jordan Walker makes it 21-6 Commerce at the half. And that was when all the good stuff for Commerce stopped happening, basically. Come out in the second half. Mount Vernon gets the ball first, but Brandon Anderson gets an interception, another one. He had 2 on the night, another bright spot. And he had a touchdown called back, too, Brandon Anderson did, in the first half. I think it was Commerce's second possession. They had another touchdown called back, and it was by Brandon Anderson, but he displayed some amazing athleticism. He picks it up, and then Aiden Brown throws an interception after that to Hunter Carroll. And then Mount Vernon drives down the field and gets a 5-yard touchdown run by Salinas on the direct snap, and they close the gap 21-12. Commerce with 5:54 left in the third quarter. Jace Ray then fumbles on Commerce's ensuing possession, and Mount Vernon turns it into points. Salinas once again catching a 22-yard touchdown pass, making it 21-19 Commerce, a 2-point lead for Commerce in the waning minutes of the third quarter. Then Commerce goes 3s in out and punts. And then Mount Vernon gets another touchdown, a 19-yard touchdown run by Dawson Witherspoon, and to go up 26-21 early in the fourth quarter. Commerce couldn't do much, but they did answer that one with another touchdown and took the lead back, a 15-yard touchdown run by Kamani Graham, but they missed their 2-point conversion. So it was a 1-point lead, 27-26 Commerce with 10:54 left in the game. Mount Vernon then turns it over on downs. They were going to try a field goal attempt. I'm sorry, that's 9:05, not 10:05 left in the fourth quarter. They were trying to get a field goal, but they got a false start. Pushed them out of field goal range. That kick that went we're not sure if there was no signal on it. It could have been wide right, could have been barely over, could have been barely under. It was definitely, you're going to go for it if you get moved back 5 yards looking at that kick. They do, and they get nothing. So Commerce takes over. It was an incomplete pass.
Time, though, that Mount Vernon took off the clock on that drive.
Yeah, it was over 5 minutes. Commerce takes over with 3:49 left in the fourth quarter, and then Aiden Brown gets stripped, and it gets returned for the touchdown, and that was the game-winning score for Mount Vernon. Commerce was going to be driving. Commerce still had a 1-point lead at that point, so they just had to run out the clock. But they get a defensive touchdown, and that basically seals it. Commerce had one more chance deep in their own territory, and they incomplete. 3 incomplete passes. So Aiden Brown having one of his worst game of the season tonight.
Passing-wise, I mean, on the ground, that fumble cost them. But, I mean.
Yeah, still 172 yards on the ground, I'm seeing.
172 on 13 carries. Kamani Graham, they didn't use very much. He had 169 on only 8 carries and 2 touchdowns.
Remember, he had most. What do you have? 6 carries in the first half.
Yep.
So they didn't have the ball a lot in the second half, honestly, because they couldn't put together drives.
Yeah, and they had a hard time stopping Witherspoon from getting first downs.
Yeah, getting like 5-6 yards a pop. So,
but yeah, what really hurt Aiden Brown tonight was through the air. Going only 8 of 21 for 103 yards. He did have 2 touchdowns, both in the first half, but he did have 2 interceptions.
And he fumbled. The turnovers.
Yeah, the turnovers really were the story there. Malik Garcia finishes with 33 yards on 2 receptions. Donovan Maria, 57 yards on 2 receptions. Lucas Silvaggi had 3 receptions and a touchdown. Jordan Walker had that 1 4-yard touchdown grab. But on the Mount Vernon side of things, I'm going to have to add this up because that's 36 carries for Dawson Witherspoon for 196 yards.
Wow.
1 touchdown.
So, not his best game of the season, but it looked like it was going to be one of his worst at the half. But he really they came on strong in the second half. Whatever their adjustments were, they made them, and they worked.
And K. George finishes 8 of 15 for 75 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Wesley Salinas, leading receiver, 7 catches, 2 touchdowns, 64 yards. But yeah, I mean, overall, Commerce still had more offense than them, even as bad of a game as we think they had offensively. Total offense, Mount Vernon 306 yards, Commerce 449.
Yeah.
And that's kind of your stats for tonight.
Here's the big stat: 5 giveaways.
Yeah. Hard to win any football game when you turn the ball
5
over
turnovers,
that much.
3 fumbles, 1 of which went for a touchdown, and 2 interceptions. It's hard, and that is far and away the most turnovers Commerce has had in a game all season long. In fact, I think Aiden Brown had 2 interceptions for the longest time, and he had thrown those on. They were like last-second attempts to score at the end of the half or something like that. Where it's the interception where if you go back, you would rank it differently on the advanced stats, But Mount Vernon pulls it out. The Purple Tigers go on the road into enemy territory for the first game in November, and they win it. They win it in Commerce, take down the number 7 team in the state, take down the district championship winners. And if they had managed to beat Malakoff last week, they would have won district if they beat Commerce tonight, although I think it'd probably been a different game.
I think it would have as well. You wouldn't be running Ja'Cory Hearn at the goal line.
Yeah. I mean, there's Commerce came out playing their game, and they were playing for real and for serious, but there's a different –
Jace Ray also had that other fumble. That's another one of those turnovers. So, just very un-Commerce-like that we've seen all year long.
It was. And so what you got to hope as a Commerce Tiger faithfuls as they head into the playoffs next week that this was the bad game. This was the one that was kind of inevitable. How many games in a row are you going to be super awesome breaking records? Eventually, the House of Cards can collapse. Not always, but it can. So maybe that was this game, the one that didn't matter. And so maybe they can have 5 or 6 good ones in a row, however many it takes. So,
the rest of them.
You got to expect Commerce will still perform well in the playoffs. Jefferson, they'll be facing the Jefferson Bulldogs. Jefferson showed they weren't a pushover tonight with the big win over Tatum, although that was for the 4th seed in the district. So they were tied. But Jefferson at one point this season in the pre-district schedule was ranked number 6 in the state. They fell out of that pretty quick and fell off clearly, but there were a lot of good things expected by the Jefferson Bulldogs this season. So it's not going to be a pushover game, but you're going to have to favor the Commerce Tigers in that one. Disappointing loss tonight, but sometimes a little dose of reality can be helpful.
Yeah, it certainly can. And they, like you said, they've got to flush tonight and just move on into next week, prepare for next week, and, execute. And look to see them cut down on penalties and turnovers, and I think they're geared up for a pretty good run here in 2025.
All right, so still a historical season for the Commerce Tigers, but they aren't able to maintain that undefeated district record. The final game of the season, played for pride. The Tiger Pride got nipped a little bit tonight as the Mount Vernon Purple Tigers win 32-27 over your Commerce Tigers. We'll bring you the information on when the playoffs. We'll check our Facebook and socials. We'll be bringing you the information when we find out where the game will be played, exactly when and what time. We expect Friday at 7:30, but it's not always like that for the playoffs. It might be Saturday or something. You gotta think maybe it'll be somewhere up I-30 between here and deep East Texas. So here in Shreveport, I guess we should say, just about. So we will see you next week. Your district champion Commerce Tigers fall to the Mount Vernon Tigers tonight, unfortunately, and that was 32-27 as they don't get that undefeated district record, but truly doesn't hurt them unless it hurts their psyche tonight. Did not see any injuries on either side tonight, and that was the one thing I wanted most out of this game tonight. So it is the first district crown since 2001, and that is a very good thing. They secured that last week. So this one was, as they say, for fun. It's serious football, but it is a game, and they could play this one for fun. But Commerce didn't have as much fun as they wanted to tonight. So the Commerce Tigers are headed to the playoffs to play Jefferson next week. We'll have all the action for you right here on 88.9 FM. KETR. We're streaming at KETR.org, and we will be aiming to bring you video of that game as well if we're able to do that, if possible, and that will be at youtube.com/KETRFM, or just search YouTube and KETRFM, and that'll get you right to it. And the East Texas A&M Lions start a 2-game homestand tomorrow, hosting McNeese on Salute to Service Day. It's also the 1-year birthday for East Texas A&M, and there will be a little celebration at the President's Tailgate at the Lakeside Pavilion where KETR will also be set up. You can come get some goodies. We'll have at least some sunglasses for you if you want to stop by. The tailgate starts around 1 p.m., kickoff at 4 p.m., live pregame with Charlie Chitwood and Brock Calloway begins at 3 p.m. The Lions host Houston Christian next week and finish the regular season on the road in Edinburgh, Texas, and that's almost at the very southernmost tip of Texas. It's about the same distance as Pensacola or St. Louis or Albuquerque or Nashville. That's how far that road trip's going to be for the East Texas A&M Lions. The final score from Tiger Stadium in Commerce, the Mount Vernon Tigers 32 and your Commerce Tigers 27. For Brian Ball, I'm Kevin Jeffries. Thanks for listening, and remember, the playoffs start next week. Have a great weekend.
.9 KETR News keeps you in touch with the world at home in Northeast Texas. KETR brings you live NPR News every weekend. Hear Weekend Edition Saturdays and Sundays from 7 until 9, and Weekend All Things Considered at 4. Every Saturday